Super Necromancer System. Written by John Dover. Chapter 151. Tag out. Seismic heard the man's voice in his head and felt one thing from it: confidence. Confidence in spite of how horribly things seemed to be going. At face value, this situation seemed to be the worst there could be. If there could ever be a rock bottom to how things had turned out, Seismic imagined this was getting pretty damn close. Not only had the Locus, a being of undeniably troublesome might, been revived from near death, it had been revived with even more strength than before. Now, the Locus had access to all its evolved powers on top of the cold hard fact that it could also rapidly heal itself without any of the supposed limitations known from the Antaic factor. That was not even to mention whatever entity had suddenly hijacked its mind. This, Seismic had no idea what to think about. This entity seemed to be linked to the Antaic factor, and he had heard vague theories about some mastermind entity creating loci and being the source of the factor, but as a fighter, he never really read into the research of the variants he hunted down. He just hunted, and while he hunted, he relied on his instincts more than any research or field report to survive. Right now, Seismic's instincts screamed at him that the Locus was far, far more dangerous than it had been before. When the Locus still spoke with words of curiosity, Seismic's instincts had felt the Locus was a threat, but one without much control over its own power. Like facing a child wielding power it had no idea how to use. A being like that, Seismic could outmaneuver with greater experience. That was what he had tried to do beforehand by smashing it through a sinkhole by surprise. If Seismic's crystallization had not flared up then, he might have even won. How simple it would have been if Seismic had just won right then and there. Now, though, when Seismic heard that strange, ringing voice emanating from the Locus, he could tell that this was a voice of both intelligence and killing intent that would utilize every tool at its disposal to eliminate its enemies. That simple difference in mindset and mental capability made the Locus now infinitely more dangerous than it already had been before. But even considering all of this, the armored man was dead set confident that he could end this fight here and now. Seismic trusted the man. He did not know exactly why. His instincts usually never told him to trust anyone, a byproduct of walking the edge of life and death from intense fighting, often fighting alone, for decades. But he did so now. Seismic figured it was a side effect of resurrecting under the man's control, as he doubted that a careful man like that would raise someone as strong as Seismic without some way to control how he thought and acted. Regardless of the technicalities, the fact of the matter was that Seismic would get overpowered soon enough if he kept struggling against the Locus's fist. Seismic had come down, fought, and would soon lose. He had no choice left but to leave this to that man. Knowing this, Seismic resolved to get out of this situation intact and alive. That man claimed he could heal Seismic's injuries, but nevertheless, Seismic did not want to take the risk suffering too much damage, not when he had been given a second lease on life, regardless of the conditions placed on it. No matter what, Seismic would see his son again now that he knew someone else could handle this situation. Seismic roared as he clenched the fist, struggling against the Locus even harder, and the already broken knuckles within shattered with a grinding sound. The shrinking quake bubble around his fist detonated, shattering and releasing a burst of seismic waves that acted like a miniature explosion. The earth rumbled and shook. Unleashed seismic waves traveled across Seismic's arm, completely shattering all the bones within it into little fragments. Some of his bones splintered out of his arm, protruding in bloodied white chunks. The same happened with the Locus as a burst of seismic waves shattered the white shell around its arms, causing blue blood to spurt out. Then, right afterwards, Seismic and the Locus both flew backwards as the detonated seismic waves pushed them back. Breaking quake bubbles early like this meant that Seismic had little control over the seismic waves that burst out from them. Normally, he had to focus to prevent his quakes from affecting himself by directing them away from himself, as he actually did not have immunity to his own powers. But in a situation like this where Seismic needed to make distance more than anything, he was fine eating his quakes and sacrificing an arm to get out of harm's way to clear the stage for that man to show up. No, not just an arm. As Seismic flew backwards from his own shockwaves, he coughed up blood from internal organs that suffered from the quakes that passed through him. Yet, perhaps because he was under that man's control, Seismic did not feel much pain at all from this. What Seismic did feel pain from was his crystallization. Nothing seemed to stop that. That pain still forced him to grit his teeth, feeling like a searing hot brand had been pressed deep into his lower back. In comparison, when Seismic looked ahead to see how his foe was doing, he saw the locust only drive backwards a little distance, skidding to a halt as the creature rapidly regenerated the damage done to its arm. Seismic felt his body crash against soft feathers before lifting him up. The giant black feathered avian variant had swooped down to stop Seismic from hurtling back any further. Seemed that the avian variant could change the physical properties of its feathers from stiff and sturdy like metal to soft and impact cushioning. The avian variant tossed Seismic onto its back with its beak before flying up in the air, rapidly getting him out of harm's way. Seismic crawled up the bird's body to look down as he coughed up more blood, squinting his eyes as he tried to get a close look at how that man would handle this locust situation. The voice stood tall as it stretched out its arms, showing off the cracked and damaged shell all around its body and how in just a few moments, white particles gathered around them, healing all the wounds into perfection. It was an obvious power move, a way to assert that no matter what was thrown against it, it could always come back. That no matter how much anyone struggled, that struggle was utterly meaningless. "Kindred, your champions fall to this one's child so easily," said the voice. "First, that odd girl whose life also escaped this one's sense. Then, this human whom you have decided to take as your own. All others that you bear under you, they are not even worth mentioning. Knowing this, will you not this one now? Or perhaps you have already perished, and the last of your children now cast away their lives for your sake. But no matter. This one will erase all trace of your aberrant existence, for you do not belong upon this world." That was when the voice's antennae twitched, sensing movement suddenly manifesting right within its vicinity. The voice instantly reacted and turned around to its blind side, reaching out an arm and grabbing an invisible humanoid form by the head. Dark wispy shadow clouds parted from whatever it was that the voice grasped, revealing the appearance of a purple-robed skeleton wielding a serrated dirk. The skeleton thrust the dirk into the voice's head, very narrowly missing the eye due to the voice's quick reaction. The end result was that the blade simply shattered against the voice's durable head shell, shards of broken black metal falling around the voice like metal rain. Where did this creature come from? Thought the voice as it briefly analyzed the moving skeleton in its arm with surprise. The antennae gifted unto this child can sense all manner of movement from great distance. How could this creature conceal itself? And this one, too, like many of the kindred's children, escape my life sense. Are all these creatures not of this world? No matter. If this level of creature is the best that the kindred can now muster now that his greatest champions are gone, then there is nothing to fear. As the voice thought this, right before it decided to crush the skeleton's skull to dust inside of its hand, the skeleton began to glow with a bright green light. The voice's eyes, gifted with the capacity to read all spectra of light and glimpse the flow of energy to remarkably clear levels, witnessed a rapid mass buildup of sheer, raw energy in the skeleton. The telltale signs of an explosion. The voice's explosive entrance had been mirrored and used directly against it, almost as if to mock it. Chapter 152 Game Over. The voice saw the energy buildup in the skeleton, effusing into a bright green light, and determined that it had slightly less than a single second to deal with the incoming explosion. Yet, even as the voice saw this development, it could not help but feel disappointed. Yes, the kindred had been surprised, but was this truly it? Because even from a cursory glance, the voice could tell that though the incoming explosion would be damaging, it would not be enough to completely destroy this fine vessel, and nothing less than absolute destruction was needed to sever the voice's connection to it. Was this truly all a kindred could do? A kindred that could harness the powers of the outer to a far greater degree than the voice itself? No, the voice realized. This was more than to be expected in the first place from a neonate kindred who had barely stepped into understanding the powers they wielded. It was a good thing that this kindred would fall here now, before they came to understand their true nature. The voice instantly tossed the skeleton far into the sky with a charge of energy crackling across its body, accelerating the movement immensely. The high-speed throw instantly sent the skeleton away, and even in just 1 second, the skeleton was far enough up in the air where its explosion would not reach the voice. A gleaming red sigil on the skeleton's skull shone before the skeleton detonated, disintegrating in a nova of explosive energy that did not even touch the voice. Is this it, kindred? Wondered the voice as it raised its arms up to guard from the explosion's shockwave. Is this truly? The voice stopped and froze as its vision instantly blurred in a flash of static. Its connection to its vessel was severing. It looked down at its stomach and saw a fist of bloody red, gleaming flesh lined with curved spikes had bored through it, completely pushing past the durable shell and flesh with complete and utter ease. When the voice traced the arm, it saw that the limb came from underground. For a mysterious entity, you do talk a lot, said Aldrich as he emerged from the ground, breaking through rock. But this. As he stood up, chunks of earth scattering around him, he raised Shrimp up by the stomach wound into the air like a piece of skewered meat. Is game over? Aldrich felt intense burning around his right arm, right below his forearm where the armor had been replaced by the stitching hand of the blood god. Exsanguis chanted Aldrich, and the hand of the blood god fully activated. Shrimp's body convulsed before dozens of spikes of his own blood ruptured out from within, forming into solidified, fleshy blue masses that beat like living hearts. This was the strongest stitching that Relentless possessed, hewn from a literal god of blood whose touch was said to be able to kill anything of flesh and blood by not simply destroying their innards, but by conceptually severing the soul from its physical shell. Aldrich had not wanted to use this stitching tonight, but he had been left with no choice. Seeing Shrimp regenerate over and over again with the aid of this new entity, he knew that to end this fight, he needed more than just damage. He needed a guaranteed instant kill effect that would take effect in a single moment. And there was nothing better for that than the hand of the blood god, an attack of the 11th circle tier, which, along with the 12th tier, were considered in lore to be spells and skills in the realm of the divine, capable of completely restructuring landscapes or enacting devastating single-target effects like this. At the same time, there were definite costs to using this stitching. Aldrich took severe damage totaling up to over 30% of his maximum health just to activate this ability, and he could not keep the arm up for long. Red cracks emerged from the blood-red arm all through Aldrich's body, visually showcasing this damage. Even Relentless could not handle the strain well, let alone while being attached to Aldrich. This truly was an all-or-nothing attack with a cost fitting for its power. How? Muttered out the voice. Though a spike of blue blood protruded from Shrimp's mouth, the voice rang out supernaturally. How? Was it? It was not that complicated. All of his units had been blasted away by Shrimp's sudden explosion. All except the antlion who retreated deep underground, and, with the aid of rock above it acting like a bunker, had survived the blast. From there, Seismic had stepped in to distract the voice. Aldrich had manually controlled the antlion to maneuver beneath the voice while Seismic fought it, and when the antlion was in position, Aldrich had signaled for Seismic to leave the scene. Aldrich had then used Mist Phase to move underground, warping to the antlion's location. Shrimp's antennae sensed vibrations in the air to accurately map out its surroundings, but attacks from underground did not register so easily. But even then, Aldrich could not risk having his one good surprise attack go to fail, so he had sent his Corpse Nova marked skeleton assassin to attack the voice. Corpse Nova had a 1-second delay until detonation, so Aldrich did not expect it to actually hit the voice. No, what the skeleton assassin did was serve as an extremely shiny, explosive distraction for the moment when Aldrich emerged from underground to unleash this ending blow. Yet none of this would have been possible without Valera. Valera's third gate of Nocros had absorbed a large chunk of the solar strands that the voice threw out, neutralizing a good chunk of the following explosion too. Had the explosion been large enough, there was a possibility it would have bored deep enough into the ground to outtrace the antlion and disintegrate it. Does it matter how? All that matters is that you lost. This is just a hunch, but I doubt severing you from this puppet will put you down, said Aldrich coldly to the voice. He did not want the voice to gain insight on Aldrich's powers and tactics if it was going to be a reoccurring boss encounter. Aldrich withdrew his arm from Shrimp's stomach, and Shrimp's impaled body fell to the ground. The hand of the blood god faded from Aldrich's arm, the bloody red, glowing flesh receding back into armor of blackened bone. The bright white energy that turned the locust's shell white started to fade away, returning back to its iridescent rainbow shade. We will meet again, kindred, said the voice. Its voice grew fainter and fainter, as if it was traveling farther and farther away. And when we reunite, this one hopes you will know the true enemy. That the parasites that you defend now are nothing more than slaves to its will. Enemy, said Aldrich. You never explained anything to me, and yet you expect me to side with you. Who, where? The voice used Shrimp's arm for one last time, pointing with a trembling finger up to the star-speckled night sky. There. Shrimp's arm fell loose to his side, and the black light in his eyes faded away, indicating that the voice had disappeared fully formed Shrimp's body. Aldrich looked up at the sky, pondering the statement, but his attention was drawn once more by the light of the grave marker and soul icons. Thankfully, likely due to the voice hijacking Shrimp's body, both its corpse and soul had been preserved. Good, sir, said Aldrich again as drone cameras flitted above him, returning back from the explosion. He noted that among them, there were several that were from official news media outlets too. Strands of green energy flowed from Aldrich down to Shrimp, and this time, he did not need to sacrifice his health and mana to resurrect Shrimp, even though it was a boss-level creature. Odd, very odd. This only happened in rare cases when necromancers took undead from other necromancers. Most of the mana or health cost for binding a corpse to a necromancer's will was to establish control over it by basically implanting a seed of control. But if another necromancer had already implanted that seed, then all there needed to be done was to just take over that seed to establish control. Using that method also largely eliminated any costs associated with raising the undead normally. Aldrich was almost certain that this entity, this voice, was no necromancer. It did not use mana, spells, or skills. But regardless of the implications, there was one undeniable, physical truth standing before Aldrich. The proof of his victory. The locust corpse stood up, the blood stakes riddling his form liquefying and receding back into his body. The holes patched up as Aldrich's mist healed it, recognizing it as an ally. The locust stared up at Aldrich for a brief intense moment, and all those watching wondered if Aldrich had truly tamed it. Then, the locust fell down to a knee and bowed his head before Aldrich. Master, declared the locust. Chapter 153 Aftermath. Aldrich stood over Shrimp's kneeling figure, and like this, they looked like the perfect image of a loyal knight bowing down before his lord. Raising Shrimp had been a resounding success. A heavily delayed success fraught with setbacks and sudden difficulties, but a success nonetheless. Aldrich nodded to Shrimp. With the locust under his very own control, he had a fighting force so powerful that he could command respect and attention from any major organization in the world. Because no matter how fancy city skylines became, no matter how sleek and fast new supercars became, no matter many rules humanity dressed itself up with in the name of civilization and advancement, it still acted based off of very simple guiding principles. Principles based on instinct, and the instinct to respect power was something that basically everyone understood. Aldrich had enough power on his side that his power alone could force an audience with world organizations to try and vie for his allegiance because the alternative, that Aldrich could raise his power against them, was something they could not afford. Especially not now in light of these variant attacks. Name, said Shrimp. Aldrich looked at Shrimp, and the creature looked up at Aldrich with expectant, glowing rainbow eyes. A name. Give me a name. Mother died before she gave me one. I have none, but I want one. It feels important to have, said Shrimp. A name, is it? Aldrich had actually thought about a name beforehand, and it was not going to be a bland one like Shrimp. Valera had teased him about his bad naming sense already, and he was not about to let her down like that now, not after going through so much to raise Shrimp. Okeanos, said Aldrich. He was a sucker for old mythology because so many of his favorite games drew from them. Hence, his sign being Thanatos, for the Greek aspect of death. So, it was only naturally fitting that Aldrich would name Shrimp Okeanos, for the primal titan of the oceans. Anos, the locust uttered this name out loud, breaking it up into two pieces to analyze it and commit it to his memory. He nodded. Okeanos. My name. I like it. Thank you, Master. If you want to thank me, show me your strength, said Aldrich. He linked his sight back with the grave ward floating above the battlefield where he saw the Fishman army now in full retreat, fleeing back to the best of their abilities to the coastline. The way back to the coastline, however, was long, just as long as the path of carnage they had carved out through the city. Long enough for Aldrich to farm most of them for experience in repayment for all the devastation they had caused. "You want me to fight? Where?" said Okeanos. "The rest of your kind are running, but I do believe that they aren't done paying back the damage they've caused," said Aldrich. "Get them to pay. Try not to leave a single one of them alive." "I go now," said Okeanos with a nod. In a burst of crackling green electricity, Okeanos disappeared, moving at high speed towards the battle site to join in on routing the fleeing fishmen. As Aldrich saw Okeanos disappear into the distance, he saw messages pop in his vision. Increments, indicating that his army was slaughtering fishmen that provided little to no express. After about 30,000 fishmen kills, they would start giving out 1 express, and then at 50,000 kills, little to nothing. 1x. Crab, defeated. Plus 8,000 XP. 19,000 X fishmen defeated. Plus 28,000 EXP. 1x boss. Shrimp, defeated. Plus 100,000 EXP. Express bar. 0.55 thousandths 136,000 55 thousandths. Level up. Level 42, 43. Express bar. 81,000 60 thousandths. Level up. Level 43, 44. Express bar. 21,000 65 thousandths. 10 stat points available to distribute. Aldrich noted the double level up. He had not expected Shrimp to give him so much experience. But it did make sense, considering how much stronger the variant had become over time. 2 levels was also within his expectations for what he would earn in this fight. If he killed off all the retreating fishmen, he would get to the edge of reaching level 45, but not quite there. The experience limiters would kick in and make the fishmen essentially worthless for express farming. But still worth it to squeeze out the fishmen for every little last drop of experience. What was much more valuable than just levels, though, was Aldrich's quest rewards. Quest. Fell the great enemy completed. 1x Trove of Dark Wisdom 30 levels obtained. 1x Frostalode War Scythe obtained. Aldrich felt both the Dark Wisdom and the Frostalode War Scythe manifest in his nearly emptied out inventory. Now, he felt a little less naked after Volantis had gobbled up all the armor and weapon pieces in his inventory as a sacrifice to be raised. Notably, the Frostalode War Scythe's text was highlighted in bold purple, indicating that it was of the Epic Plus tier that ranged from levels 40 to 60. With the plus modifier on its rank, it also meant that the weapon occupied the higher end of the level range for its rank, so Aldrich would have no issues using it all the way up to level 60, even a little beyond that. Good. That meant that any armor or weapons Aldrich picked up in his trial quests, he could hand down to his other units. Provided his trial quests were still the same. He had no idea to what degree the Death Lord had influenced his system, but he actually preferred this over what he had in the past. His system before had no answers and little predictability to it. It provided him power, but for what purpose? Why did it have the goddess Amara and the god Sindri in such an unfinished state? What did it want from Aldrich? All these, Aldrich had no answers to. But at the least with the Death Lord, he knew her intentions. She wanted him to usurp the title of Death Lord from her. And because he knew what she wanted, that made her somewhat predictable. Emphasis on somewhat, but at the very least, she had Aldrich's continued growth and life in her best interests. Aldrich whistled, and the sound projected through his helmet with Volantis's aid. Crow swooped down, and Aldrich leapt up, getting on the variant's back. He briefly looked around to see that the amount of news drones from various media outlets had grown exponentially, all of them paying attention to his each and every move. Aldrich did not like that feeling of being watched and followed like a celebrity, but he had been ready to accept it as a consequence of revealing himself to the world. Regardless, he wanted to shake them off for now. Crow flapped his enormous wings down with powerful force, shooting straight up into the sky in an instant, leaving the drones awkwardly turning around to try and figure out where Aldrich had gone. While this happened, Aldrich put a hand to his head and relayed commands. To the rest of my legion, continue killing as many fishmen as you can. Try to leave no survivors. When you are done, regroup back into the Dildagast line. When Crow was high enough in the air, he flapped his wings again to direct Aldrich towards Haven's south side. That was a good fight. Aldrich turned to see Seismic. The older hero clutched onto Crow's back tight with one hand and used the other to grasp at his stomach where the flesh had blackened from crystallization. It took too long. And it raises too many questions, said Aldrich as he thought about the voice and all the implications of its mere existence. You couldn't have predicted the locus evolving like that, and the world will have just as many questions as you about it. And questions about you as well, said Seismic. I know, said Aldrich. You're prepared, said Seismic. As much as I can be, said Aldrich. Seismic nodded simply and looked down, towards the broken and damaged city. A lot to do. Repairs. Mourning losses. The times ahead will be just as hard. Before Aldrich could reply, he heard a muffled woman's voice struggling from behind him. He looked to see Valera's disembodied head biting down on one of Crow's feathers to hold on. The base of her neck was shrouded in shadowy mist, obscuring the blood and bone that should have shown. Despite Valera's strength, it seemed that with how fast Crow was going, she was struggling with holding on with just her teeth. Aldrich smiled under his helm, feeling relief. He had always believed she had survived the solar flare attack, but it was still good to confirm she was alive. Evidently, she had used the Dullahan's special racial ability to survive a fatal blow by basically ejecting from their bodies with their heads. This weakened her enough where Aldrich could not directly sense her life force, but Crow had seen her and secured her. Aldrich picked her up in his arms. Oh, thank you, Master, said Valera. It feels wonderful to be held in your arms. Valera, why didn't you just have Seismic hold you? Said Aldrich. I mean, he is right there. I did offer, but, began Seismic. Bah, that gorilla of a man. Who is also a stranger to me. When my head is the most precious part of me. No chance, said Valera as she glanced at Seismic. Though I do appreciate your service and strength. Noted, said Seismic. And Master, you should know by now, I will only ever allow myself to be held by you, said Valera. She looked down at Aldrich's armored arms and snuggled her cheek into them with a blush. I appreciate this gesture, but you and I are not at this level of intimacy, woman, said Volantis. You, what did I say about ruining moments? Valera's eyebrow twitched in visible anger. This body of honed metal and collected bone of mine does seem to be unfeeling, but I have boundaries too, woman, said Volantis. Valera just sighed at this point, defeated. Just let me enjoy this, okay? I shall allow it, for the strength you have observed in tonight's battle, said Volantis as he grew quiet. Chapter 154 Sponsor. Valera sighed at Volantis's response. Strength that I observed. What strength? Look at this sorry state I am in now, reduced to nothing but my head. She blushed deeply, rosy red filling into her pale cheeks. Were I not comfortably nestled within my master's arms, I would fear dying of embarrassment. For a Dullahan to lose their heads, that is the greatest disgrace they can suffer as warriors of death. I must wait an entire day before I can restore my body, and until then, I cannot even fulfill the basic duty of a guardian knight to defend my master. That's the wrong way to think about this, said Aldrich. A warrior's job is to fight and to win their fights. You used every tool you had in your arsenal to help me win. You fulfilled your duty. Where is the disgrace in that? Oh, Master, you have such a way with words. All your praise is never meaningless. It is always given when it is deserved. I very much like that about you, said Valera as she looked up at Aldrich with gleaming red, hungry eyes. I am detecting elevated levels of desire from her, said Volantis. Desire originating from vampiric tendencies is dangerous in nature. Shall I make defensive preparations, armored? You. Valera had enough and bared her fangs before angrily biting down on a protruding bone spike on Volantis's arm. She took care not to bite anywhere that could damage Aldrich or really, anywhere that damaged Volantis much. The bone spikes were easily regenerated and mostly ornamental. She just wanted to vent her frustration. Registering damage. This woman has gone feral for reasons I cannot fathom. Preparing countermeasures, began Volantis, his voice rising in alarm. Aldrich smiled and shook his head at their antics. Knock it off, you two. And Volantis, I thought I was socially stunted. Are you that dense that you have zero idea why she might be upset? I am living armor. Form and function were the principles that guided the hands that wrought me from Hellscape War. I suffer touch to my form, and I must object. I register damage, and I must retaliate, said Volantis. But you do have a soul, right? A soul harvested from some mortal person who must have had their own memories and personality, said Aldrich, somewhat curious. If he recalled correctly, living armor were forged by demons when they harvested the souls of powerful, battle-hardened and experienced fighters. They used those souls as a core, over which they forged an armor around. Of course, like how necromancers could wipe the memories clean of arisen undead, demon smiths more often than not wiped out the memories of the souls they harvested for living armor to prevent any potential conflicts. After all, it would not do well to have the unwillingly harvested soul of a warrior killed by demons to eternally serve demons. Still, though, like arisen undead, Volantis should still have a core personality unique to his soul that no amount of wiping could scrub clean. I do, said Volantis. And there are times I remember vagaries of the mortal flesh and blood shell that once housed this soul of mine. I assume you've always been a serious person, then, considering your personality now, said Aldrich. Indeed, but that is all I carry over, and all I wish to carry over. What little this armor of mine feels of its past flesh shell past is nothing but suffering. Pain. Then, the struggle, endless struggle that drowned out the pain and everything else, leaving nothing but commitment to duty. To form and function, said Volantis solemnly. Hearing this, Valera stopped biting Volantis and cast her eyes downward, likely remembering her own past. Aldrich understood that as castaways of the dark, hunted and reviled by all, the lives and pasts of undead were mostly filled with tragedy and struggle. That was one of the reasons why he himself gravitated so much towards the Necromancer class and its lore. He saw himself in their backstories despite their struggles being rooted in a world of fantasy and his in a world of skyscrapers and telescreens. Because pain was pain, it was universal. Aldrich looked down at the broken streets below as crows soared across the night sky. Thankfully, though, there were no longer any fishmen roving about in hungry groups across these streets. Not that it made the destruction any better to see. The cars and bodies of both fishmen and humans floating in the flooded streets attested to that. Seismic was right. The effort to rebuild Haven was going to be just as hard, if not harder, than the fight itself. The battle had taken up the span of just one night. Rebuilding would take years in an ordinary timescale. If Aldrich could secure the help of a construction megacorp or the Panopticon and their fleets of construction drones, that time could be drastically cut. But for that, Aldrich needed influence. Southside Haven. Why are we here? Said Seismic as he too looked down. To ask for a favor that I'm owed, said Aldrich as he steered Crow towards the Panopticon bunker where he had left the Duds and Minuteman. He glanced towards Seismic's focused face. You aren't confused by our conversations. Mentions of demons and Doolahans and the like. Yes, said Seismic, but no point in questioning it. Wastes time. I just work with what I see. And what I see is strength. Serious and to the point. Good, said Aldrich. You'll work with me well. That is, if you want to. You would let me go if I refused, said Seismic. No, said Aldrich. This new lease on life you have is still signed under me. If you went against me, I would render you mindless so that you wouldn't have to think about what you were doing. Make no mistake, though, I want your mind to be whole, and I want you to follow me of your own will. Better optics that way, said Seismic. Better optics, confirmed Aldrich. And also because I prefer having other voices and opinions around me. It would be a waste to throw away all that knowledge and experience you have. Aldrich liked being a solo player, yes, and he knew the value of being independently strong. But he also knew that capable leaders had capable people around them, as no one person could be perfect in every area. And even if he had always been a solo player in the game, he was no stranger to working with others. He still always relied on the strengths of others as a Legion Necromancer to compensate for his weaknesses. Seismic paused for a moment. Will I get to see my son again? For the briefest of moments, Seismic's rocky, cold exterior cracked, and emotion leached into his voice. Yes, said Aldrich. He looked away from Seismic, away from that voice, because it brought up bad memories of his own father that had left him far too early. Yes, you will, if everything goes right. Just consider yourself a hero under my employ. When you have downtime, you can visit your son. Seismic nodded. It will be hard. I'm still sponsored and contracted by Hammerhead Industries. Hammerhead Industries, a juggernaut in the construction industry and a subsidiary under the mega corporation known as Triple HHHH. In all of North America, Hammerhead Industries was perhaps the biggest player for heavy-duty construction and manufacturing. Taking it on would be a challenge, but one that Aldrich would gladly take to keep Seismic. But this was all for another time, after he established himself in a strong position in the world. That, we can worry about later, said Aldrich. He looked down to see the Panopticon bunker and directed Crow towards it. When Crow neared the ground, Aldrich put Valera gently down on Crow's back. Hover in the air gently. Try to keep her comfortable, said Aldrich to Crow. Crow grunted in affirmation, blinking his 6 yellow eyes. Master, I can't come with you, said Valera as she looked up at Aldrich with large, puppy dog pleading eyes. I'd like to take you, but, well, began Aldrich. Carrying a ghastly, severed head such as the form you hold now will only elevate the stress and fear levels in the mortals the armored is to meet, said Volantis simply. Ghastly. Valera made an offended face before she sighed again. I understand. I will be waiting for you, Master. Aldrich nodded to her before he jumped down. Seismic jumped down with him. They fell down a dozen meters and landed with 2 heavy crashes against the metal of the Panopticon bunker's vault doors. There, Minuteman stood at attention, waving towards Aldrich. The hero's wounds had all been perfectly healed by now, and the Blackwater students that had stayed with Minuteman patrolled around the edges of the bunker doors where over 100 fishmen and crabmen corpses lay scattered. Good to see you again, said Minuteman as he wiped some fishman blood off his forehead. I know you asked me for a favor, but I doubt I'll be of much help to you anymore. You already routed those fishmen, sent them back crawling where they came from. I saw it all on screen. You saved this entire city. Minuteman nodded to Aldrich. Thank you. I'm here for that favor, said Aldrich. Oh, already, said Minuteman. Is there another fight I need to get to that the news missed? If that's the case, I'm always ready. Minuteman locked his shield in place against his forearm gauntlet as he put on a strong, confident smile. No, said Aldrich. The fighting's over. What I need from you is simple. I need you to be my sponsor. Chapter 155. A deal. A sponsor. Minuteman raised a brow as he looked at Aldrich questioningly. Let me hear that again. You want me to be your sponsor? Yes, said Aldrich. I would be more than happy to sponsor you, considering the pure color of your willpower and how much good you've done tonight, but I have to ask, what for? Said Minuteman. If it's for a hero consideration hearing, I don't think that's going to be necessary for someone like you. As long as you have a relatively crime-free record on your SID, hell, even if you haven't exactly been on the straight and narrow path, so many core are going to see what you did and try to snap you up. And they've got a lot more power than me to fast-track you to top hero status in the AA. All the powers you've used today probably exceed any power regulation license you have, but the core and their lawyers will get that cleared from you in a flash. Once that's done, you can submit an application to the AA with a corporate backer and then it's smooth sailing from there. You'll start out in the B class at the minimum with a strong and well-funded backer like a corp. Probably a class honestly speaking, considering you took down that monster of a locus. But with someone like me, well, I'll vouch for you, but my voice alone isn't going to match the strength of a multi-billion credit company, and there's no telling what'll happen at a hearing. That won't work for me. I need the hearing. Aldrich understood where Minuteman was coming from. But the process that Minuteman outlined, getting a corp to sponsor him, submitting an application normally, that was not for him. Generally speaking, it would be much better for Aldrich to just sign with a corporation and have them back him. Like Minuteman said, as long as Aldrich's past wasn't completely horrible, the corp would fast-track him into hero status and probably bump him into high ranks with their money and influence. Hero consideration hearings were another way for alters not affiliated by the Alterhuman agency to enter the supers industry, particularly after incidents where they used their powers in a way beyond what they were licensed to do for the sake of public safety. However, where Minuteman's confusion arose was in the fact that hero consideration hearings were used mostly for villains, mercenaries, and other criminal entities that had less than favorable pasts or, in the case of nomads that did not live in any governed walled city, no traceable past at all. The hearings were meant for people like these, people that lived in the dirt and shadows, to have a chance to step into the light, have their criminal records wiped clean, and enter the supers industry with a fresh new start. That was why for these hearings, established heroes needed to sponsor and alter for a hearing after determining their character and strength to be solid. In the hearing, a panel of higher-ups in the government employees, and Panopticon members would judge whether the alter in question could actually fit in the supers industry complex. If not, then depending on how bad the alter's past was, they could get arrested right then and there to answer for their past crimes. With a lightened sentence, of course, but no self-serving alter mercenary or villain would want to risk going to jail just for the chance to be a hero when in all likelihood they had just as good if not better lives using their services for the criminal underworld. In that sense, hero consideration hearings were basically like court trials. You win the trial, and you're allowed to put on a cape and join the AA. If you don't, you get arrested and one more potential menace to society is out of the streets. That was why hero consideration hearings practically never happened. On top of that, it was difficult to get one authorized in the first place. Heroes of all ranks could sponsor others, but only a sponsorship from a hero B ranked and above meant anything because it guaranteed a hearing. So you are a criminal. Or a villain, said Minuteman. He did not have any real judgment in his voice. Just some minor surprise that his suspicions had been confirmed. A villain? No, not exactly, said Aldrich. I have no real traceable criminal record. You won't see my threat ranking listed anywhere. Nobody knows who I am or where I came from. And I want it to stay that way. Technically, Aldrich was dead. And he wanted the anonymity that death provided. That gave him far more secrecy and safety. Afterwards, if things went right, then he would also wipe any records of him in Blackwater, rendering him completely invisible. The less information there was around him, the better. I'm still not sure this is a good idea, said Minuteman, concerned mostly about Aldrich's well-being despite knowing for sure now that Aldrich was in all likelihood not someone with a clean past. He truly was a good man. Once you step into that hearing, your identity, or lack of one, will be made known anyway. They'll force you to reveal everything about yourself. Your powers, your past, your team, all of that's going to come under scrutiny. There's always room for negotiation, no, said Aldrich. Don't you remember the case with Dracul? Minuteman paused for a moment. Dracul had been an A-ranked villain based in Eastern Europe who had been the leader of an infamous mercenary group known as the Night Raiders, widely known for their brutality and efficiency, wiping out their targets stealthily in the cover of night, hence their name. Dracul and his team had wiped out dozens of well-loved heroes personally for the sake of the Dark Six. However, Dracul had a change of heart one day when the Echelon, one of the Dark Six organizations at the time, betrayed him, killing his team, his family, and his dog. Since then, Dracul single-handedly broke down Echelon, eradicating one of the 6 strongest criminal organizations in the world, and also played an instrumental role in fighting against variants alongside heroes during the sinking of Moscow that Spiebert survived. Dracul since then was considered like a heroic national icon of the Russian people, and all of that contributed to Dracul going into a hero consideration hearing with the upper hand. Dracul could negotiate with the AA on his terms, granting himself much more freedom and status in the AA to do what he wanted. That could work, said Minuteman. Your situation is a little similar. But it's no guarantee even then. The AA and the Panop might be on high alert in light of these attacks. They might be a lot stricter on you. Or they might not be. It's just unpredictable. On top of that, you've got Seismic here working with you, don't you? His sponsorship will mean more than mine. An argument could be made that Seismic has been compromised, said Aldrich. Considering the nature of my powers. Minuteman glanced at Seismic. If you think I'm being controlled, then no, said Seismic simply. I just want to make absolutely sure I get this hearing, that nobody can question my valid claim to it, said Aldrich. And for that, I need someone, clean, like you. I understand you might not want to be associated sponsoring me, especially with that neat image of yours. It's not that, said Minuteman as he shook his head. My image is something I don't care about. I've never micromanaged it to tailor it into something that I'm not, and I would sponsor you in a heartbeat. I just don't want to see you locked up in response to all the good you've done. They'll be afraid of you, I'm sure of it. Your power to control corpses is something that's never been seen before. Making a few zombies here and there, that's been done, but this, controlling an entire locus, this is something far beyond anything anyone's seen. To be honest, when I saw your power on screen, I felt a chill run down my spine. Not because I was afraid of you, but because I knew just how much your power could change, well, everything. And everyone in that hearing will be feeling the exact same way I did. They'll fear your power, your potential, and if they don't think they can control you, I'm afraid they'll try and destroy you. I appreciate your concern for me, said Aldrich genuinely as his voice lightened. But trust me, just give me this hearing, and you won't have to worry about anything. I'm quite confident in my ability to be persuasive. And if that isn't enough, what if they try to round you and your team up? Said Minuteman. Then that's my problem to deal with, isn't it? Said Aldrich. Minuteman nodded. You're right, it's not my place to be worrying about this for you. Sorry about that, it just always hurts me to know that there's the potential for someone's good deeds to go punished. He smiled and reached out a red-gloved hand. Aldrich shook it. All right then, we've got a deal, said Minuteman with a smile. In exchange for saving my sorry ass, I'll be your sponsor, and if those bureaucratic AA sons of bitches try to mess with you, I'll do my best to vouch for you. Chapter 156 Sentinel. I appreciate the thought, but when the hearing comes around, I want to handle it alone, said Aldrich. He did not want Minuteman to testify in the hearing on his behalf because depending on how things went, there was a distinctive possibility that Aldrich was going to use some, well, less than savory means to obtain the control he needed. Aldrich did not want Minuteman to get caught in the crossfire. Because, honestly speaking, Aldrich did not particularly think that testimony from Minuteman to vouch for Aldrich would do much. It was as Minuteman said, Aldrich had power with unfathomable potential for growth, and that would make people used to maintaining the status quo, afraid. They would want to control Aldrich. Well, let them try, thought Aldrich. By the end of this all, Aldrich would be the one in control. Got it, said Minuteman. Well, at the very least, let me submit recorded testimony on behalf of your character and what you did today. I don't know how much that will help, but it should be better than nothing. There's nothing worse in this world than good deeds going punished. If possible, I'd like that not to happen to you. Aldrich nodded to Minuteman before gesturing towards the bunker vault doors. Do you have an idea about what's going to happen to them? Minuteman sighed. Times will be tough, that's for sure. Most of their homes were washed away or flat out destroyed. The homeless shelters are also flooded, so they won't have anywhere to stay. And as powerless people, I doubt they have the means to piece their lives back together. And it's not just Southside either that's suffering. The rest of Haven's also in shambles. A lot of folk are probably going to think about moving out or maybe taking up nomad cloaks. The Panopticon won't help, said Aldrich. What about the Reconstruction Initiative? The Reconstruction Initiative was a combined effort between the Panopticon and manufacturing companies to work together so as to rebuild cities after variant attacks. Most city walls and structures were built with predetermined templates so as to make rebuilding as quick and efficient as possible. The Panopticon had ownership rights over the templates of city walls and fortifications while private companies had ownership over templates of civilian infrastructure like housing or office buildings. Through the Reconstruction Initiative, even massive cities like New York could repair severe damage to itself over the course of weeks to months. It's sad to say, but Tier 3 cities like this are pretty replaceable, said Minuteman. He shook his head. Like everything in the world these days, it's a matter of economics. Tier 2 and 1 cities have enough money to easily cash out high-paying construction contracts to rebuild themselves faster. But unless a Tier 3 city holds something important like, say, etherite deposits, they get left to rot after big attacks like this. There's just not enough money in rebuilding these cities. He's right, said Seismic. With the amount of damage Haven suffered, you'd be hard-pressed to find a construction company willing to shell out resources at a loss to fix it. There's just not anything worth rebuilding for. I'll be changing that, said Aldrich. Minuteman raised a brow. How? You don't mean that you'll sign a contract with a construction company, will you? Having a corporate backer is fine, but that will limit your freedom even more. Maybe, maybe not, said Aldrich. Nothing is set in stone yet. But at the very least, I can guarantee that this city won't get ignored. I spent the effort to save it, I sure as hell am not going to just watch it wither away. I respect your commitment, said Minuteman with a firm nod. You never do forget the little guys, huh? Before Aldrich could respond, a voice crackled in his earpiece. It was Fisk. Boss, you might want to get back to the city center, said Fisk. What is it? Said Aldrich. Remember that a class guy that was stationed in Have. Alongside grumpy old Seismic. He's back, said Fisk. And, I'm not sure what he's trying to do, but it looks like he's trying to claim credit for what you did. Going on about holding the line up the front and making sure everyone had time to evacuate and whatnot. Boo it, I'm pretty sure he just got scared and ran with his tail between his legs. Makes me sick, honestly, watching this. I have to go, said Aldrich to Minuteman. Watch over everyone here until they get sent off to safety. And again, I appreciate your willingness to sponsor me. Hey, that's nothing. A tiny sponsorship in exchange for my life. Now that's a deal I'd take in a heartbeat, said Minuteman. Good luck with whatever it is you need to deal with. Aldrich nodded before he got back on Crow. He had the Blackwater students that remained with Minuteman hop on as well. He willed Crow to move, and Crow loosed a guttural grumble as he flapped his wings, soaring into the sky with explosive force. Aldrich scooped up Valera's head in his arm, and she looked up at him. So how was it, Master? Did you obtain what you needed? Yes, said Aldrich, but this is just the beginning. Oh, a plan is it? Valera smiled at Aldrich. I do love those wondrous plans of yours. They keep me alive so I can unleash as much destruction as I want. Not battle plans this time, said Aldrich. Oh, said Valera with a sigh. She might have been surprisingly tactical on the battlefield, but that was because she loved fighting in its entirety. Outside of it, she had little interest in boring pen and paper affairs that Aldrich would now be getting into. I have an idea of what you want to do, said Seismic. You want to be a sentinel, said Seismic as he crossed his arms and stared at Aldrich with his sharp gaze. A sentinel. It was an old title from near the beginning of Alter Powers, back during the age of villains when there was no alterhuman agency and panopticon to keep a semblance of world order. During this era, when modern governments collapsed under the weight of unregulated alter conflict, people reverted back to older governmental systems. Amid the chaos of conflict, certain powerful alters emerged as the defenders of their homes, essentially ruling their cities like feudal lords. These alters were dubbed many titles ranging from defender to protector to, eventually, officially known as sentinels. Sentinels basically controlled an entire city as their base of operations, giving them unprecedented amounts of power. The sentinel title remained in use throughout the age of villains and even through the first half of the monstering. However, once the Titans were defeated and humanity sought to rebuild, sentinels were gradually phased out. There was no place in a world governed by the order of large organizations for single individuals with too much power like the Sentinels. Aided by the threat of Vanguard, most Sentinels willingly gave up their titles and folded into the AA Panopticon complex. A few actually fought back, unwilling to give up their lord-like power. Even fewer actually maintained their Sentinel status, for they were simply too popular in their home cities with a good track record of fair governance. To this day, there were a few Sentinels here and there, but they were basically ancient relics. It had been nearly a century since a new Sentinel title had been given out. Sentinel. My, that title does have a nice ring of power befitting my dear master, said Valera. Don't get your hopes up, said Seismic. It'll be impossible to get a Sentinel position. They are already afraid of you. Why would they give you even more power? That's the point of the hearing, isn't it? To negotiate my terms, said Aldrich. And if they don't listen, said Seismic. Like I said, I can be quite persuasive when I need to be, said Aldrich. You're planning on doing something, aren't you? Something that won't exactly fit under the umbrella of the law, said Seismic. There was no sense of judgment in the hero's voice, more a sense of simple understanding. And if I am, are you going to stand against me? Said Aldrich. Seismic shook his head. No, laws aren't perfect. They're guidelines. I should know. I never had much respect for them in the first place. I'm just curious how you'll do. How far you'll go. I aim to go far. And if possible, I want you to walk that path with me, said Aldrich. After Aldrich said that, Crow quickly neared Haven's city center. There, in the central square where people had been watching Aldrich's fight all night, there was Hat Trick. Hat Trick and several other people, all women dressed up in revealing magician's assistant costumes with top hats, very likely members of Hat Trick's team. Chapter 157 Hat Trick. Aldrich remained high in the air as he observed Hat Trick. He wanted to get a read on the situation first before he went down and engaged with the A-class hero. Do you know what happened with Hat Trick? Aldrich asked Seismic. He ran when the locus was detected, said Seismic. That was all he said, but that was enough for Aldrich to immediately have negative levels of respect for the hero. Aldrich had a decent amount of knowledge of all the A and S class heroes because information about most of them was widely publicly available. Hat Trick, too, he knew. He was an up-and-coming young ranker with a stellar amount of promise who, with a couple more years of building up his rep, would probably easily make it into the A or even A+ rank. The S class, though, Hat Trick probably never would break into. Hat Trick simply did not possess enough raw power. From what Aldrich could recall, Hat Trick had a fairly good public image. He marketed himself as a roguish playboy but balanced that out with supposedly a strong sense of heroism. Cool on the outside, warm in the inside, an image that was probably straight up copy-pasted from countless romance novels fantasizing about getting it on and breaking into the warm hearts of supposedly cold CEOs or whatever. As far as I know, said Aldrich, his public record is clean with a solid track record of beating tough variants and a few humanitarian relief cases here and there. It is. His marketing team has been good about that, said Seismic. But this is his first mistake. Maybe his last. Explain, said Aldrich. Hat Trick ran because he thought Haven would fall, said Seismic. He helped with initial evac. Got the important people out. Afterwards, when he thought his life was in danger, he fled. I see what you're getting at, said Aldrich. It makes sense to stay for evac, especially since it prioritizes important and wealthier people that'll contribute more to his payroll. But when all the evac vehicles ran out and there were still thousands left behind, he figured it was safe to just run because he assumed they would all die. And dead people tell no tales. Or, if they were heroes that ran, well, they couldn't speak out against Hat Trick when they had committed the same act of cowardice. With the storm cutting out any form of recording, it would have been the perfect opportunity to just run without consequences. Seismic nodded his head. That's right. He tried to convince me to leave, too. If I stayed and beat the locus, then that would expose him as well. But you didn't leave. No, I see, said Aldrich. Considering the fact that Hat Trick knew you would stay and still fled, then that means he bet on you dying and the city falling. Yes, Seismic cracked his neck as he stared downwards towards where Hat Trick was. He would have won that bet, too. But you showed up. And now that he's lost that bet, he needs to do damage control, said Aldrich. He clenched his hand into a fist, feeling the same sense of disgust well up in him when he had destroyed that ship full of fleeing heroes from the Panopticon bunker. What sickened Aldrich was not the fact that heroes did not always save every life. No, he understood that. He even understood that sometimes, it was better to sacrifice lives to achieve a long-term goal so long as in the end, more lives were saved. In a hypothetical tough fight, if Aldrich had to make a tactical retreat at the cost of 1,000 lives, he would take that retreat so long as it gave him a chance to win later to save 100,000 more lives. There was no glory in self-sacrifice that led to long-term suffering. There were plenty of cases of heroes, especially those from the Golden Age, sacrificing themselves only to rob their communities of a protector that they needed long-term. But where Aldrich drew the line was with individuals that sacrificed others solely for their own sakes. For nothing more than a paycheck and a handshake with grubby corporate moguls. These were people that proudly proclaimed something they were not. Snakes masquerading under capes and costumes. Are the defenders of this era so cowardly? Muttered Valera. It seems that these mortals known as heroes are this era's chosen warriors, and yet, so very few of them possess the mettle of a true warrior. I can take care of him, said Seismic. If you care about your image. Would be less risky for you if I went down. There's no reason that this can't benefit me, said Aldrich. Plus, this feels a little personal. I'll handle this with you. He willed Crow to move down. As Crow approached the crowd below, Aldrich took in and analyzed the surroundings. There was a crowd of hundreds gathered before a massive ad screen that, normally, would have projected a giant in exchange for an exorbitant price. The screen had been hijacked by technos to showcase the battle sites, and there, they showed Okeanos blitzing his way through the remainder of the aquatic variant army, utterly annihilating them in droves, completely proving that Aldrich had full control over the locus. However, most notably, the audio had been cut off from the broadcast, giving full rein for Hat Trick to hover in the air and talk to everyone below. Hat Trick had a suave smile on his face while his entourage of female team members behind him just acted like pretty props, just smiling and nodding along. But Aldrich could immediately tell there was nervousness etched into Hat Trick's face. And the people around Hat Trick stared up at him not with adoration or relief or anything remotely resembling something positive, but bare hate at worst and visible disbelief at best. Good. This was an easy situation for Aldrich to use. Aldrich laid Valera down on Crow's back. Not again, complained Valera. She glared down towards Hat Trick. That fool better make your time worthwhile for making you leave me, master. Oh, he will, said Aldrich as he jumped down. Seismic quickly followed. Together, they landed on an empty spot away from the crowds. Aldrich broke his fall with draconic wings while Seismic used a tiny quake to offset his impact. When they landed, the crowd turned around, and immediately, all the negativity they had shown Hat Trick melted away as their faces grew bright and hopeful seeing the two heroes that had actually saved them. They're here. Seismic and that new guy, are they working together? Maybe they're in a new team. Seeing the guy in armor up close, wow, he really does leave a strong impression on you. People started to snap pictures of Aldrich and Seismic en masse, and as the two walked forwards, several people from the crowd reached out to them. Thank you, said a woman in tears. When they didn't let us board the last evac ship, I thought my whole family was doomed, but you've saved us all. I can see my daughter another day because of you too, said a man. An older man, former policeman, it seemed, from the badges decorating his coat, nodded at Aldrich and Seismic. When everyone else left, you stayed. I know none of us don't have much. There's a reason they left us while the folk with money got to leave, so we can't give big donations to you, but I hope that our thanks still means something. Your thanks has meaning. More meaning than a few credits, said Aldrich, and Seismic nodded. Ah, so you two have come back from the cleanup, Hat Trick's voice resonated outwards, drowning everyone out. And it's great to see you alive, Seismic. It would have crushed me to know a man as great as you had died out there. Cleanup, said Aldrich. You call that fight a cleanup? Where have you been? What do you mean? Said Hat Trick. I was out in the front lines, by the coast itself, fending off against waves of reinforcements from pouring in. Before Aldrich could respond, Hat Trick waved to Seismic. Seismic, can I have a moment with you? It's about something quite important, and classified information, I'm afraid. Seismic paused, unsure of what to do. He glanced over at Aldrich. Aldrich nodded towards Seismic. He was willing to see what Hat Trick wanted to do here. All right, said Seismic. Good, I knew you would understand, said Hat Trick as he flew over to Seismic and took the older man aside, away from the crowd, speaking in hushed voice that nobody could make out. Chapter 158 Corruption. Aldrich paid very careful attention to the body language between Seismic and Hat Trick's hushed conversation. Seismic, as always, was like a rock. He stood tall, straight, and utterly stiff. Among the many people that Aldrich had analyzed in his life, Seismic was among the very few that was nearly impossible to tell anything about based off his body language and facial expressions. Hat Trick, however, was like an open book. Hat Trick put his arm across Seismic's shoulder in a friendly gesture, but when Seismic stood coldly still, Hat Trick withdrew his arm awkwardly. Hat Trick talked with expressive gestures and an ingratiating smile marked with nods punctuating every sentence as if he was saying, "You understand why I did what I did, right?" In response, Seismic just stood still, and that unnerved Hat Trick more and more. As Aldrich watched, he noted from the periphery of his vision that many of the people in the crowd were behind him, keeping a wary distance from him. They recognized him as their savior, but at the same time, the aura of mystery around him, plus his menacing-looking armor, made him less approachable. Aldrich did not actually mind this. He did not care to be a shining smiling hero that tried to spread love and hope and warm goodness every chance he could. He did not want to be someone that promised many things but failed to deliver on them, because he knew that even if he fulfilled 99 out of 100 grand promises, that single broken one would overshadow all the others he had upheld. There was also the obvious problem that Aldrich's personality and way of thinking was just entirely unsuited to being a shining beacon of hope like Minuteman or Vanguard or any of the Golden Age heroes. What he did best was leading through cold hard results. At the same time, Aldrich knew he could not just ignore these people either. They were his people after all, or soon to be his people if his gambit to become a sentinel paid off. "What is it?" said Aldrich as gently as he could manage. "Are they talking about anything important?" said a man, obviously worried. The man was costumed, though very plainly in what was basically standard issue body armor painted white. He carried an arm in a sling and walked with a limp. He was probably a low-ranking hero that had not been able to fight due to his injuries. But still, because he was a hero, the people trusted him to act like a representative to talk to Aldrich. Hat-Trick mentioned classified information, and I'm way too small of a fish to know anything about what's going on. I hear that there's been wide-scale attacks everywhere but they're mostly all dealt with. But the people are still on edge, worried that there might be another attack. Another attack is unlikely, said Aldrich. And whether what they're talking about is important or not is something we'll find out together soon enough. And, another thing, something all of us have wanted to know for a while, continued the man. What's your name? Your sign? We've tried to search for you in the hero database or even whether you were a villain, but nobody's been able to find out anything. Or are you a shadow? A shadow. Something that Aldrich briefly had considered being. These were entities that had no signs and acted in pure secrecy. They were mostly assassins who did not want the brand name recognition of being villains or mercenaries attached to them. Being a shadow promised the greatest amount of secrecy, but Aldrich, though he valued secrecy, knew he could not hide in obscurity forever. He needed the influence and power that having his own name could bring out. "Thanatos," said Aldrich. "Thanatos," repeated the hero, nodding to himself. He smiled at Aldrich. "Ironic, isn't it? All of us getting saved from death by death itself. Those who walk closest to death know the best ways to avoid it," said Aldrich, and at that moment, he watched as Hat-Trick patted Seismic's back and flew back over to the crowd. "Citizens of Haven, I'm sorry for the delay, but my business with Seismic over there is done," declared Hat-Trick as he tipped his hat at everyone and assumed his position in front of the giant adboard. "Rest assured, you won't be under another attack. My efforts, along with the valiant fighting of Seismic and the newcomer, and, of course, the noble sacrifice of the many heroes and policemen outside these walls, have let us see the light of a new day." "How do we know that's true?" said a man. Judging by the rectangular deep dive goggles on his face and the port on the side of his shaved head, he was a techno. "I've been managing and tuning into every broadcast I could find about this. And I've never seen you anywhere." Murmurs of agreement rustled through the crowd. Hat-Trick just smiled and put up a hand. Of course, that's understandable. I told you, though, I was at the coastline. Up there, with the crashing waves and even more waves of variants, it was impossible to set up a stream of my own. Not to mention the disruption field was impossibly strong there. But you all know me. I might like to enjoy the good life. Hat-Trick flashed a smile to one of his all-female team members, and she smiled coyly back at him. "But deep down, I fight to protect what matters. And that's all of you. I don't need the recognition, and honestly, I don't care that there's no evidence. What I care about is that tonight, here and now, all of you are safe, standing, and alive. Now then, if any of you want to support me, you can talk to my assistants here for my ShareSpace pages to drop likes and follows." "Sounds like bullshit to me," said the techno, and the crowd nodded in agreement. "I've talked to some of the surviving heroes, too. They said you ran. And if that's the case, I wonder how you have the balls to even show up here again." "Run. Me. Ridiculous," said Hat-Trick. "Look at my past record. I've killed 11 B-rank disasters and over 100 C-rank disasters. I've never run from a fight, and I've never stood down from protecting the people." While Hat-Trick and the crowd argued, Aldrich telepathically tuned in with Seismic. So, what did he say? Said Aldrich. Seismic looked towards Hat Trick with crossed arms and stern expression, but his mind communicated with Aldrich. The summary of it is simple. Hat Trick first gave me a bribe to keep me quiet. Decent amount of credits. Easily enough that it would put a big dent in his wallet, said Seismic. So he's desperate, said Aldrich. How's he going to handle the testimonies of all the other heroes? They don't matter as much, said Seismic. If I join Hat Trick's side, then the voices of 2 rankers outweighs the voices of all the heroes here. It sounds unequal, but it's the way it is. And about me, does he think he can bribe me? Said Aldrich. Yes he does, said Seismic. Credits are king, now more so than ever among heroes. It's called an industry for a reason. He's willing to shell out just as many credits to you. He also expects you as a newbie to understand that heroes help each other out. They cover for each other's mistakes. You mean they cover for each other's faults, said Aldrich. There isn't much difference between the two. Not in this industry, said Seismic. It's corruption, plain and simple. You help cover what he did up, and he'll help you cover something you do up in the future. Like I said, high-ranking hero voices are resources on their own. We're celebrities, idols. Our voices influence the public. What we say can shape how they think, how they make judgments. And we have core backing us. Core willing to pay to take down news, recordings, silence voices. This is how the B rankers and above keep their images clean. Your image isn't clean, no, said Aldrich. No, said Seismic, because I never cared. Not until recently, but by then, I had done too much damage. Too much to cover up. Search my name on the net, you'll find 100 articles about how much damage I caused. People I've accidentally killed. Only reason I even have a sponsor is because Hammerhead is one of the core that don't care. They just value strength, and that, I have. And I'm assuming Hat Trick's sponsors aren't like that, said Aldrich. Elysium Entertainment is the exact opposite, said Seismic. They sponsor heroes based entirely off image. Off of their looks. The characters they can put out. They basically sponsor actors. Hell, you'll see their heroes starring in their movies. Hat Trick has a character he can't break. He's broken it today. Badly. Word gets out. He's done for. He's willing to do anything to patch this situation. Getting himself in debt to a newcomer like you hurts his pride. Not to mention having to throw so much money at you. But he's willing to do it. Humor me, Seismic. How many credits is he willing to send my way? Said Aldrich. 10 million credits, said Seismic, and 15 million to me. Chapter 159 Exposing Hat Trick. Aldrich tossed those numbers around in his head. 10 million credits to Aldrich. 15 million to Seismic. A total of a 25 million credit investment. This was an amount of money that Aldrich would only have dreamt of even grasping at. His parents, as relatively regular D and C rank heroes, earned almost 200,000 credits a year together in New York, which sounded like a lot, but living costs in New York, a Tier 1 city, were absurdly high. Even if his parents could take all of their earnings without spending anything on rent, they would need 125 years to match what Hat Trick was offering. But Aldrich did not care about how much that credit amount meant to him. Because soon enough, he was going to have enough power and influence that credits were not going to be an issue. No, what he wanted to know was how much that amount meant to Hat Trick. From what Aldrich knew, it was at the A rank that heroes started becoming superstar earners that could earn millions of credits a year. He did not know exactly how much Hat Trick himself earned, but on average, he figured that an A ranker with a strong social media presence and decent sponsors made around the ballpark of 10 million credits a year. I see, said Aldrich. Hat Trick was a new A ranker and had only been working for 5 years. If Aldrich recalled correctly, then, his lifetime earnings were around 50 million credits, but like most superstars, Hat Trick was not exactly frugal with his spending. Aldrich figured those 25 million credits was close to almost all of what Hat Trick could cough up at a short notice. And how did you respond to that offer? I didn't, said Seismic. I was waiting for your decision. I will make this clear now. I will follow you. I will walk the path you pave. It's what I owe you for giving me back this life. If you take a step one day that I don't think I can follow, I will tell you. Then, You can turn me mindless, I don't care. This body isn't mine anymore. It's yours, so do what you want with it. But besides that, are you going to take Hat Trick's offer? Of course not, scoffed Aldrich. I only asked to humor myself. I wanted to know how much Hat Trick thought his life was worth. And, do you agree with the number he put out? Said Seismic. Aldrich paused for a moment before he stared at Hat Trick, at the hero's fake smile that he flashed towards the disbelieving, disgruntled, tired, now homeless citizens of Haven. The fakeness of it all almost made Aldrich's undead stomach sick, if that was even possible. Let's just say I would never sell something worthless for that many credits. You there, newcomer. Hat Trick's voice resonated outwards, aimed right at Aldrich. He waved at Aldrich with a nervous and now barely maintained smile, though perhaps due to years of training his fake smile, he could still keep it up in the face of so much public opposition. I can't thank you enough for the service you've done today. I know you are no hero, but with the valiant efforts of tonight, I'm sure you'll be recognized by the agency. I'm sure you've talked with Seismic about how the agency works with its heroes, yeah? Yes, said Aldrich. Hat Trick here was speaking in double meanings. He could not just reveal to the public the blatant corruption he wanted Aldrich to pull off, so he veiled it in seemingly proper, hero-related talk. Good, said Hat Trick. He sighed dramatically. It's not often that I need to prove myself, but I guess that's on me for forgetting to record my fights. It's hard to remember that when I fight variants to protect, not to profit. Hat Trick shook his head and cast a look of judgment around the crowd before looking up at Aldrich with a hopeful smile. But I'm sure you understand, don't you, newcomer? You've been in the dark for so long, probably fighting without any recognition all that time. You understand me, don't you? Aldrich did not respond, and that silence unnerved Hat Trick. Good. Hat Trick paused awkwardly, and the crowd stared at him with ruthless silence, showing very obviously whose word they trusted at this point. Right now, everything short of Hat Trick's life, his entire career, his reputation, all those movie deals and sponsorships, were on the line. No, that might just be worth his entire life to him. If you talked with Seismic, then you know, right? What I did, said Hat Trick. Then I'd like you to tell the people here about the role I played in tonight's defense. Just like how you were at the front lines, beating back that monster of a locust, I was at the coastline, beating back the reinforcements. At this moment, Hat Trick's eyes narrowed as he lowered his gaze, his long locks of red hair falling across his face in disheveled manner that gave his stare a pointedly threatening aura to it. Heroes stand tall because we have each other's backs, isn't that right? This was Hat Trick's direct call to get Aldrich to lie. Hat Trick's words seemed harmless at first, but in reality, he was reminding Aldrich of what he had told Seismic. Heroes have each other's backs. Or, more accurately, they cover up for each other's faults. This was a veiled command to Aldrich, telling him to cover for Hat Trick now. At this moment, the crowd's attention shifted to Aldrich. They instinctively understood that it was now up to Aldrich. For him to lay down judgment. Aldrich remembered Ghost. He remembered Seth Solar. He remembered how he had judged them. He would judge Hat Trick just the same now. Aldrich began to walk forwards. He towered over most of the people in the crowd, and he trudged forward. The crowd automatically parted way. With every step towards Hat Trick, with every passing second of silence, the hero grew increasingly more nervous. When the female team members behind Hat Trick saw Aldrich's menacing, bone-spiked, blood-infused form trudge forward with the heavy click of armor, they slunk backwards, afraid. None of them were fighters. All of them were just pretty playthings for Hat Trick. Things he used to make himself look and feel good. Symbolic of how Hat Trick lived his life and how he saw the world. As playthings. One big playground to do whatever he wanted in. He could leave his toys whenever he wanted. Throw them away whenever he wanted. Break them whenever he wanted. All that mattered was what he wanted. Not anymore. When Aldrich stood right before Hat Trick, he stood half a head over the hero. Hat Trick maintained his smile, but he was forced to look up at Aldrich's unnerving red dot helm. Aldrich stared right down at Hat Trick and spoke, his voice echoing outwards and reaching the whole crowd. Here's what you did tonight, nothing. You left the moment the locust came. Seismic and every single hero and police force outside these walls can attest to this. You left because you were a coward. You left because you thought everyone here would die, leaving no witnesses to your sickening weakness. Had you stayed, had you held even the smallest shred of bravery in that pathetic excuse of a heart of yours, you could have fought with Seismic and beaten the locusts. But now look at you. You have to come back here with this poorly made-up excuse, relying on me and Seismic, no, bribing us both to try and back you, because you know you can't keep this a secret. Everything about you reeks of desperation. And nothing smells worse than the filth of desperation from scum like you. Hat Trick made several steps back, his eyes wide in shock. His female team members blinked as they broke their practiced smiles and nervously stared at Hat Trick, wondering what to do. The crowd erupted in a united chant of hatred against Hat Trick, spurred on by Aldrich. Coward, you ran, and you come back to us again with lies like this. One particular anguished man shoved his way to the front and pointed an accusing finger at Hat Trick. You're the reason my son died out there. Just a boy, torn to shreds like that. I'm just one man, someone so insignificant you can just leave behind to die, but I'm going to do my best for the rest of my life that you never get another deal, another sponsorship, ever again. That everyone in the world hears about this. The crowd roared in agreement, their chants and proclamations of how they would make sure Hat Trick's image never recovered melding together into a weapon that could hurt even Hat Trick. Individually, all of these people were weak and without influence, but together, they could at least make sure the consequences of Hat Trick's actions caught up with him. Hat Trick stepped back again, still shocked. He looked around at the rage-contorted faces screaming up at him, and he stammered out, Don't you all love me? Remember my movies? We don't give a sh*t about your corny-ass movies. Get out of here. Get out, get out, get out. A unified chant formed, and with each, get out, Hat Trick's gaze dropped lower and lower, until his hat fully covered his facial expression. People started to throw things at him. Rubble, half-eaten rations, broken electronics, whatever they had on him, they pelted at him, some with considerable force considering there were a few augmenter altars there. Of course, everything just bounced off Hat Trick's tough body, but his female team members shrieked at the sudden outburst and rain of projectiles and scattered away like scared cats, leaving Hat Trick utterly alone. That was when Aldrich noticed a shift in Hat Trick's body language. It was incredibly slight, almost imperceptible, but alarming. Hat Trick stiffened up, and it was not in shock either. It felt nearly violent, like how a beast might stiffen up right before they lunge to kill. Chapter 160 Time's Up. Everyone, back, Aldrich said as he stepped forward while manifesting his death essence barrier. He roughly shoved several people behind him, sending them flying back, but better safe than sorry. Hat Trick smashed his fist into the ground, sending out a shockwave of force that crashed against Aldrich's barrier harmlessly. Hat Trick's shockwave had not really been meant to harm. It was more like a way to vent his frustration. The crowd grew silent in fear and confusion as they took nervous, tentative steps backwards. Even if this was the case that Hat Trick was just unleashing a man-child tantrum, Aldrich had to be wary that it could devolve into something dangerous. He could not think of a more dangerous and volatile person than an egotistical hero who had fallen from all the grace and praise they once took for granted. From what Aldrich knew through publicly available information, Hat Trick's alter power was categorized under the Augmenter main category, but he had a trump subcategory that indicated that his powers could traverse across multiple other categories under certain conditions. In Hat Trick's case, depending on what color his hat was and what trick he performed with it, he obtained different sets of powers. What these powers exactly were was kept more of a secret, but his marketing team showcased most often his ability to turn his body into lasers and another one where he obtained a completely crystalline, diamond-like body. But even at his base state, Hat Trick had a high enough AC count that his raw physical stats were considerably developed already. Hat Trick began to laugh. It was a full-bellied, extended laugh that continued on and on until he ran out of breath. Back, repeated Aldrich with more force, and the crowd all shuffled away, behind Seismic as a second layer of protection. A joke, a sick fucking joke, muttered Hat Trick. He finally looked up at Aldrich, his face revealing under his hat. There was no anger there. No frustration. His eyes had tears of laughter welling up within them. This is what this all is. All that work, the monster hunting, The plastic surgeries, the hair transplants, the marketing, the movies, the acting, so much fucking acting on set, off set, so much some days I couldn't even tell what was real anymore, all that just to get flipped over by a no-name fuck-up like you. It's a joke, isn't it? Hat trick, if you don't stand down, snarled Seismic as he stepped forward, but Aldrich raised a hand, stopping Seismic. Aldrich wanted Hat Trick to break down here. It would give Aldrich even more leverage to work with. But you know what I've come to realize. Hat Trick's smile turned into a cold, emotionless void. I might like tricks, but I fucking hate jokes. The rim around Hat Trick's hat glowed blue. The hero then took off his hat in one smooth motion and opened it up towards Aldrich. The empty space inside the head of the hat glowed bright with energy that fluxed before shooting outwards in a brilliant beam. The energy output vested within that attack presents minimal risk, stated Volantis. Though Volantis spoke to Aldrich, it was more accurate to say his words were mentally transmitted, meaning their meaning reached Aldrich's mind near instantly. This allowed Aldrich to react to things based off of Volantis's observations even in tense, time-sensitive situations. Aldrich just kept his barrier up. With how high its energy resistance was, Hat Trick's laser would not get through it. The crowd started to scream in fright and alarm as they witnessed Hat Trick's laser, his so-called blue blaster, used against Aldrich. "Get everyone out of here," said Aldrich as he put his hand in front of him, watching as the blue laser crashed into his green barrier, absorbing into it without dealing much collateral damage elsewhere. "I know," came Seismic's response. "Everyone, move out, back to shelter," said Seismic as he waved the crowd away, standing in front of them with an eye on Hat Trick to make sure he was ready to intercept any attack. Hat Trick's blue blaster faded down, revealing his smoking, blue energy-tinted hat. The hero started to hover in the air as he stared down at Aldrich with a smile that could only be described as broken. "What do you think you're doing?" said Aldrich, his voice terse. "Oh, me, I probably won't be a hero much longer, will I?" said Hat Trick. "No, that's not true. I'll probably get demoted to ride with the rest of the B-rank maggots that have to wring their hands and beg for their paychecks. That humble life, to be honest, isn't the life for me. So why don't I have a little fun first? Before I make my career change. Show my new recruiters that I've got what it takes, You think a temper tantrum like this is going to impress the underworld?" said Aldrich. With his hero career nuked, Hat Trick was planning on becoming either a villain or a mercenary. And he wanted to prove himself to them now, very likely by causing damage or by killing. Aldrich was a decent judge of people, and he knew within Hat Trick's multicolored eyes that there was zero morality there, zero sense of consideration for others, only consideration for the self. There was no doubt in Aldrich's mind that Hat Trick had the capacity to kill with cold blood. "Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but at the very least, I'll get to feel a lot better bashing in that tin can head of yours," said Hat Trick. "While all of your little friends are out there fighting those disgusting fish freaks. Tell me, how much of the fight did you see broadcasted?" said Aldrich. He questioned Hat Trick mostly to buy time. Hat Trick was self-absorbed enough to continuously talk, and that gave Seismic the opportunity to move civilians away while also allowing Aldrich to get his own battle pieces ready. "You should know I'm no easy target. The broadcast didn't pay much attention, really. Only saw the end of it, when you killed the locust after everyone did the hard work for you," said Hat Trick. "I have no doubt you're still strong, though, so I won't go easy on you. And you're still weaker alone, especially with that old geezer busy handling civvies." Hat Trick palmed the crown of his hat in his palm and raised it up in the air like a magician ready to pull a rabbit out of it. "So, how about it? Want to see another trick?" "Go ahead," said Aldrich. Hat Trick smiled at Aldrich and put his other gloved hand into the hat to take out a large rosé. "Red," said Hat Trick. The hat's band changed from blue to red, and the rose burned up in flames, crumbling away into nothingness. Hat Trick's entire body erupted in flames as he put on his hat again. His eyes glowed a fiery orange-red now as he flashed a cocky smile down at Aldrich. "You have access to multiple powers, an incredibly rare ability. No wonder you were in the A rank," said Aldrich with mock surprise. He already knew Hat Trick had more than one power. He just wanted to keep Hat Trick distracted by playing into his giant-sized ego. Of course, said Hat Trick. How else do you think I distinguished myself from the average E, D, C, even B rank rabble? Do you think I rose through the ranks like some kind of modern-era peasant, moving to this city and that, hunting this small fry variant here and there, managing my social media myself, begging for interviews and sponsors? I figured you worked your way up down from the E rank like any normal hero, said Aldrich, now insulting Hat Trick's pride after building it up and goading him into more talk. Like this, Aldrich constantly psychologically manipulated Hat Trick into talking and talking and talking. Hat Trick's face distorted into anger, and as he spoke, flames started to crackle and roar upwards all around his body, matching the rising tone of his voice. No, all of that came to me on its own. Like moths flocking to a flame, all of that, the fame, the credits, the deals, the women, all of it came to me because I was special. I deserved it all. I killed an A-rank variant by myself, and after that, the world loved me. Everyone knew how much I was worth. But you, Hat Trick pointed a flaming finger at Aldrich. You, the newbie that doesn't know a single thing about how this hero game is played, you just had to screw it all up, didn't you? I know what you think. You think you're doing the right thing here, aren't you? Exposing me. Think again, idiot. With this, nobody will have your back in this industry again. You've doomed your chances here even before you got started. All right, time's up. You can stop talking now, puppet, said Aldrich. An edge manifested in his voice, and Hat Trick paused in surprise for a moment at how utterly cold that voice felt. It did not feel human. Even surrounded by intense flames, Hat Trick felt a chill run through his body. What did you say to me? Said Hat Trick as he put his hands together, starting to generate a ball of flame. I said. Aldrich crossed his arms. Time's up. Yeah, for you. Hat Trick raised his hands into the air, channeling an ever-growing ball of fire, but before it could grow into anything notable, a bright ball of green and blue light erupted behind him. The light emerged and faded in an instant, allowing Hat Trick to see what it was. Hat Trick's eyes instantly widened in fear. It was the locust. Chapter 161 One Last Trick. When Hat Trick's gaze befell the locust, at that terror of a variant that had single-handedly lain waste to an entire city on its own, and his time perception slowed to a brief crawl as his brain worked to its maximum, telling him that in those gleaming rainbow eyes poised so hatefully against him, there was foretold nothing but his death. But how? This was Hat Trick's thought as he saw the locust appear so suddenly. The locust was supposed to be all the way out at the battle site. Why was it here? The answer was simple: teleportation. Well, it would have been a simple answer had Hat Trick actually bothered to check on the stream. But instead, Aldrich bet that once Seismic had died, Hat Trick had probably just completely tuned out of anything Haven related because he thought the city was guaranteed to fall and thus had zero relevance to him. This, Aldrich had confirmed with his questioning towards Hat Trick. After all, what were a few 100,000 lives to him but just more voices that needed to be silenced? Hat Trick, befitting of the strength of an A-class hero, reacted nigh instantaneously to Okeanos, throwing his fireball towards the locust. The sphere of flame shot forth like a cannonball, impacting against Okeanos in a crackling explosion of fire that scattered outwards with enough range to easily engulf an entire house wholesale. The shadow of Okeanos' figure darkened through the raging flames, and Okeanos burst outwards unharmed, flames catching on his shell but not doing any real damage. *T. Hat Trick fumbled with his hat, putting it on an extended finger to spin it for another trick to access another power. Probably one more suited to fighting in close combat. But too late. Okeanos used burst, shrouding himself in an aura of crackling green bolts, and then moved so quickly he disappeared from sight. Behind me, Hat Trick said as he whirled around ready to counterattack or evade. Instead, all Hat Trick saw was just empty air, and in the distance, Aldrich watching calmly with his arms crossed. It was natural for Hat Trick to expect Okeanos to have made an attack at his blind spot like that. That was the most common angle people with teleportation or powers that functioned similarly to it attacked through. Okeanos had actually attacked like that several times beforehand, always trying to get behind his enemies, but Aldrich had countered that, and now, Okeanos had learned. Instead, Okeanos had manifested right underneath Hat Trick. Before Hat Trick could recover and react, Okeanos reached out and grabbed Hat Trick's ankle in a powerful grip. Wah! Managed Hat Trick before Okeanos slammed Hat Trick down to the ground with all his tremendous force. After going through several evolutions, one of which had actively increased Okeanos' size and muscle mass, his physical strength had peaked through the roof. Hat Trick shot downwards as a human projectile, a trail of shockwaves marking out his painful descent as he crashed into the ground below. He broke through the huge ad board, splitting it in half in a shower of severed, sparking wires and metal frame before gouging out a sizable crater into the concrete below. Hat Trick coughed up spit and blood and air from getting his back shoved through several meters of solid concrete mass, but he was still an A-rank hero. Hat Trick might not have been as tough as Seismic, but he could still easily survive a throw like that. The attack had mostly just knocked the wind out of him, stunning him. "Follow that up," said Aldrich. "Show me that punch of yours you were so proud of. Make it hurt." Okeanos nodded, and as he fell towards Hat Trick, cocked back a fist, and the biomechanical piston structure in his forearms locked in, the twin bands of green and blue lined across the shell glowing halfway. It was a half-charged punch as Aldrich did not want Okeanos to completely obliterate his surroundings. Still, when Okeanos let that punch loose right into Hat Trick's chest, the effect was as if an energy bomb had gone off. Green-tinted blue energy poured out of Okeanos' fist with an explosive sound effect. The outburst of ocean wave-shaped energy spread all around Okeanos, quickly engulfing him and Hat Trick in an ever-growing sphere that ate away at everything it came into contact with. The sphere reached up to Aldrich, and he just casually took a few steps backwards as his perception stat along with Valantis's true sight let him know exactly how much energy was there. When the energy from the punch died down, it revealed a deep molten, smoking crater with Okeanos standing at the center and Hat Trick lying down still, a fist-shaped indent nailed into his chest. At the very last moment, Hat Trick had managed to activate his diamond body power, covering himself in hardy green crystals. However, though these crystals had saved Hat Trick from near death, they had not been enough to keep him from getting knocked out. The crystals around Hat Trick's upper body were shattered, and his body was limp as his head fell to the side, completely severed from any motor control. Had Hat Trick been completely prepared from the start, he might have put up a much better, much longer fight with Okeanos, but that would have entailed Hat Trick actually being careful and planning ahead, two things that Aldrich sincerely doubted Hat Trick did much of. "Now, I know you can't hear me, but I do remember hearing that you were going to quit being a hero and turn to villainy, no?" said Aldrich. "How about I end that promising new career of yours before it even begins?" "Should I kill?" Okeanos looked over to Aldrich with the eager eyes of a child looking for approval. Before Aldrich could respond, Seismic put a hand on his shoulder. "Don't think that's a good idea," said Seismic. "I understand killing him. I would too. But Hat Trick is technically still an A-rank hero until the AA formally disavows him. Kill him now, and you'd be justified, but parties that stand against you might use this against you. Parties that want to stand against me will stand against me regardless of what excuse they need," said Aldrich. "I understand the risks, but another A-rank unit to add is too good to pass up. This guarantees that those powers of his won't be wasted like they have been up until now." "That's also a valid decision," said Seismic. "End him for me," said Aldrich telepathically to Okeanos. Okeanos raised his fist again, locking another energy punch in, but at that very moment, Hat Trick's hat, still in his hand, spontaneously disintegrated into blue flecks. With that final trick, Hat Trick's whole body turned bright blue. Into pure energy. Okeanos' antennae twitched in confusion as Hat Trick's body almost instantly disappeared, beaming away into the distance far, far away. Said Aldrich. "A last resort safety. I didn't think him careful enough to have had one. And it activates even when he's unconscious, meaning most likely, he isn't choosing a specific location to beam himself to, but has a predetermined safe space where he's programmed his power to send him to. Considering the fact that he's unconscious, if you searched hard enough, you might be able to find him," said Seismic. "He won't be moving anytime soon." "There's no guarantee I would find him," said Aldrich. "And no guarantee on how long it would take either." He sighed. "As much as I hate to have loose ends, this very well may be one of my first ones. I have too much on hand to do here. You do, said Seismic. I imagine the variants are nearly all routed. Dead or pushed back to the water by now. There's no more fighting. Aldrich confirmed Seismic's words by linking his sight with the grave wards that still had a bird's eye view of the battlefield. From there, he could see that Seismic was right. The fighting was recently finished. There were no more fishmen left on land. Seismic's battle instincts were insanely sharp. The old hero might not have had any sense in how to really make good people connections or maintain a good image, but when it came to fighting, he truly was like a wild beast. It was like his entire mind and being was just crafted for it. In that sense, Seismic was quite similar to Valera. Notably, a good amount of fishmen had escaped back to the ocean, preventing Aldrich from reaching his level up, but that was not too important. He had plenty more chances to level up later. The fighting's over, said Aldrich. But this is just the beginning. I have to deal with the world now. The fighting was just a prelude to the plans that Aldrich envisioned for himself. And this next stage involved putting himself in perhaps the greatest risk he had ever done so to date. Aldrich put a hand to his ear, and Volantis activated his earpiece. Fisk, Speebird, just confirming, but neither of you have heard any news about the AA or Panopticon sending forces here to question me or assess the city yet, right? Said Aldrich. Nah, not yet, but I'll tell you right now that the stream's views mega blew up towards the end. Like, millions on millions of views level. Damn, if we were monetized, we would have made a decent buck, said Fisk. Non-hero sanctioned violent activity makes no money on stream, friend, said Speebird. But as for your question, no news. News, though, right now, is strangely quiet on you. I would think with all you do here, all the views on that stream, the news would have something by now. Silence is an answer of its own, said Aldrich. He knew that if there was nothing on the media about him even now, that meant that time was ticking. Get Casimir on the line now. Chapter 162 Last Stage Planning. Got it, boss. Fisk's voice echoed through Aldrich's ear, as laid back as ever in tone. Aldrich did not mind Fisk's attitude, though, even if it was the polar opposite to his own stern seriousness. As long as Fisk got the work he needed to done. Within a few seconds, and Casimir's smooth-talking voice was on the line as ordered. Now that was a spectacular finale, I must say, Mr. Vane, said Casimir. I haven't seen anything quite like it, and let me tell you now that I've seen quite a few things in my tenure as a connector for the underworld. I appreciate the compliments, but now's not the time, said Aldrich. I want you to get ready to initiate your Cinder Protocol. There was once a time that even thinking about that protocol would have wrenched my heart, but considering the sorry state the Red Circle is already in, I suppose there isn't much left to burn down, said Casimir. It will be done when you so desire. At a moment's notice, the Red Circle will be reduced to nothing but cinders within a meager hour. Aldrich and Casimir had exchanged quite a few conversations in the planning it took to set up the party that led to Blackwater's demise, and during that time, Casimir had acquainted Aldrich deeply with what he did, who he knew, and what he was capable of. Like any smart man that held on to blackmail and criminal contraband, Casimir had an easy self-destruct switch to make sure everything sensitive in the Red Circle's vaults went down in flames. Normally, the Cinder Protocol was something Casimir would have had automatically initiated in the event of his death or when the Red Circle faced unstoppable intrusion. In any case, it would have been a last resort. Something to symbolize the end of it all. Now, instead, the Cinder Protocol was being used to burn everything down to start something new from the ashes. Had Casimir been given more time to wax and wane about this decision, he probably would have remarked on the philosophical beauty of such an action, but time was unfortunately too tense. How much of your contraband do you think you've managed to salvage? Said Aldrich. It is difficult to place a numerical value on finer, less tangible products like blackmail, but I should say around 70% of my collection is loaded out into the cargo trucks we use for drug smuggling, said Casimir. Fortunately, you gave me good advance notice to make this exit, though I should say a variant disaster was perhaps one of the variables I least expected would spur it on. But whether I make my leave now due to the threat of villains and mercenary gunfire or variant teeth and claws makes no difference in the end, I suppose. Originally, Aldrich had wanted Casimir to make an exit plan because once Aldrich finished slaughtering Blackwater, it was inevitable that the entire criminal underworld would unite against Casimir. At that point, Casimir needed to lay low and escape for some time until Aldrich established himself better. Though, as Casimir pointed out, it was a variant attack in the end that forced him out. And, all things considered, this was actually quite fortunate. An attack like this would prevent the underworld from checking in on Casimir until the situation in the city was sorted out. In fact, to villains looking into Haven from the outside, it was hard to tell whether Casimir and the Red Circle had even survived the variant attack, especially if they came in later to check and saw that it had all been burned down. The variant attack thus gave Casimir cover to work with. Good, said Aldrich. We'll be working with contraband quite a bit soon. Your contacts in the wastelands, are they still active? Mr. Vane, I assure you, there will be no issues in our grand escape tonight, said Casimir. You need not worry so much about so many little issues, stress kills men more than any bullet or blade. I have handled everything on my end accordingly. You're right, I just have a tendency to want to micromanage things, said Aldrich. What I needed to confirm the most was your transport space. I know you need trucks for your contraband, equipment, and your own personnel. But I need you to free up space to take in a couple of my people. I would say space for around 30 should be enough. There will be no issues with that, said Casimir. It is unfortunate, but the loss of so many of my dear staff means that there is more than enough space. Casimir sighed. Mr. Vane, I do not know what it is about you, but I believe in your judgment and vision. I simply hope that the blood of my staff was not simply cast away into the wind. I don't spill blood without a reason. Whether it is the blood of my enemies or the blood of those in my service, said Aldrich. That blood will always mean something. It will always build into something bigger. I'm going to send select personnel under me to your location at the Mega Complex. Once they get there, start moving, and start moving fast. Get out of the city and into wasteland territory where it'll be hard to track you. I'll signal you to initiate the Cinder Protocol when I can, but in the case that I can't for some reason, just start it when you reach outside the city walls. Understood, Mr. Vane, said Casimir. I suppose, then, that this may be our last communication for some time. Most likely, said Aldrich. You were an incredible help, Casimir. I'll see you soon. I am most honored, said Casimir. And I wish you only the best of luck dealing with the AA and their positively revolting pettiness. With that, Casimir's voice cut off. Fisk and Spiebert did not return on the line either, for they were now getting ready to pack up and move out of the city. Aldrich then began communications with Portal Girl. Portal Girl, said Aldrich as he put a hand to the side of his helmed head. Yes, sir, came Portal Girl's alert voice. I'm going to gather all my forces back to the Dildagast line. Once everyone's grouped there, I want you to start protoling them back towards the Red Circle, said Aldrich. Once you've gotten all my forces there, you should regroup with Casimir at the Mega Complex. Roger that, said Portal Girl enthusiastically. Aldrich switched his telepathy now to Ace, the de facto leader of Blackwater's class as its rank 3. Ace, do you read me? Said Aldrich. Yeah, I got you, said Ace. If it's about fighting, I don't see anything to rip apart anymore. The fighting's done, said Aldrich. Fly Damien out to the outer battle site where the flying heroes went. You'll find variants under my control there. Get Damien to move the variants back to the Dildagast line. Once you're back at the line, I need you to group your class and take Portal Girl's portals back into the city. Once you get close enough, go ahead and convene with Casimir at the Red Circle. Sounds easy enough, said Ace as he got to work. Now then, there was finally just one more person Aldrich needed to talk to. Valera, are you there? Said Aldrich mentally. For you, my dear master, always, said Valera. Have Crow drop off the Blackwater students with Casimir. Then, head to the Red Circle, said Aldrich. Ah, is it time already? Sadness welled up in Valera's voice. The reason why Aldrich sent all his troops back to the Red Circle was to transport them to the Nexus. At the Red Circle, there was still a sign marker to access the Nexus, and there, all of his troops would be completely safe and isolated. When the Panopticon, and government inevitably descended on Aldrich, there was no doubt that they would try to analyze and capture Aldrich's units whether through force or negotiation. He wanted to remove that possibility from them entirely. Aldrich could not reliably look after an entire army of units out in the open, especially the larger and more monstrous ones, so he needed to send them away for now, and what better place than the Nexus? Soon enough, Aldrich himself would also enter the Nexus, and he needed troops there to support him as he accessed the trial quests his many level-ups should have unlocked. And unfortunately for Valera, she was among the troops that Aldrich wanted to enter the Nexus. Mostly because when it came to facing threats from Elden World, Aldrich knew he could not rely on anyone better than Valera. "It's time," said Aldrich. "I wanted to give you a more proper goodbye, but taking care of Hat-Trick took more time than expected. That accursed mortal, if my eyes land upon him one more time, I swear that I will tear his spine from his cowardly back," said Valera with venom, though with a sigh that faded away back to sadness again. "Will you be gone long, Master?" "Not if I can help it," said Aldrich. "I'll be in the Nexus soon, don't worry. I hate the thought of incomplete quests there anyway." Chapter 163 Superior Halo. Valera sighed through the telepathic link. "I know, ever the one to never leave a quest incomplete, regardless of whether they hail from the lowliest of commoner or the greatest of gods. I suppose, though, that is yet another thing I do like about you. A one-track mind that finds goals, seeks them out, and achieves them with no room for distraction. When I first met you, my master, and my purpose so very lost, it was your determination that I used to anchor myself to. Once I get things settled here, I look forward to clearing out those quests in the Nexus with you," said Aldrich. "It'll be just like old times, won't it? Except this time, for Aldrich at least, it would be for real." Valera had lived all the quest and adventures she had gone through with Aldrich. They were a deeply personal part of her being and cherished memories that defined her character now. But to Aldrich, all that had been a game. Now, though, it would all be real, and he looked forward to it. Who knew that the game that had once been his escape, his hideaway from a world that tried its best to crush him under its heel, would turn into something that changed his life like this? "Like old times, yes," said Valera. "I would have wanted to stay with you a little longer, I always do, but I suppose promises of good times together brutalizing our foes in quests will have to do." Single quote. A pause. Aldrich waited, having a feeling that Valera still wanted to say something. "Master, about that time in the Red Circle, no, never mind," said Valera. "I should know better than to distract you any further. I will await you in the Nexus, tending to your legion with all the care I can give them. I know I do not have to say this to you, but I will still say it, just because it makes my heart ache a little less. Please stay safe, my master, for I would not know what to do without you. I would sooner tear this strange new world down into nothing but bare wreckage than bear the thought of walking it without you." "Nonsense," said Aldrich. "We'll clear the trial quests together. And we'll take over this world together too." "Together," Valera repeated the word, savoring it on her tongue. "Understood, Master. I shall ensure that all our forces make it to the Nexus without harm. Until then." "Until then," repeated Aldrich, and their communication ended. Aldrich took a moment for himself to gather his own thoughts about Valera. He knew what she wanted to ask. She wanted to ask what his feelings for her were. After all, he did promise to give her an answer. What was his answer going to be? He had not thought about it much, admittedly, and that was not only because he had been so busy this fighting and managing his units and whatnot. It was because, to be honest, he did not know what his answer was. At first, it seemed so obvious. Here was Valera, a beautiful woman fiercely devoted to him, who believed him her world and more. Who would not say yes to that? Who would pass up a chance like that? If Adam had been in Aldrich's place, he knew that simple-minded guy would have said yes a million times over. But it was precisely because Aldrich could feel so much love from her that he did not know what to do. Throughout his entire life, the only people he had loved were his parents, and even that had been torn from him. Something warm like love was foreign, almost alien, to him now. He had no idea whether he could feel love or give it properly. Aldrich did not like to admit it, but he was afraid. He was never afraid of fighting, of facing monstrous variants or staring down the hateful eyes of powerful altars that wanted nothing more than to reduce him into a bloody smear on the pavement. Fighting and struggling and surviving, Aldrich had never felt fear from all that. But Aldrich was afraid now. Afraid that he did not have it within him, within that broken void carved into him from the horrors of his life, to give Valera the love she deserved. To give her just as much as she gave him. He just did not know whether he was capable, and he did not know whether he wanted to find out. I don't like the sight of that, said Seismic as he snapped Aldrich out of his thoughts. What is it? Aldrich turned to Seismic, seeing the older man look up into the sky. There, in the distance, he could see that several panopticon bugs had formed into clusters that blinked brightly with green light. Bright green. That's a clear signal, said Aldrich. Once panopticon drone fleet responses came and finished what they were assigned to do, which was usually wiping out variant threats, they formed green signal lights to allow civilians some peace of mind and also to guide heroes for post-battle operations like tending and evacuating the wounded, repairing critical infrastructure, clearing corpses, and so on and so forth. There were other, differently colored signals for things like asking for reinforcements, abandoning an area, detection of poisons, etc. You're surprisingly knowledgeable about how the AA works, said Seismic. I did my research, but my knowledge isn't absolute, said Aldrich. If you know something, tell me. Seismic nodded as he pointed at the drone clusters forming the signals. The clear signal is a good sign. But it's their arrangement I don't like. Aldrich observed as the blinking green lights that the bugs formed arranged into a discernible shape. A ring. A halo. Superior halo, said Seismic. Aldrich looked at the ring-shaped arrangement of drone clusters, at how their blinking green shapes marked out a halo that phased in and out of visibility. What a superior halo indicated was the incoming appearance of AS-class hero. Aldrich had seen it on the news, in videos. There was nobody that had not. It was a symbol synonymous with humanity's might. Something that promised that whatever threat was present, it was going to go away soon. Even the reason that the halo was green, normally a color for safety, was to indicate that regardless of whether there was an active threat or not, an S-rank hero would guarantee the dawning of safety. In the background of the sky, Aldrich's storm moved, its haunting green glow brightly passing over the superior halo as it too made its way towards the red circle. You don't seem too surprised, said Seismic. I knew they would send heroes here, said Aldrich. Heroes to take me and my forces into custody. You're prepared for that. I am. What I did not expect was that they would send a S-rank hero here, said Aldrich. The fighting is over. They shouldn't be expecting any threats from variants, or at the very least, not anything that warrants that level of firepower. Pretty, Okeanos muttered as he looked up at the sky, his rainbow eyes staring right at the halo. Aldrich looked to Okeanos, then at Seismic. Which means they're expecting a threat from me. From my forces. Yes, said Seismic simply. A threat worthy of a S-rank hero, then, is it? Aldrich, underneath his helm, smiled. I'm quite flattered, to be honest. But I'm not in the mood for a fight tonight. Okeanos. Yes, said Okeanos as his antennae perked up. Aldrich pointed away from the superior halo, towards the southern skies where Crow's midnight black-feathered figure moved through the air. Follow Crow, said Aldrich. If you lose track of your directions, Valera will guide you. I leave you, so soon, said Okeanos. I won't be gone long, said Aldrich. Now go. Okeanos nodded and sprinted off, smoking hot skid marks followed by a strong breeze from his high-speed movement. Aldrich was now nearly fully without protection. He had sent off most of his variants and larger units into the Nexus as the AA could reliably scan for strong variant signatures or giant beings. And he had sent off his humanoid units with Casimir. As Aldrich was right now, he was almost at the weakest he could be. A Legion Necromancer without his Legion. Though his personal strength was nothing to scoff at, especially now that he had the Frostaload War Scythe, as part of his gear, he could not come close to fighting a S-class hero, especially if their powers were geared for combat. But Aldrich did not intend to fight. He wanted to negotiate, and, as far as the AA and the rest of the world was concerned, they had no way of knowing where Aldrich's forces would be once they were in the Nexus. They had no idea whether he had a power to conceal them, whether he could summon them at will, or whether they were flat out gone. And that uncertainty would make them cautious. It would make them afraid of the damage he could do if they wronged him. It would make them listen to him. In other words, This was not only a way to make sure that none of his forces were harmed, but it was also a massive bluff. "You sent the locusts away," said Seismic. "What about me? People know who you are. They'll give weight to your words. I'll trust you'll use them to back me," said Aldrich. "Now come with me. We're heading to the shelters." "Shelters?" asked Seismic. "For what purpose?" Aldrich pointed at the superior halo. "To make it harder for them to get rid of me." Chapter 164 Standing by Haven. Aldrich and Seismic made their way to the nearest shelter where most of the crowd had fled due to Hat-Trick's ridiculous manchild tantrum. The shelters were underground constructs that were essentially scaled-down versions of the panopticon bunker that the duds in the south side holed themselves up in. They were easy to find. Building tops marked with blinking white signal lights indicated the streets where they lay under, the thick plating of their round vault doors showing in the middle of the street. Aldrich stood before the vault doors, waiting for them to open. Seismic hunched over a streetlight pole, punching his large fingers almost comically into a tiny control pad that manned entry into the shelters. Normally, people could just scan their way in via an iPhone app, but many heroes like Seismic could not easily carry around phones without them breaking, so they had to do things manually. Seismic carefully punched in a 7-digit code to authorize himself and to open the vault doors. Aldrich watched the doors rumble as they began to slide apart with a mechanical whir. While watching the doors, he reflected on how these shelters were used and who they were for. Walled cities were designed with safety against variance in mind, and Panopticon building regulations stated that there be adequate shelter space for at minimum 50% of a city's total population to reside, as every couple of streets had a shelter constructed underneath as a result. An average person's gut reaction might wonder, why not a higher percentage? But 50% more than covered the altar. Even if the average altar did not have the multiple years of training that proper heroes and support did, they still had to by law register for a PRL power regulation license which, depending on its type and class, gave a citizen a set amount of authority with which to use their powers. The higher the class of a PRL, the more freely a citizen could use their powers, but this came with additional required training to certify that they were capable of responsibly using their abilities. Hero licenses were considered the highest end of PRLs, requiring at the very minimum 4 years of dedicated training and 2 years of in-field experience to obtain, but even the weakest of alters who had a Class I Combat PRL, the lowest there was, still had to go through 6 months of training on how to use their abilities. As a result, there were very few alters that were truly useless in a war effort. That made the shelters mostly spaces for the young, elderly, or injured. Individuals whose abilities were in some way either compromised or underdeveloped. Coincidentally, that was why most of the people in the crowd that Aldrich had seen was comprised of these exact demographics. The exact type of demographic that needed protection and drummed up public sympathy. The perfect people for Aldrich to surround himself with. No hero, not even a S ranker, would want to get caught trying to harass Aldrich while he was watching over the sick and young and elderly. That was one downside of an S ranker coming here. They might have been powerful, but simply by virtue of that power, they had fame, and with fame, they lost the ability to act without thinking about their precious image. "Tome on," said Aldrich as he waved over Seismic when the doors were fully open. Below, they led down to a steely gray, empty containment chamber where newcomers could get disinfected and inspected before passing through to the main body of the shelter itself. If a variant managed to claw their way through the doors, then the containment chamber also doubled as a trap room that had its own weapons to deal with intruders or just seal them off completely. "One thing," said Seismic. "HRN, how do you want me to deal with them?" "The people down there." Aldrich motioned to the bunker. Seismic shook his head. He pointed up. "Up there. When they get here, they'll take me too. They'll question me. What do you want me to do?" "Cold silence and 5-word sentence answers have gotten you through multiple collateral damage disasters," said Aldrich. "I figure they'll get you through this, too." Seismic just stared at Aldrich. Though the older hero's expression remained still, it was evident he was a little hurt by Aldrich mentioning his past incidents. It was a soft spot that the usually stoic hero had, probably because he deeply regretted the person he used to be. "My apologies," said Aldrich. "If you want a more detailed answer, then here, you have Hammerhead Industries sponsoring you. You're their greatest asset as a well-known ranker, even with all your past incidents. Because people might not admit it, but they respect power, even if they don't like where it comes from or how it's used. Power is a form of popularity of its own. Hammerhead Industries will do whatever they can to get you in the clear, and they may not be in the Council of Fortune, but they're a big enough corp to take care of you. That's what I mean by cold silence. You put it out, and your corp fills in the rest to bail you out. Do the same here, and I'll clear my own name soon. Understood, said Seismic as he hopped down into the containment room. Aldrich followed. Not a moment passed after the two touched down, then did the vault doors above close with a heavy, groaning thud. A green light shone throughout the room with a buzz, indicating that Seismic and Aldrich were cleared to move on. A heavily armored door on the other side of the room slid open, and after passing through a hallway, they stepped into the surprisingly spacious innards of the shelter's main body. Here, the crowd from before had gathered together, those that could stand standing at attention in respect for Aldrich and Seismic. Is it over? Said the older former policeman that had thanked Aldrich for saving the city. The rest of the people there, approximately half children and half injured and elderly, peered at Aldrich and Seismic warily, all their eyes tired, too tired to be dealing with a mad hero after seeing their entire city get picked apart by variants. It's over, said Aldrich, and a visible wave of relief washed over everyone. Thank God, said the ex-police with a sigh. World's going to hell, I tell you. Variants baring their fangs at us and heroes going mad, nothing could be worse. A situation can always get worse, said Aldrich, and the crowd murmured in panic among themselves. He reflected that even though he could lead fighters, maybe he was not the best person to be comforting a crowd of civilians. But the situation outside is stable. Hat-trick's been taken care of, and the fighting's over. Aldrich spoke over the murmurs, and the crowd settled back into order. You were right, though, said the former policeman. Things can get worse. I don't know what most of us will be doing after this. Haven, the place we've called home for so long, the pretty little port city that I'd served for 30 years, it's gone now. Damn near nothing's left, and I for sure know I don't have any credits lying around to make a big move. What about variant disaster relief, sir? Asked an injured, younger policeman whose leg was held in a cast while bloody bandages wrapped around a clawed-out eye. Disaster relief, son, you've got a nice sense of humor, chuckled the older policeman. You'll see more rat shit on the streets than credits in a Tier 3 city's relief fund. And those slimy politicians have been sucking those funds dry and using them to launder their dirty money. Hell, with how badly those funds have been getting run over roughshod, I doubt even you young ones could start a new life somewhere else. So then, what will you all do? Said Aldrich. A silence hung in the room for a few seconds. The former policeman spoke out first. I don't know. Got some grandkids down south. Guess I'll have to leech off of them and watch them resent me until the day I croak. As things are now, I guess I'll have to move. I don't have the credits, but what's left here except for rubble and bodies? Said the younger policeman. Why are all of you so sad? Dad said that once the fighting's over, the heroes will build everything back again. Said a young boy around the age of 9. Old enough to try to think for himself but not old enough to know how the world truly was. The boy turned hopefully to Seismic. Isn't that right, Seismic? You're sponsored by Hammerhead, right? He's got all those giant machines that make tall buildings, right? He can fix everything, right? Seismic looked down at the boy with a frown, a rare sign of emotion, but remained silent for the answer was obvious, albeit bleak. Hammerhead Industries would not bother wasting money rebuilding Haven if there was no profit to be had in it. Kid, don't pressure him. Come on, get back here and tell you where I last saw your dad, said an injured hero as she limped forward, took the boy's hand, and led him away. As Aldrich saw the child's back fade away into the crowd, he spoke out again. This city's been abandoned enough. It's about time someone stood by it. What do you mean? Said the older policeman. I'm going to stay here, said Aldrich, and I'm going to rebuild this city. Chapter 165 Rebuilding. Rebuild this city, Haven, said the ex-policeman. He rubbed his ear. I think it might be time for a hearing aid. Everyone else heard him, right? He wants to build up Haven again. Yeah, that's what he said the younger policeman. You have my thanks for saving us in the city, said the retired policeman. But up there, the reality is that there is no more city. No more haven. There's still enough of it for me to work with, said Aldrich. You might see nothing but waterlogged rubble and broken streets, but I still see haven. A place you all can still call home if you're willing to stay here and help me with it. Silence descended upon the crowd as they looked at each other. Aldrich had just issued a call to action, asking those willing to stay and help rebuild if they wanted. But even if most of the people here had called haven home for most of their lives, the image of the city above and desolate and destroyed was still seared into their minds. And that image made them hesitant. Aldrich had an idea of what they were thinking. They probably thought that as individuals, especially with their injuries, what could they possibly do to help in rebuilding an entire city? It was delusional. I can help, said one of the injured policemen. She sat with her back against a steely gray wall as she chewed on a radon bar. My power's bummed out, but once it comes back online, I can haul ass and carry a few bricks here and them. I see's not like I have the credits to really make a move, either. We can get reassigned to a different department in another city, interjected another policeman. I mean, are you seriously considering this? Building up a whole city brick by brick? Lucky you, responded a young teenager lacking an arm. He sat cross-legged on the ground with a dejected stare aimed down at a necklace in his hand. You get to run from all this and leave it behind. Reassigned. What a nice word. Wish that meant anything to me. My parents are dead. My house is gone. I have nothing. He balled his hand over the necklace in a tight fist. Nothing but this wreck of a place that I used to call a home. Either I try to build it back up, or I die in the gutters of some city I don't even know. Reassigned my ass. They'll only reassign the useful ones. I sure as hell can't afford the cybernetics to get new legs, and without that, I'll be cut from the fume, said another injured policeman, this one talking out loud while lying down from a stretcher. Bloody bandages were wrapped around two stumps that once held his legs. And let's be real, most of you that are fine are still lazy bums that relied on the walls and heroes to fight the variants back and the villains to regulate their own crime. You aren't anything special. Higher tier cities aren't going to take low-level cops like you to feed on the taxpayer dime. Despite his horrific injuries, the policeman looked at his stump legs and smiled. So I'm down to help build haven again. Though, gotta say, I'll need a bit of a leg up to be really useful. A couple of his friends nearby him smiled and shook their heads at the bad PM, but they agreed. We grew up here, and we'd like to stay. He stared at Aldrich. I know you have power, but nobody knows you, sir. Where are your funds? Your support? Don't be mistaken. I'd like for you to build this place up. I really would, but I just want to know how. Call it a leap of faith, said Aldrich. A leap of faith, the older man sighed. When I was younger, I was a pretty big gambler. Wife made a racket about it every weekend when she was still alive, bless her heart. But I realized that gambling almost never pays off. You're right, this is a gamble, said Aldrich. But let me minimize the risk for you all. For at least 2 weeks, the government along with the Panopilkin will keep this city supplied while they search for potential survivors, clean up corpses, assess damages, and start the relocation process for confirmed survivors. During that time, I'm going to negotiate to get the support I need to rebuild this city. If I can't, then you all can go on living your lives as if I had never existed. I won't ask you all to stay beyond your means or out of the bounds of reason. If you want to leave, you can leave anytime you want. But most of you know that once you get relocated, your life will be over. Very few of you will be able to survive in a new city with your injuries, paying for treatments and cybernetics while trying to find work. You'll get desperate and want loans, but no bank will lend to people with no prospects like you. You'll turn to criminals, and at that point, you might as well sign your lives away. But that's for those of you that are lucky. Most likely, the vast majority of you will waste away in the slums once whatever pittance you get from the government wastes away in a month or two. The crowd grew silent as they looked at each other, knowing deep down that Aldrich was right. They might have survived, but their lives as they knew it were over. In summary, most of you are in a position where you have to bet all in, said Aldrich. Because otherwise, you have nothing. So go all in on me. Trust in your hand, in me, to pay off. Aldrich's intentions sounded noble, and they were, but his words had layers to them. He showed himself now as someone dedicated to rebuilding Haven, the city that most of the people here had called home for most of their lives, and like that, he would gain their trust. Because if Aldrich was going to be a sentinel, he needed both territory and people. Without a good sum of people to fiercely support him, his case for becoming a sentinel became weaker. Granted, Aldrich did not think these people were absolutely necessary for his case, but any amount of help mattered. In his mind, Aldrich did not particularly care whether these people were actually of any real use or not in rebuilding the city. All he wanted for them to do was think about staying, because the more people stayed, the greater number of voices them would be to support Aldrich. Plus, Aldrich could help them out as well in Redom. It was a low-risk deal where everyone won out with in the end if things paid off. The older policeman shook his head and smiled. You got away with words, I'll tell you that. Had you been my casino buddy back in the day, I'd probably never have gotten out, I'll bet on you. Me too. Same here. Don't have anything else going for me. All in over here as well. Aldrich heard and saw in facial expressions that most of the crowd agreed. The only ones that did not were those that probably felt it safer to move to another city because they probably had the means to. Most of the injured heroes there fell into this category because the AA gave them far more privileges in moving out and finding new work. Aldrich did not care about them. If they wanted to leave, then they could. They became completely insignificant in his eyes once they decided to leave, for they had no real use for him. As for the others that did express intent to stay, Aldrich sat down comfortably, drawing everyone's attention back to him. Didn't expect you of all people to get tired, said the older policeman with a smile. But I bet you've got real important things to do than sitting down here with us. Not really, said Aldrich. I want to talk to all of you that want to stay. Get to know you and your names and your stories, because if things work out, we'll all be working together. Like that, Aldrich spent the next near hour talking with the people there, getting to know them as promised. He did not know exactly how to comfort them when they talked to him about their losses and their fears for a very uncertain future, but he figured he would start to try. Aldrich had never been a particularly empathetic person, and becoming a lich had dampened his empathy even more. Seismic helped him, though, sitting beside Aldrich and taking over when conversations got too sentimental for Aldrich to know how to navigate well. Despite Seismic's craggy exterior, he still knew how to connect with people and guide them through their losses even with minimal words. One thing that Aldrich noted was that it was not really the words themselves that mattered as much. His generic condolences of "TM sorry for your low," and "Am I get better," and so on were not that different from what Seismic said. It was in the way that Seismic said things that made a difference. Ms. words felt closer, more heartfelt. Aldrich did not know yet how to talk like that, but he would ask Seismic later how it was done. Once around 40 minutes passed, the talks were cut short as a firm voice projected throughout speakers within the bunker. Seismic, Vigilante, I need to ask both of you exit the shelter, said the voice. The doors will open in 5 seconds, and I want both of you to come up here peacefully. Chapter 166 Rank Encounter. Aldrich and Seismic instantly looked at each other when they heard that voice. Seismic gave Aldrich a wary look, one of warning as if to tell him to be careful. In contrast, the rest of the crowd had a bit more energetic reaction. The whole crowd perked their heads up in immediate recognition of that voice. Surprised exclamations broke out. Holy shit, is that Solomon Solar? I saw the halo before, but they went ahead and sent the rank IP, we get to see the ranka. Damn, I never thought I'd be lucky enough. Aldrich observed the reactions from the crowd closely. Solomon Solar. The current rank MI, the Superboard Top 100, the leaderboard that ranked heroes based off of AP, achievement points earned and social media popularity. Although the leaderboard did factor in strength, and yes, the top of the Superboard were always going to be at least somewhat strong as a given rule, it was not a definite indicator of raw power. All the Superboard Top coup meant was that Solomon Solar was the most popular hero in the country, though undeniably, Solomon Solar was still strong. Aldrich knew that from watching videos of Solomon's fights, from killing his son, and popularity was an even deadlier weapon to use against Aldrich than sheer force right now. Solomon Solar using his popularity to sway the people here against Aldrich would deal a far worse blow than any strong punch. Was this why they had sent the most popular hero? Aldrich had expected the AA to send a purely combat-focused S-ranker like Valkyrie or Dark Star over had they been afraid of his powers. Heroes that did not care about getting their image dirty to put down Aldrich if things went wrong. Had the AA perhaps caught on to what Aldrich wanted to do, then? Aldrich wanted to raise public support against the AA which would, alongside the threat of his undead, force the AA and government to cave into his wants. If the AA wanted to counter Aldrich, then the best possible person they could have sent was Solomon Solar. Someone both popular and powerful. Yet, Aldrich doubted this. Nobody knew who he was or what he wanted, and he had not shown himself long enough to make any of his goals particularly clear. Regardless, Aldrich would find out. He looked around at the surprised crowd chatting energetically among themselves at the Ranka hero's sudden appearance. Had any other S-ranker been up there, Aldrich would have gotten these people to go with him, but there was 17A. 7E all RCI Gigan Igiri and NRINCFI Reli Nagoln LGHL, TM and up now, Avero Mignons over. Rarer everyone S new, mune degree in someone else. Screw the and screw Solomon. If they're going to jail the vigilante, I'm going to go up there and give them a piece of my mind. You're free to come with me, said Aldrich. The people that had committed to betting all in on Aldrich preferred him over even Solomon Solar. And that made sense. There was only so much dazzling celebrity status could do. Solomon Solar had done nothing for these people. Aldrich had done everything. They knew in their hearts who to support, and this realization gave Aldrich the confidence to bring them along. Tell Solomon Solar who it was that saved this city, because it most certainly wasn't him, said Aldrich. With that, Aldrich and Seismic left to the containment room, and the rest of the crowd followed. By leading them out, Aldrich created a buffer zone of people, most of whom supported him, that would protest or be witnesses to any potential mistreatment sent his way. The downside of being a popular S-ranker was that all of Solomon Solar's movements were watched by millions. The people around Aldrich essentially turned into a PR shield that limited how Solomon Solar could act. Outside, after a platform raised everyone to street level, Aldrich and Seismic stood against Solomon Solar. Behind Solomon Solar stood a cold, metal-bodied squadron of Guardians, battle hots that formed the bulk of a Panopilkan Class 3 drone fleet. The Guardians were just as big as Solomon's muscular and tall frame, and each of their futuristic metallic form and green dot eyes exuded an intimidating aura that made the Class 5 bugs seem like little toys in comparison. In contrast, behind Aldrich were the broken yet still warm and living and breathing bodies of Haven's citizens. There were countless news drones in the sky, shining down spotlights, snapping pictures, and recording everything that happened. "Thank you for coming up here without making a fuss," said Solomon Solar with a wide, perfectly white smile that shone under a constant golden glow that emanated from all around his body. His hands rested at his tree trunk of a waist in a heroic pose. "I'm glad to see that this city is safe after we had thought it lost. For that, I wanted to thank you, Vigilante. You too, Seismic." Solomon waved his blue-gloved hand over to the crowd behind Aldrich. "And all of you as well. Everyone here that fought and stood strong. All of you are heroes. There would have been even more of us if you had come sooner, when there were actually variants tearing women and children from their homes on these very streets," said Aldrich. Solomon cast his gaze down with somber expression. "I know. And believe me, my friend, I tried. But the attack in New York was fierce, even worse than the one here, and I had my hands tied." He balled up a fist and made a pained expression. "Thinking about the many lives I can't save because I can't be everywhere at once is a thought that crosses my mind every single day. All I can do is pray that you can forgive me. That the dead I couldn't save knows how much I grieve for them." Aldrich tried to analyze Solomon's expressions, but he found that it was surprisingly difficult. He knew that Solomon Solar was not clean considering Seth Solar's background and enrollment in Blackwater. But had Aldrich not known this fact, it would have been impossible to determine whether Solomon was putting up an act or not. Solomon's expression and words sounded so genuine that the crowd behind Aldrich remained silent. They did not support Solomon, that was for sure, but even getting them to not actively hate him was a fairly impressive feat in of itself. Aldrich would have to force Solomon to make a misstep. Tell me, Rank I, what are you here for? It's not to help the people here, or otherwise you wouldn't have brought so much firepower. Mowing the fighting was over. Thoughts and prayers only count for so much. I would have thought instead of bringing guns and steel, you would have brought supplies. At least those save people. Vigilante, would you care to tell me your name? I would hate to by just calling you Vigilante, when I know you've done so much good already, said Solomon. Thanatos, replied Aldrich. Then, Thanatos, said Solomon with a nod. You don't have to worry. He floated in the air to speak to everybody, and mid-air, he did look dazzling in a conventionally heroic way. He had flowing golden locks of hair that shone like the sun while his powerful body and hearty smile exuded an aura of both strength and safety. All you citizens of Haven, I have an announcement for you. I know how much you all have lost and how deeply that loss hurts. I know that the city around you, the city you once called home, is in ruins. Solomon shook his head sadly. I wasn't here to help when the fighting was going on, but that doesn't mean I can't help now. I will have my Sunshine Foundation personally help fund the restoration of Haven. I'll work with the AA to make sure all of you get the help you deserve. None of you will have to move to start a new life in a strange new place. I know this isn't much, but at the very least, I know this is the right thing to do for you. Solomon smiled brightly at everyone, his golden aura shining a bit brighter just enough to strategically highlight his words. An interesting play, thought Aldrich. A fairly good one. By promising to restore the city, Solomon took away one of the bigger reasons for Haven's citizens to support him. This did not 100% confirm Aldrich's suspicions that Solomon had been intentionally sent to curb Aldrich's influence, but it made it likely enough that Aldrich had to act as if it was true. That meant that right now, Aldrich and Solomon were engaged directly in a fight. Not a fight of powers, but a fight of words. Of wits. Aldrich looked up at Solomon's smile staring down, and even now, he could not tell whether that smile was honestly grateful or triumphant. But that did not matter at this point. Solomon was Aldrich's enemy, and no smile would change that, genuine or not. Chapter 167. A deal. Aldrich sensed a shift in the crowd behind him as they started to look up at Solomon, getting sucked into the magnetic charm and personality he had worked to build up over the years. They were not on Solomon's side yet because they likely still resented him in some capacity for not helping Haven, but Solomon navigated this resentment well by showcasing humility. Solomon admitted he could not save everyone, and offering to rebuild Haven with his personal foundation made him seem like someone that truly cared. At the very least, even if Solomon had not won over their hearts, with this move, he managed to get them to see him in a neutral light. But Aldrich had a response for this. If Solomon thought that this was enough to get Aldrich to back down, then the rank 1 hero had sorely underestimated Aldrich. Oh, did I hear that right? Said Aldrich. You want to help Haven. You want to rebuild it. That's right, Thanatos, said Solomon. Seeing a city as beautiful as Haven laid so low like this just breaks my heart. Most of you don't know, but Haven holds a special place in my heart. It's where excellent, said Aldrich, cutting Solomon Solar off from going into some heart-wrenching anecdote about some bullshit one-off experience he had in Haven. Or perhaps he did have genuine memories in Haven, but memories about making deals with criminal syndicates and Blackwater probably didn't work here. That's wonderful to hear. Solomon smiled down at Aldrich with a nod. It's good to see your heart is in the right place, Thanatos. I appreciate that you want to see this city built back up to its former glory, and I promise you, the Sunshine Foundation will do its very best to make good on my words. Right, I look forward to working together with you to rebuild Haven, said Aldrich coolly. Solomon paused for the smallest of moments, a moment imperceptible to the average crowdgoer, but a moment that Aldrich did not miss. A slight show of wellness. Of surprise. Aldrich pressed on with his own attack. Solomon Solar did not expect Aldrich to co-opt the rebuilding effort like that, and by announcing it in public, Solomon was pressured even further to accept Aldrich's offer. You see, I've promised to the people of Haven here that I would rebuild the city as well, said Aldrich. I will be honest here, at first, I didn't know if I could make that happen by myself. I knew I could come close with the manpower I had, but with you supporting me, I now know that this project is all but a guaranteed success. The Sunshine Foundation, as far as I'm aware, has done great things around the world, rebuilding broken homes and giving relief to hundreds of thousands. It would be an honor for me to work with the Sunshine Foundation to let the people behind me call this city their home again. Wouldn't you agree, my friend? Aldrich put pressure on Solomon. Now Solomon had not agreed at all to help Aldrich, but since Aldrich had voiced it directly like this, in front of citizens and the news, now Solomon was backed into a corner where he had to support Aldrich. Solomon stopped levitating and flew downwards, standing close in front of Aldrich. Aldrich was impressively tall at this point, reaching slightly over 2 meters, but Solomon's solar was bigger even than that by a fair margin. Standing against each other like this, the stark contrast in image between Solomon's solar and Aldrich stood out. There was Solomon's solar, a hero through and through, shining gold and bright like the sun, costumed and caped in sky blue with a shining sun-shaped sigil on his chest. The favorite darling of this country that everybody knew about. He was the light incarnate. Then there was Aldrich, armored in black, and blood and bonus spikes jutted from his armor, and no fancy sigils or symbols graced his body. The only decorations visible on him were strips of beating red, raw flesh and blood from his living armor. His hands did not end in gloved fingers meant to hold others up, but armored claws designed to shred and tear. Nobody knew who Aldrich. He was a complete and utter unknown. Degree. He was the darkness. Zero yet, thought Aldrich. It would be so very difficult to know who it was here that truly stood in the light and who truly stood in the dark. Countless flashes burst in an array of little lights formed the many media drones circling above, capturing this near cinematic moment. There would be countless headlines about this moment, but what those headlines would read out depended on who held the upper hand coming out of this conversation. Solomon Solar stared at Aldrich in muted surprise for a moment before smiling brightly again. He held out an inviting blue-gloved hand for a handshake. Then it's a deal, said Solomon Solar. Aldrich shook Solomon's hand, and he felt Solomon grip his hand tightly, almost malforming the metal of his hand. This was either a display of displeasure or a petty way to try and assert dominance over Aldrich. In any case, it was even more wellness that Aldrich started to see from Solomon. Though, notably as Aldrich stared at Solomon's face, the hero's smile still seemed incredibly genuine. "Shall I engage in battle preparations, armored?" came Valantis's voice. The strength of this grip warrants more than a mere friendly gesture. "Relax, Valantis," said Aldrich telepathically. "Let me handle this." Aldrich did not expect Solomon to give in easily, though, because from the very start, whatever Aldrich said did not particularly matter much. In Solomon's mind, Aldrich was in a checkmate position from the very start. "But, my friend, I'm sorry to break this to you," said Solomon as he withdrew his hand and shook his head with disappointment. "You're needed in custody. I myself would be honored to work with you, the man that saved Haven, but until you're out of custody, I'm afraid we'll have to put our collaboration on hold." Chapter 168. Hear me out. This was why Aldrich was in a checkmate position. Or at the very least, why Solomon Solar thought Aldrich had no way to win. Even if Solomon was forced to accept Aldrich's deal, he would not have to fulfill any part of it. Because the government could lock Aldrich up for any amount of time, and if he escaped, then they could just slander him as a danger to society that could not be contained. An inevitable lose-lose situation for Aldrich. If he stayed too long in custody, people forget about him. If he escaped, he turned into a villain that Solomon could just disavow. "Custody, is it?" said Aldrich. He looked to Solomon Solar, then towards the row of guardians that carefully observed him, no doubt ready to engage any of their advanced weapons systems at a moment's notice. "That explains all these guardians. So, in the end, arresting me and throwing me in a cell somewhere matters more than all of this." Aldrich motioned to the people behind him, towards the wreckage of the crumbling city all around him. In response, the people of Haven spoke out. "The hell, you're arresting him? For what? For saving us when none of you could be bothered to get off your asses to do the same. You left us for dead. What right do you have to come here?" Many more cries of protest rung out, aimed right at Solomon Solar, but he did not flinch. He maintained his composure and put on a saddened expression. "I understand how you feel," said Solomon as his voice rung out with a powerful ring that bid silence from the crowd. "But all of you shouldn't worry. Vigilantes that show their heroic hearts go into custody as a simple matter of jaw and procedure, but it isn't prison by any means. They'll just ask Thanatos here a couple of questions to make sure they know he's a good man, just as we all do, and once that's done, I'm sure he can come back and watch us build this city back better than ever before. As if on cue, when Solomon Solar ended his sentence, an aircraft carrier descended from above. Its 4 engines whirred loudly as they forced squalls of wind on the ground, buffeting the crowd backwards. Media drones zipped out of the way for the sizable carrier as it hovered in the air because it was big enough that its engines could shove the comparatively tiny media drones out of the way. At the side of the carrier's green-painted hull was a logo showing 2 chains crossed over in AX symbol. The mark of Lockdown, the biggest prison industry corporation in the States and in the world. Not quite a megacorporation, but still quite influential, especially in the United States where the prison industry historically had always thrived, even before the altering. The carrier opened up, revealing insides marked with black, dark purple-tinged light. A null box, huh? You really did bring out all the stops to take me in, said Aldrich as he recognized the carrier. His voice could project outwards over the din of the roaring propellers and engines from the carrier, ensuring that Solomon Solar heard him. A null box was a special containment cell made to take in alters at the A rank. It was the highest level of containment that Lockdown could produce, comprised of a sturdy metal cube lined with null ore, an exceedingly rare substance located in deadly areas known as null zones, where absolutely no life could grow. Null zones also prevented alters from using their powers properly, though there were some rare exceptions. Null ore replicated that power disruption process, making the null box one of the most reliable, albeit forbiddingly expensive ways to transport powerful alters, as trying to mine anything from a null zone was incredibly dangerous as most of them were located deep in the wastelands where natural disasters and variants posed serious threats. It's simply a matter of security, said Solomon Solar. He crossed his arms and gave Aldrich a sympathetic look. I hope you understand, Thanatos. I might know you as a man with a good heart, but the government doesn't. But I'm sure once they hear how much good you've done, they'll have you out in no time. I'll make sure to support you as much as I can, my friend, and once you get out, I'll be more than happy to start rebuilding with you. An obvious lie. If Solomon Solar got what he wanted, then Aldrich would never get out of custody. Solomon Solar banked on the government either never releasing Aldrich, at which point the media could just paint Aldrich as a villain that they had rightfully incarcerated, or they would release him agonizingly slowly, only after they had gotten every ounce of information from Aldrich about his powers and his troops and access to all of them. Whatever goodwill Aldrich dredged up here among Haven's citizens would get wiped out after a few weeks when the cleanup of Haven's wreckage finished, because by then, everyone that supported Aldrich would be separated and relocated. And with those people relocated, there would be no unified body to support Aldrich. Please vacate the premises for your own safety. The Guardians marched ahead of Solomon and moved towards the crowd, corralling them backwards to give isolate Solomon and Aldrich. The crowd protested, but they could not stand against the Guardians and got pushed back. One of the Guardians stepped in front of Aldrich and held out a blocky pair of metal cuffs that looked more like gauntlets with how sturdy they were. Black-tinted purple light emanated from within the cuffs, indicating they were also lined with null ore. Place your arms into these cuffs, said the Guardian in its cold mechanical voice. Do not resist. Another Guardian came up to Seismic with the same cuffs. Aldrich nodded to Seismic, and they both allowed themselves to get locked down. The cuffs locked into place with a pressurized click, tightly wrapping memory structure metal around their arms. Citizens of Haven. Solomon moved past Aldrich once he saw that Aldrich had been cuffed, obviously thinking Aldrich was done at this point, and spoke out to the crowd. I'll put in my word for Thanatos here. He'll be out to help us soon, I know it. Aldrich looked at Solomon. The hero practically ignored him at this point, flying over to the crowd, probably believing he had won. But Solomon's victory was all predicated on the notion that Aldrich would stay in custody with no good way out without painting himself as a villain. Aldrich would disprove that delusion. And when he did, when he came back, he would have the upper hand to force Solomon's Sunshine Foundation to siphon resources to him. Media coverage was a double-edged sword in this regard. It amplified Solomon's voice, but it also made him beholden to any promises he voiced, especially considering his spotless clean good guy image. A-rank hero Seismic, please proceed with me for questioning, said two guardians as they flanked Seismic, escorting him away. Two guardians came by Aldrich's side in the same manner. Vigilante, please proceed with us to the transport. One moment, said Aldrich as he turned around, ignoring the guardians. He spoke out to Solomon Solar. Solar, I'll be seeing you in a little over a week. I look forward to working with the Sunshine Foundation then. Solomon Solar turned to Aldrich with unblinking eyes and another momentary pause that indicated confusion. It was obvious that Solomon did not know how Aldrich could leave custody after one measly week without forcibly escaping. The government would try to keep Aldrich kept in custody for as long as possible until they knew they could control him. A week was not enough for that. If they did not think they could control Aldrich, they might even try to terminate him. What? Said Aldrich. You didn't think I was going to miss a chance to work with the Sunshine Foundation, did you? Didn't you say it yourself? That you would do your best to have me out soon? Well, I'll help you out with that. No, I'll even make it easy for you. I have a hero that wants to sponsor me for a hero consideration hearing. And, if I read the fine print properly, a sponsorship from a B-rank hero or above means I'm obligated to that hearing within a week of going into voluntary custody. I'll clear my name there. I'm sorry to say this, Thanatos, but Seismic is also under custody. His sponsorships won't be valid, began Solomon. Not Seismic. I have someone else, said Aldrich. Solomon Solar paused, wondering who was sponsoring Aldrich. To force a hearing required a hero that was B rank and above, and the only living B ranker in Haven was Rocket Man, who was B, just shy of being able to call for a hearing. On top of that, Rocket Man was not popular and influential enough to really make waves in the news. Even if Rocket Man could sponsor Aldrich, it was possible the AA could just use technicalities to try and circumvent it. There were a few other B rankers that had come to this city, but again, they were all at the B rank. And if they had been raised from the dead, then a convincing argument could be made as with Seismic that their minds were compromised. The only B ranker that had come here with enough popularity behind his name was Minuteman, who had a strong following from his dashing good looks and good guy persona. Though, unlike Solomon, Minuteman's persona was not a persona. It was how he really was. But Minuteman should have been dead as well by all accounts. He had not been a part of the larger battle, and the tech-disrupting storm had ensured that he could not have contacted the AA at all, meaning he would have been classified as a casualty. Solomon probably had only received a brief damage report and gotten cocky when he saw Minuteman among the listed casualties. Minuteman will sponsor me, explained Aldrich. Minuteman is alive, said Solomon. What a relief. It would have pained me even more to know a good man like him had passed. Did you use your powers to give him a second chance? My powers? No, not at all. He's alive on the merit of his own bravery, said Aldrich. Solomon's question was asked to try and confirm whether Minuteman was corrupted. If Aldrich had raised Minuteman, then that destroyed Minuteman's credibility. You know, before this, I didn't know how Minuteman was so popular. But there's something so inspiring about seeing a real Golden Age hero fight for their principles that I started to understand why he had so many followers. It's about being genuine. People like to see something real in a world that's getting so fake. But you know all about that, though, don't you, Solar? Chapter 169 Imprisoned. Aldrich said those last few words without any hint of threat in them. The intent was, of course, a threatening one. At face value, it seemed like Aldrich was telling Solomon Solar that he was one of the few genuine ones out there, but in reality, it was a jab at the fact that Solomon Solar, the golden hero who everyone looked up to, was anything but clean. Still, Aldrich did not want Solomon to know that Aldrich knew this. That was why he kept his tone neutral. He would keep the rank 1 hero guessing until it was too late, until Aldrich had Solomon dancing right in the palm of his hand, at which point Aldrich would close his fist and crush Solomon. All the knowledge that Aldrich knew about Solomon, about Blackwater, about his criminal involvement, about his son, all of that would come crashing down on the golden hero soon enough. But now was not the right time. Solomon Solar's smile cracked for the slightest of moments as he stared at Aldrich with a questioning gaze. But his usual smile returned right afterwards so that the media could never capture him without it. Further delays will not be tolerated, said the two guardians that came back to Aldrich's sides. Please proceed to the transport or face retaliatory force. Ah, looks like my time is up here, said Aldrich. I'll keep you to your word, Solar. Once I get out, I want to see you here, in Haven, so that we can work together. You called me a friend. I'm looking forward for you to prove that. Aldrich looked over to the crowd and spoke up, over the din of the carrier above. Before I leave, I want you to remember what happened tonight. Solomon Solar promised his assistance to me, and with that, Haven's renewal is all but guaranteed. Until I come back, though, keep yourselves safe. Keep yourselves healthy. I just sat down and got to know all of your names. I'd feel bad if I couldn't see some of you again. Aldrich stepped away and let the guardians escort him. They marched behind Aldrich, pushing him towards the open carrier. Remove all armor and armaments from your body, stated the guardians. This armor is a part of me, said Aldrich. It cannot be removed. Initializing confirmation scan. One of the guardians pointed their mechanical hands at Aldrich, and the hand broke down into a cloud of gray particulates that then quickly reshaped into a cylindrical scanning mechanism. A green light streamed out from the mechanism, washing over Aldrich. Physical scans show an irregular skeletal system covered by unidentifiable metals and organic matter, said the guardian. Attempting AC scan. Forget the AC scan, said Aldrich. My powers are automatically concealed. You won't get anything out of me even if I wanted to show you. The guardian ignored Aldrich and continued to scan Aldrich. After a few seconds, it reported, scan unsuccessful. Unable to determine whether removing armor from the target will cause physical distress. Erring on the side of safety, we will allow you to maintain possession your armor. Be warned that any hostile action will be met with appropriate force and, I understand, so get on with it. Aldrich nodded and stepped forward, right below the square-shaped opening that led directly into the black and purple light of the iron box. He looked up at the glowing darkness above expectantly. He had removed his materius, stripping away his physical flesh to leave nothing but his skeletal form covered by Volantis. This made it seem that Volantis was a part of Aldrich's being or, at the very least, absolutely necessary to keep him alive. Aldrich saw as a sudden blue beam projected downwards in a pillar that completely covered him. Aldrich felt weight push down on every inch of his being. The guardians stepped aside, and as they did so, the weight bearing down on Aldrich suddenly completely faded, instead turning into the direct opposite sensation of complete weightlessness. A fast retrieval gravity beam. A high-tech piece of equipment located on new transport aircraft that allowed them to easily pick up personnel or key targets on the ground. Normally reserved for high-level military or hero operations. Aldrich was in the big leagues now. Any force used against him was going to be near the highest end. High-tech like this, the Guardians, S-rank heroes, those were all free game to use against him. It was both a compliment and a warning. A compliment in that it confirmed Aldrich's power and potential influence. A warning in that if Aldrich made a misstep, then all this force would rain down on Aldrich with no restrictions. So be it. Aldrich had never been the type to take risk before. This was the first time he had ever taken as much risk as he did, but he had to admit, he was not opposed to it. It made him anticipate just how much sweeter his victory would be. The gravity beam picked Aldrich up, taking him in with surprising speed. In just a quick second, he was within the null box. Beneath him, the hatch of the carrier slid shut, followed by the heavy metal floor of the box sliding shut right after. With that, Aldrich was now in complete and utter isolation, locked inside a metal cube lined with nothing but darkness and an eerie dark purple blacklight glow. The walls of his prison were just plain, solid metal with the null ore lining the edges of the cube structure in strips. The space around the null ore seemed to be vaguely distorted, an odd visual property of null ore that nobody knew the cause of. The box was deathly silent, and Aldrich could hear absolutely nothing outside of it. The place was so quiet that had he been alive, he could have probably heard his own heart beating. This was another property of null ore. Whatever enclosed space it was lined isolated itself from the outside world. It did not create a completely different dimension, but it did distort space in such a way that it was extremely difficult for anything outside of an enclosed null space to interact with anything within it. Aldrich had heard stories of some prisoners that went insane when they were isolated in a null box for too long. Many of them killed themselves, believing that the sound of their heartbeats, of the gurgling and churning of their very own innards, was too loud to bear. But to Aldrich, this complete and utter silence was calming. It was a good change of pace from the hectic chaos of the night. It gave him time to think and focus. Aldrich had long since theorized this, but just based on how his abilities seemed to circumvent every known rule for alter powers, he figured that null-based containment methods did not work on him either. Aldrich was half right in this regard. He could still circulate mana through his body, and he could feel that if he tried, he could cast spells. He imagined the same went for relentless, too. His personal combat capability, therefore, was not affected by null containment. However, Aldrich realized that he was not entirely unaffected either. What null containment did hamper was his telepathic links. He could not look into the minds of his units in a way very similar to how he was disconnected from his units when they entered a separate dimensional space like the Nexus or Necropolis. But Aldrich did not worry much. He had made sure to keep mental tabs on Casimir and Valera and their respective forces, and he had confirmed that Casimir had made it well out of the city and Valera had entered the Nexus. By now, the red circle had also been reduced to ashes, leaving 0 leads to ever reach back to Aldrich. This just meant that all Aldrich had to do was wait. Wait until he was transferred over to a proper grounded prison. There he would have one whole week to himself. Aldrich prepared himself mentally. It might have seemed like he had an entire week of isolation and silence to himself, but that could not be farther from the truth. No, null-based containment had one glaring weakness. It was impossible to keep surveillance over anyone inside of it, as it disrupted technology too. That meant that Aldrich could do whatever he wanted while he was imprisoned without fear of anyone watching him. Plenty of free time for Aldrich to use the sign stone gifted to him from the Death Lord to enter the Nexus and clear his trial quests. In the end, Aldrich's prison would be nothing more than just a nice and isolated space to power level free of potential distractions and dangers. Chapter 170. Another round of questioning. Aldrich spent the next hour strategizing about how he would clear the trial quests. He had no idea whether the quests were still the exact same now that the Death Lord had taken over, but it was still a good idea to prepare. With how strong Aldrich was now, especially with Okeanos under his command, he should have no issue clearing the trial quests available to him. Only the last one might be difficult, as it involved fighting a powerful boss known as Dark-Eyed Demos, a level 50+ warlock whose mastery of demonic summoning made for an incredibly difficult army versus army challenge. Demons would clash with undead, and demons on average were much stronger than the average undead. It was a test for a Legion Necromancer to effectively leverage the might of their numbers properly against strong individuals. But a challenge that Aldrich could easily surpass, considering he was far stronger than what a player character of his level should have been like with his Forbidden Lich transformation. What Aldrich anticipated most about that quest, though, was obtaining Dark-Eyed Demos as an undead. Normally, in Elden World, it was impossible to raise boss monsters, but Flurgan already disproved this. Raising Dark-Eyed Demos meant Aldrich could have access to demonic summoning, and that was something that could massively boost him. Demons were not mortal creatures. They, especially stronger ones, were more like forces of nature that embodied primal sins. Because demons were more like aspects and not truly flesh and blood creatures, it was impossible to fully put them down permanently without some form of holy magic. And where was the holy magic in the real world? Where were the priests and paladins? In the real world, demons might as well be unstoppable immortal monsters. Heroes and weapons could break their bones, blast off their limbs, or even turn them into nothing but scattered atoms, but none of that mattered. So long as a demon's spiritual core remained stable, they would always reform. And Aldrich also wondered about the demons. Did they have more knowledge about the Elden World reality? None of Aldrich's current Elden World undead seemed to have a good idea of how and why they had been transported to this different reality. But perhaps the demons were different. Another important goal Aldrich had for the trial quests were ingredients. Ingredients for Flurgan to use for his experimentations and for a special concoction that Aldrich had requested him to make once he was in a safe and secure space with Casimir. Aldrich could just easily missed phase out of any prison he was in, as though null containment hampered his telepathic links. It did not seem to stop magic-based teleportation. Like that, he could go to the Nexus, get his ingredients, transfer them over to Flurgan, and transfer back to his cell. Before Aldrich's hearing, he would get back to Flurgan for his commissioned goods. Just something to make it easier for the people running the hearing to make Aldrich's words a little more convincing. Granted, if he could convince the hearing by himself, he would not resort to using it. Now, for what Aldrich could already do. He had 30 levels of dark wisdom to spread around among his units, but he was not yet entirely sure who to give them to. Dark wisdom seemingly only allowed units to increase their levels to a set maximum potential, and it could not increase the levels of units ahead of Aldrich already. Thus, dark wisdom was best used on units that were currently weak but had good potential to grow stronger. The biggest targets for this that came into Aldrich's mind were the altars under him. Dynamite Girl, the Geist, and Portal Girl all had incredible potential to grow stronger. Dark Wisdom would accelerate that even further. But there were other good candidates, too. Like Kairos and his Knights or Flurgan or the variant mini-bosses he had taken over. The Blackwater students were also excellent candidates as they were all in the A class because of their high potential. Ace, especially, was known as someone that had the potential to surpass Seth Solar when he got older and developed and matured his powers more. It was a difficult choice, and one Aldrich would ponder over for quite some time. In the meanwhile, he made the easier decision to choose where the stats from his level ups went. In total, Aldrich had leveled up twice from 42 to 44 over the night. Almost 3 times, too, but the experience limiter on the Fishman had kicked in just before he could break through to level 45. This gave him 10 stat points to distribute, and he just pumped them all into attunement. Plus 10 to attunement, increased to plus 20 with affinity bonuses, attunement. 245 greater than 265 inner circle limit. 49 greater than 53 outer circle limit. 245 greater than 265. There was no doubt that by now, Aldrich's single greatest stat was attunement. Of course, that did not mean he could neglect his other stats, especially magic and perception, but attunement was by and large the best stat to dump into. A faint green aura shimmered over Aldrich as the power from his levels flowed into him, lighting up the dark insides of the null box for a moment. A few minutes after Aldrich's stat distribution, something somewhat surprising happened. The wall opposite to Aldrich slid open just barely enough for Aldrich to get a peek outside. Light from the insides of the transport carrier streamed into the dark innards of the null box, struggling and failing to overpower the black light of the null ore. Aldrich did not move, he just sat there and stared ahead. There, in the tiny space opened up by the wall, stood a man decked out in military uniform and beret. Only a portion of his face containing a single red eye was visible, but the look on that eye made it clear enough that the face it belonged to was not smiling at Aldrich. "Had a feeling I had visitors on this private jet ride of mine," said Aldrich. "So you got bored, did you? I was wondering when I would start getting questioned." The man did not respond to Aldrich. "Silence is it," said Aldrich. "Are you trying to intimidate me? Because if so, you can go ahead and close that door again. I don't need to waste my time with you." Chapter 171 The Colonel. Aldrich waited for the mysterious military man to respond, and after a few extra seconds of silence, he did. "Do you understand the position you're in right now?" said the man gruffly. "No. Why don't you tell me?" said Aldrich. "Don't get smart with me," said the man as his brow scrunched up in displeasure. "Smart with you? First, you have to convince me that you're even worth the effort," said Aldrich. "You son of a..." The man caught himself and took in a deep breath, calming himself. When he spoke again, his words had a threatening edge to them. "You have no idea where you're going. You could be getting tossed deep into a prison pit with your key thrown out and forgotten. You might think yourself strong, but you have no way out of this, not with the null containment screwing you over. You still want to put up an attitude. LC, so we're starting off with a threat," said Aldrich. Quite a harsh way to start off congratulating the man who saved an entire city, no. "I don't give a rat's ass what you did," said the man. "Keep up that easygoing attitude, and I'll make sure you never see the light of day again. You understand me? You won't do that, said Aldrich plainly. Nay ap. Can aim tees, my life. Aldrich scoffed. It's your lives that are on the line here. I am the only existence in history that has ever been able to control a locus. That must make you and your higher-ups wonder, doesn't it? What if I could control even above that? Maybe even a titan? Wouldn't that end it all? This entire conflict with the variants. You are afraid of me because you don't know who I am or what I want to do, but you can't let go of me either, because otherwise you lose what could be your biggest ticket to ensuring humanity's survival. The man sighed, defeated, knowing that Aldrich was right. I'm only asking for you to take this seriously. Seriously. Don't be mistaken, I am taking this situation seriously, said Aldrich. What I am not taking seriously is you. You aren't someone that's used to interrogating, are you? No, you're used to giving orders, but questioning, that isn't your specialty. You're too straightforward, too easily riled up when your authority is challenged. You're someone higher up with people even higher telling you to get something out of me. But let me make this clear. You are not here to take anything from me. You are here to ask me for things, and it is my choice whether to give them to you or not. So, if you understand and you want me to talk, then drop this tough guy act. Tell me what you want, and I'll think about telling you what I can do. The man stared at Aldrich for a few seconds before shaking his head. All right then, you've seen right through me. Let me start this over. My name is Colonel Davos. I oversee the Irregulars Department of the U.S. government. Irregulars, said Aldrich. He had never heard of this department before. We aren't known to the public, said Davos. But to give you a brief rundown, we handle unexplainable phenomena. Such as, said Aldrich. That, I am not obligated to disclose to you, said Davos. But just know that your powers and what you did tonight with that locus falls under the category of unexplainable phenomena. I see, said Aldrich. Then what is it you want from me? First and foremost, your intentions, said Davos. I and the government need to know whether you are on our side. On humanity's side, lamb, said Aldrich. Good. Then you understand that for national security, no, global security, that your powers are crucial, correct? You yourself stated how important they could be, said Davos. I'm here to broker a deal with you. In exchange for your services to the government, we will give you back your freedom. An under-the-table deal with a shadow government department. If comic books and TV shows were anything to go by, then these deals usually never ended well. Granted, that was just fiction, but it was grounded in common sense too. The whole point of having a shadow department like this was to remove any sense of accountability. To keep Aldrich on a leash that could be terminated at any moment with no consequence. My freedom, Colonel, you seem to be under the very mistaken impression that I lack freedom, said Aldrich. Colonel Davos's eye looked down at Aldrich's cuffs. You don't seem very free to me. Freedom is all a matter of perspective, Colonel, said Aldrich as he raised up his cuffed arms. These mean precious little to me. Let's just say as 1 a.m. right now, don't feel particularly chained down. In other words, freedom isn't something you can use to bargain with me. And this was very true. Aldrich was only negotiating with the government, the panopticon, the current power structure of the world, because he wanted to give them a chance. If they made it too hard for him, he could just as easily cut his losses and go out into the wastelands to amass his power or even try to join and overtake a villain organization from within. Aldrich was the one with the freedom to act here. What, you think you'll walk away scot-free in that hearing you talked about? Colonel Davos shook his head. You think that just because you broadcasted on national news that you would get that hearing that you're entitled to it? It's entirely possible you never make it to your hearing. You might encounter an unfortunate accident. She'll only say this once, Colonel, but threatening my life is the last thing you should be doing, said Aldrich. His voice, usually calm, perhaps a little sarcastic, now turned icy cold, laced with an inhuman rattle from his lich body. Hearing this voice, the colonel instinctively shivered, his survival instincts flaring and forcing him to step back. Colonel Davos stepped forward again, regaining his confidence. I'm offering you an easy way out. If you get to that hearing, there's no guarantee that the tribunal there will be lenient to you. No, I would bet money that they'll order you to hand over everything you have, your knowledge, your troops, access to your powers, and if you disobey that, then you make yourself an enemy of not only the government, but the AA and the Panopticon. I don't have the power to change the minds on that hearing, that's outside of my jurisdiction. But what I can do is induct you into my department. You would disappear from the public eye forever, but you would still be free, and you wouldn't have to worry about the entire government hunting you down every single day of your life. Free. Now that doesn't sound like freedom to me, said Aldrich. I would be little more than your pet at that point, wouldn't I? Call it what you want. It's either that or you get hunted down, said Colonel Davos, because you're far too dangerous to be kept alone. Chapter 172 Second Deal. And that's the best you can offer me, said Aldrich. A collar and a leash. It's a better deal than what anyone else can give you, said Colonel Davos. So tell me, are you going to take it or not? Say, hypothetically, that I do take you up on your generous offer, then what do you want from me? Said Aldrich. You have zero records anywhere, said Colonel Davos. You're like a ghost, a phantom that just decided to pop up one day. Attempts to scan and analyze your powers fail. Attempts to read your past fail. I want a full explanation of who you are and what your powers are. I see. I can sense that isn't all you want. So go on, tell me more, said Aldrich. Next, I would want full access to all the specimen under your control. That includes, of course, the locusts. We would need to run extensive testing on them. You would be part of that testing, said Colonel Davos. Naturally, said Aldrich. All right, then, anything else? Once we've researched you and your powers and devised a means to counteract them, you'll be inducted into a covert operations team to put your powers to good use, said Colonel Davos. Interesting, said Aldrich. And what about Seismic? He's in government custody now, isn't he? Why not run those tests on him? He's protected by Hammerhead, said Colonel Davos. We can't get to him easily. But if you make him, then that's a different story. What makes you think I can control Seismic just like that? Said Aldrich. You could control the rest of your forces. I assume Seismic isn't an exception. But even if he was, he's not the most important one. It's the locust we want the most, said Colonel Davos. Cough up the locust, and we can let Seismic do what he wants. I see, said Aldrich. He paused before he spoke again. I have a question. Colonel, what is it? Tell me, do I look like a fast food drive-through to you? What? Colonel Davos exclaimed in surprise. Did you seriously expect me take that offer? You take everything from me and give me nothing in return. Already told you, your freedom means nothing to me, said Aldrich. I would guarantee your safety, said Colonel Davos, now distinctively aggravated. Your life, that doesn't matter to you. Not even you can survive a manhunt from the entire might of the United States. Is that what you think? Said Aldrich. You didn't even know I even existed just 24 hours ago. How can you be so confident that you can hunt me down now? I've heard enough, Colonel, and just as I told you before, it is my choice to decide whether to give you anything of mine or not. And my choice here is simple. I give you nothing. As for my supposed freedom, well, I'll take my chances at the hearing I'm owed. You, began Colonel Davos angrily before another voice cut him off. Good God, you're awful at this. And you're taking up the time I paid for. Get out of the way, man. This was a much younger man's voice. Far less gruff and innately aggressive than the Colonel's, but not one that sounded weak either. Colonel Davis got shoved aside, revealing a thinner man dressed in a cheap-looking navy blue suit. He put his face close to the small gap in the null box door, revealing large black shades that in a wild mess of ragged black hair. Oh, there you are, said the man as he peered right at Aldrich. He turned around and barked out an order with the practiced ease of someone used to ordering others around. Open this door, will you? How can I talk to him through this little peephole, huh? He's too dangerous, Colonel Davos's voice chimed in. Screw dangerous. Just open the goddamn door. What do I pay you guys for, huh? Just open it enough for me to get in, yeah. Just enough for you to get in, repeated Colonel Davos. Just be warned that if anything happens to you, I can't do anything about it. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, as far as you're concerned you don't exist, You were never here, yada yada blah blah. Okay, now open the door, said the man with the shades. The door slid open just a bit more, allowing the man to squeeze through with a labored grunt, and behind him. Once he was inside the null box with Aldrich, he turned around and gestured for the door to close. Now shut it. I want some privacy here. Especially from you government rats. As the doors closed, Aldrich observed the man. The suit he wore had seen far better days. It did not quite fit the man's tall and lanky frame properly, and there were some scratched up parts and oddly discolored patches where they had been roughly tailored over with fabric that did not quite match the suit's original color. There were segment lines on his brown skin, indicating dermal cybernetic procedures, and when he patted his hands together, Aldrich could observe that there were indents on his palms that opened up to jack into tech. A techno, then. And you are, said Aldrich. Arav Singh. The man walked straight beside Aldrich with zero hint of fear and plopped down right beside him, sitting against the wall right next to Aldrich. Arav Singh. That name sounds familiar, said Aldrich. Sheshanaga Biotechnology and Cybernetics, said Arav. That ring a bell. It does, said Aldrich. Sheshanaga was a mega corporation based out of India that held one of 12 revered and immensely powerful seats on the Council of Fortune, the coalition of the largest and most influential companies throughout the entire globe. As far as biotechnology went, Sheshanaga was the top dog in the world, though in pure cybernetics it fell behind Rheingold Cyberworks, which, though not a Council of Fortune member due to its smaller, more specialized size, was the undisputed world leader in cybernetic research and technology. Regardless, as a member of the Council of Fortune, Sheshanaga could easily be said to have influence on par with an entire country. Combined together, the Council of Fortune as a whole entity had as much power as any of the major world organizations like the AA and the Panopticon, quite literally controlling the entire flow of the world's economies in their hands. The Singh family headed Sheshanaga, making Arav here one of its members, though Aldrich was not well versed enough with the company to know what position Arav had. And what does a Council of Fortune family member want to do with me? Said Aldrich. I want to offer you a deal, said Arav. A proper deal, not whatever abomination of a deal that blockheaded Colonel wanted to throw your way. Chapter 173 Company Politics. A deal. I'm interested. Aldrich already held Arav in far better standing than Colonel Davos. Arav had the courage to sit right next to Aldrich, knowing how dangerous Aldrich could be. Though null ore could dampen powers, it was not if they just erased alter cells and organs entirely. Null ore worked mainly by compromising the proper functioning of the alter cells and organs, severely disrupting the processing of additional energy. But the physical strengthening that alter cells and organs provided from years and years of enriching musculature, blood vessels, bones, and so on remained. For someone like Aldrich, who Arav had every reason to expect had a massively high AC count, it was an entirely reasonable threat for Aldrich to just reach out and snap Arav's neck, especially considering the fact that technos tended to have weaker bodies even with high AC counts. The fact that Arav just sat calmly like this, right next to Aldrich, indicated that he was willing to place his trust in Aldrich. Plus the fact that Arav did not just start off negotiations by threatening. Aldrich's life definitely helped. Have you been keeping up with news about Sheshanaga? Said Arav. That's one area where I'm not the most researched on, said Aldrich. That's fine, said Arav. You don't particularly have to know anything. And now that I think about it, you wouldn't really find anything on the news either. It's all mostly secret stuff. Anyway, to get to the point, the CEO of Sheshanaga is looking for a new successor. A new successor, said Aldrich. I would have expected that to be on the news. Anything related to a shift in the power structure of a Council of Fortune company would make immediate global headlines, because it would have been almost akin to hearing about a regime change in a government. No, a more apt analogy would have been a change in a kingdom, because that's what these companies were, modern-day kingdoms. Many of them were ruled by familial dynasties, and the power struggles that went into deciding who took the crown after the family heads died often shed quite the blood. It's all secret and on the down low for now, said Arav with a shrug. My old man didn't want to make the news public. Old man. So, you're the heir to Sheshanaga, said Aldrich. Yeah. Along with 5 other kids. No, wait, counting the illegitimate hooker spawn, of which I am one, There's 10, no, 12 others," said Arav. He shrugged again. "It doesn't matter, really, so long as there's even a tiny drop of his blood in one of us. The old man's looking for whoever can meet his will, not whoever came out of the right vagina." "I see where this is going," said Aldrich. "You want to meet his will and take over the company, and for that, you need me. You catch on quick." I like that a lot," said Arav. He nodded enthusiastically. He reached into his coat pocket and placed a black-tipped cigarette deftly into his mouth. He put the tip of his index finger near the cigarette, and a small flame emerged from several small holes in his finger, lighting it. He reached out his case of cigarettes to Aldrich. "Want one? Just a warning. They're not anything special. You could pick them up at the nearest gas station." "I don't smoke," said Aldrich. "Understandable. Very healthy, too. If my old man thought like you, maybe he would be living longer," said Arav. He put the cigarette case away and blew out a breath of smoke. "But unfortunately, he's due for a permanent trip to the other side in a few months, and now he's sent out all his heirs on a wild goose chase for the greatest secret of all. The one secret we still haven't cracked with all these crazy new powers and fancy new technology." "And that is," said Aldrich. "The secret of immortality," said Arav. "I see," said Aldrich. "I assume you believe I can help you with that." "With immortality? Hell yeah," said Arav. "You've made quite the waves out there, Mr. Thanatos. The power to raise the dead, the power to raise a locus. I'm sure everyone will want a piece of you soon. Every company worth a damn, at least. And not all of them will be incompetent monkey brains like Sir Green Beret out there. That's the problem with men that take authority for granted. They don't realize that it's earned. And when you call them out on it, it's like you've insulted their whole being." "And what about you? Do you believe you deserve authority?" said Aldrich, scoping out Arav's character. "Me, sure, in some ways, when it's been earned. But with you, of course not. You're the one with all the power here, Mr. Thanatos, a fact that Colonel out there really could not stand," said Arav. "You see, I like to consider myself a self-made man, though I guess that's relative. I did start out with a loan of 10,000 credits from my old man. The maximum amount he would give an illegitimate like me. Nothing compared to the 10 million he gave his real kids, but then again, at least I didn't start off begging in the streets. Anyways, I took that 10,000 and built up my very own company. Big enough that I get a seat at Sheshanaga's table in spite of the dirty looks I get all the time from the real heirs. What that journey from bottom to the top did make me realize was exactly where I stood in the world at any given moment. It taught me when to know one held power, authority. And it also taught me when I was weak and needed others for support. And to you, Mr. Thanatos, I know I have to pitch myself. I need your support. I need to convince you I'm a worthy investment." "So, are you," said Aldrich. "Have a hunch about you, Mr. Thanatos, and that's that you don't really care about the credits, do you? You might care a little just to make sure a lack of credits isn't an issue, but sitting atop a mountain of them isn't your end goal, is it?" said Arav. "You would be guessing correctly," said Aldrich. "That's what I thought. We think along similar lines, then," said Arav as he adjusted his ragged suit jacket. "So, to start off, I'll offer you what any other large corp would. Credits and political support and whatever. I can essentially guarantee you'll make it to your hearing unharmed, though I can't guarantee I can bribe every single person on the tribunal. But even if that doesn't work, I can promise to rebuild Haven and make it a better place. I'll be honest here and add that I don't have as much backing as a proper Council of Fortune company or even as much as some my own brothers and sisters." Arav made a dismissive gesture. "But all that, I can promise later once I take over the company and kick the unruly variables out. At that point, the real fun begins. You'll have access to everything Sheshanaga can offer. All of its research and technology. Anyways, that's the gist of what I can offer you. If you want more, you can always ask me. And in exchange, what do you want from me?" said Aldrich. "Considering you're talking about taking over the company, I assume you want me to help you in fulfilling your father's wish for immortality." Arav took a deep draw from his cigarette. "You know, I never understood why the average rich prick likes cigars so much. I'm a rich prick too, but what makes cigars so much better than the average Marlowe cig? said Arav as he went off on a seeming tangent, but Aldrich could tell there was meaning behind it. Image and prestige, I imagine, said Aldrich. Image and prestige, yes, said Arav. Old things that old people love to cling to. But to hell with that, I say. Out with the old, in with the new. Arav snuffed out his nearly burnt-out cigarette with the tip of his finger. The red-hot cigarette head sizzled as it made contact with Arav's hardened skin. I don't want you to give my father immortality. That's all just a ploy for him to rule forever and keep making the same mistakes again and again, wasting the company's tech and research and potential. No, I want you to help me kill him. Chapter 174 The Unending Thread. Kill your father. Now isn't that a bold proposition to throw at me so soon? Said Aldrich. He leaned forward, the metal of his armor clicking with the movement. Beside Arav, a man of average height, Aldrich, in his thick armor especially, looked like a hulk of a man. But despite that, Arav did not care. He just waited patiently for Aldrich to talk. Taking out the head of a council of Fortune Megacorp is basically akin to assassinating the head of a state, said Aldrich. You're asking me to take a risk as big as that. This is a massive gamble, isn't it? Either you and I take out your father and we get everything you promised. Or we fail, your head rolls, and I become a target. Every deal has some level of risk, said Arav. And you seem to know a thing or two about gambles. Why do you think I'm offering you so much, Mr. Thanatos? What is essentially joint ownership of Sheshnaga? Its reward commensurate with the risk. And the actual offing the old man part. I will handle most of that. One know exactly how to get to him. My old man thinks of himself like a god, deserving of the gift of immortality, but in the end, all he is just a weak little insecure man, destined to go under the dirt and turn into maggot food like the rest of us. I know how he thinks. What he wants. What he fears. I know how to manipulate him. Believe me, I've planned for this moment my entire life. All I needed was one missing puzzle piece to fit into place, and I believe you can be that piece. She'll humor you then. Tell me how you're going to take down your father, said Aldrich. It's quite simple, really, said Arav. My old man trusts nobody in his old age and declining health. He sees all of us, his sons and daughters, own blood and flesh, as vultures circling above, just waiting to pick into his corpse. And he would be exactly right about that. He's got exactly one person he trusts, and that's his assistant mistress. A girl he picked up from the streets to groom into his perfect woman. I'm assuming you've got this woman compromised somehow, then, said Aldrich. You've got that right. I won't go into the details of it, but she's essentially my agent. But that alone isn't enough, said Arav. Because no matter how much my old man trusts his mistress, it's not to the point where she can dictate his will for him. And I can't just off the old man without getting ownership of the company first. That's why I need to win this dumb immortality rat race competition of his against all my siblings. He'll give me rights then in a grand ceremony, passing off the company while he enjoys his eternal retirement. Retirement. Then is there a need to kill him? Said Aldrich. It seems to me that all you need on your end is something that will convince your father that he'll stay on living. That's the thing. That's what he told us. That he'll step down. But I know my old man better than that. He might not have spent time with me like he did with his real children, but it's because of that I know exactly the type of man he is. He can't keep his hands off what he thinks belongs to him. And when he doesn't get his way, he'll break it so that nobody else can have it. That's what he did to my mother. That's what he'll do to the company. Even if he steps down, he'll have a high enough position in the company to oversee things that he could stage a coup anytime he wanted. He might step back for a few months, years, even, but eventually, he'll get hungry again, and he'll do whatever it takes to carve back that power, even if it means burning it all down. It's better to eliminate him as a rogue variable sooner rather than later. Aldrich took a moment to think about Arav's words. They were ruthless and harsh, yes, but not out of the ordinary. Company politics were brutal in the age of mega-corporations. The corporate wars of 2077 and 2090 that killed hundreds of thousands were a testament to how bloody and brutal company conflicts could get. In the highest echelons of corporate maneuvering, there was no room for sympathy. It was kill or be killed. Deceive or be deceived. For this reason, Aldrich could not fully trust Arav, but he knew he would have to deal with corporations because they were such huge powers on the global playing field. It was inevitable for Aldrich to have to wade through the web of deceit and conflict woven into these mega corporations. What Aldrich needed to do was choose his spider carefully. He needed the right spider that would help him navigate this web and hunt down the others that would get in his way. "I know I said this was a gamble, Mr. Thanatos," said Arav as he noticed Aldrich's pause. "And it is, don't get me wrong, but now, you yourself don't have to go all in. That's for me to do. This is how I envisioned our potential partnership to go. I help you out right now and do my best to get you through your hearing. Consider that a down payment, that you can take for free from me. Afterwards, when you are more established, we start R&D together. You see, my old man is quite the suspicious type, so he won't be taking any secret immortality formula without being absolutely sure it won't backfire on him. At the very least, he won't accept your powers as they are now. I doubt that paranoid old mind of his will accept the risk of dying and resurrecting only to potentially be under your control. He'll want something else, something more digestible to his sensibilities. That's where the R&D comes into play. We create something over an extended period of time that seemingly replicates your powers in a way that my old man will accept it. That means access to my powers. To my units," said Aldrich. "It will," said Arav. "But I understand that trust is a two-way road. In exchange, I will give you access to my tech, my laboratories, and my research. If you need anything from us, I can get it done. As long as it isn't an unreasonable request, of course. Vimana, my company, specializes in the cybernetics side of biotech, and it is accomplished enough to be one of Sheshanaga's top subsidiaries. I don't know whether you care about research, but even if you don't, if you're just interested in the cybernetic armor and monofilament wire weapons and dermal skin plating and whatnot, then you won't be disappointed. I'm confident my company's cybernetics have enough combat potential to warrant your interest. It would take at the minimum an A-rank hero to afford my company's direct line, but you'll have it essentially for free. My company's influence is also not anything to scoff at. At the very least, it will give you enough standing where anyone, even the most influential of figures in the world, will have to think twice before crossing you. And I would practically become your corporate sponsor. Plus, at any given moment, if you think our partnership is not up to your standards, you have free rein to end it as you wish. You can consider this a trial period to grow our trust with each other with free cancellation if something doesn't suit your fancy. If another company approaches you with an even sweeter deal, then you are free to take it, one will not stop you. But just let me know first to see whether I can match it." "A tempting offer," said Aldrich. He could not even begin to imagine the potential that this deal had. Flurgan was curious about this world's technology. If he had unfettered access to high-end laboratories, especially those related to biotechnology and cybernetics, then he essentially had the perfect playground to merge magic and mechanization together. This was not to mention the immediate high-end equipment that would come Aldrich's way. "But if you're here in front of me, then I'm sure your siblings will come as well," said Aldrich. "And I assume each of them hold companies of significant merit too." "Companies even larger than yours," you admitted. "What separates you from them?" "Commitment," said Arav. "I told you that you didn't have to go all in. But I'm all in. I'm willing to spend everything I have, everything I've built up, and bank it on you, Mr. Thanatos. My siblings or any other company, really, will not do the same. They will not trust you. They will be wary of you. None of them will give you as much as I am willing to give you. They will want more from you. They will place more conditions on you. And why is it that you are different?" said Aldrich. "What makes you so willing to bet it all on me? You don't even know whether my powers can even be replicated in the way you want it to be." "Didn't already say, I'm all in," said Arav. "And all in means I'm willing to take the risk that our R&D partnership might not work out as well as I envision it. But even then, I would still be willing to bet on you. And there's a very good reason for that. You should have wondered by now why I picked up on you so quickly. Why it was that I managed to pay my way onto this isolated prison transport. This is the reason." Arav took off his shades, revealing one normal brown eye. And one other eye with a pupil completely black and shaped into the pattern of a lotus flower. "When I close this eye of mine, I can see a silk thread. A golden silk thread that floats atop a sea of darkness. When I think about making some, how should I put this, unhealthy decisions, the thread shrinks. When I think about making healthy decisions, the thread grows. When I think about our collaboration, the thread never ends. Chapter 175. A Crypt. I see, said Aldrich as he beheld Arav's right eye. He had not quite seen anything like it before. It was not the odd lotus-shaped pupil itself that caught Aldrich's attention. Altars could manifest odd physical traits aplenty, not to mention with how colorful fashion was these days, there more than a few people wore eye contacts with all sorts of strange shapes. What caught Aldrich's attention was the feeling he got from looking at the eye. When he stared at it, it seemed to expand before him, turning into an engulfing void that radiated a strange sense of cold. Not a chill, not the kind that crawled through the body with fear, but something strangely, well, comforting. It was hard to put exactly into words. But when Aldrich felt that cold, it felt like he was being introduced to an old friend, something that had been lost but now was found. I see too, as you can obviously tell, said Arav with a small smile before he grew serious again. He rubbed his right eye with a painful motion, and when he withdrew his hand from it, the black lotus shape was gone, revealing a plain brown pupil. That's quite interesting, said Aldrich as he put a hand to his chin, the metal around his body clinking with the movement. I thought you were a techno, considering the body ports you have in your palms. But this doesn't seem like it would fit into a techno power category. No, it's more like a flux. That is, unless you're a multi-growth. It was a common misconception that altar powers were categorized under what type of power they were. To be more precise, they were categorized according to the shape and location of their organ first, then the nature of their power second. Techno powers fell under the main category known as psionics, which generally exhibited powers related to the mind. Things like future sight, however, fell under the flux category that governed manipulation of space-time. The only way Arav could have both the power to deep dive into technology via ports and future sight was if he was a multi-growth, a rare altar who possessed more than one organ. I'm not blessed enough to be a multi-growth, said Arav. He put his shades back on. My main category is a psionic. Subcategory. Techno. I'm about as commonplace as any street rat chrome head selling cracked hardware in rundown shacks. The only difference is my processing power. To be honest, Mr. Thanatos, there is no point probing me with questions about this eye of mine. Because I have no idea about it either. All I know are three things. 1. That I was not born with it. 2. That it is not an altar power. I have had it analyzed and appraised by editors to no avail. It's basically an unreadable mystery. 3. This is not something actively control. Unlike my altar power, which feels as natural to use as moving the muscles on my body, I have no real control over this eye. I can will it to open and close, but that's about it. I cannot control anything else about it. Not what it shows nor what it does. I feel as if I am merely a host to it. All I can do is witness the sight it grants me, and that is the silk floating ever so precariously upon a dark sea. I see, said Aldrich. Then at the end of the day, you're basically guessing what that vision even means. Through trial and error, where you experimented in making decisions that either shortened or lengthened your lifespan, you figured out that the golden thread represents your life. Correct, said Arav, and you can see now why I would see an unending thread and determine your partnership so very valuable. No. I understand now. Still, a power that doesn't fit under any rules is something quite noteworthy, said Aldrich, his mind on the matter of Arav's peculiar power. It was not an altar power. It was not something he was born with. It was not something he controlled. This was completely unheard of. A power that did not fit under any conventional rules known about altar powers, just like how Aldrich's video game powers did not fit under any known power framework. Granted, Aldrich himself did not know too much about the world either. He had been a relatively thorough researcher, but he could not access anything hidden to the public eye. There were plenty of secrets out there in the world, with Colonel Davos's Irregulars department being one of them. That said, Aldrich figured that people like Arav were who Colonel Davos routinely targeted. You are infinitely more of an irregular than I am, that's for sure. Which is why Colonel Brickhead wanted you under his care so desperately. But still, If that colonel out there knew about this, I'm sure he would quite love to spread that care around and have me crammed into a test tube, said Arav, thinking along the same lines as Aldrich. Which is why you willingly came into the null box. So that you could reveal this power of yours without having any prying eyes peeking in, said Aldrich. That's right. I've made up my mind. I'll take your deal, said Aldrich. Arav raised a brow. And that is your final decision? Final decision? No. You said it first. I get to start off on a free trial. I can call it quits on our deal anytime I want, said Aldrich. That's why I'm willing to accept so quickly. I'll wait to see if you can fulfill your down payment, and then we can go from there. Ah, right, I did say that, said Arav. Usually, I'm not this lenient on my business deals, so that slipped my mind. But for you, Mr. Thanatos, exceptions can and will be made. Now as for that down payment, I promised to get you to your hearing unharmed, didn't I? Yes, said Aldrich. I have no fears about my personal safety, but I don't want to be dealing with people like the colonel over and over again. Whatever prison I'm being taken to, I want to make sure I am absolutely not disturbed, whether it's by shadow government organizations or opportunistic corporate hounds. Where you're going, I doubt guests will be much of an issue, said Arav. And where is that? Where the vilest of the vile, the worst of the worst, the most dangerous of the dangerous go down to wither away and die, said Arav. A crypt. Chapter 176. Until next time, crypts. Aldrich had only ever heard about them on the net as urban legends. Supposedly, they were deep pits far underground where uncontrollable threats were essentially just buried. Threats that just had no way to be dealt with normally. Villains that were too unstable and powerful to ever see the light of day without being a threat to society were cast down into crypts and just locked up forever. Alters or variants that could not die by any conventional means were also sent down into crypts to essentially just be sealed away until time immemorial. Oftentimes, crypts were reused again and again, tossing in villains and variants into the same forsaken pit for them to brutalize each other. The biggest reason why crypts were considered urban legend despite their name and function being mentioned from leaked government documents was due to the fact that nobody had ever found a crypt. A crypt? Are they trying to kill me? Said Aldrich. No, not yet at least, said Arav. How much do you know about crypts? The basics, said Aldrich. The impression I get from them is that they're death pits where insane villains and unkillable monsters are all piled down together and locked up in one pit of festering agony. Yeah, you would be pretty accurate with that impression, said Arav. Just one thing to note. Most crypts aren't that big. Crypts are containment chambers built around underground null zones, and most of the larger null zones are in territory too hostile to reliably man. That means most crypts are on the smaller end. Not much larger than single-person occupancy, I hear, so you won't have any unsavory bunkmates. I've also confirmed that the crypt you're going to is empty. Granted, there are a few larger crypts where it truly is a mosh pit straight out of hell, but that's not where you're going. You're wanted alive, so you get an empty crypt. But you're also perceived as dangerous and unpredictable, so you still end up in a crypt. That explains why crypts are so difficult to find, said Aldrich. Null zones should interfere with any way to search for them, tech or alter power-wise. Building a prison around a null zone should make it near untraceable. For good reason, too, said Arav. With all the nutjobs and crazies and new age cultists out there, can you imagine if they could track down a crypt and free whatever insanity was trapped within? But anyways, you get what I mean when I say that guests won't be an issue, no. Even I can't stay on this transport all the way to your crypt. They don't want me knowing the coordinates to it, Aldrich leaned back against the wall and looked up at the blacklight ceiling of the null box, thinking. Arav raised a finger. But, Mr. Thanatos, I have the power to change that. This transport will make a stop in Kerala to drop me off, but I have a little bit of authority there, you see. Just enough to make a very convincing argument for this transport to transfer you over to an AA department there, one that just so happens to be quite friendly with me. I can't completely free you, but I can arrange to have your containment be a little more comfortable. Something akin to a house arrest at a villa, for example, no cuffs needed. Granted, you will still be under constant surveillance and have no net access, but I assume it'll still be much better than, that's perfect, said Aldrich with a nod as he stopped looking at the ceiling and stared ahead. That's absolutely perfect. Then you'd prefer house arrest, said Arav. What? No, said Aldrich. I meant the crypt. Let me get this straight. You want to go to the crypt? Said Arav, taken aback. Yes, the crypt is the perfect spot, said Aldrich. The government, AA, and Panopticon all probably thought that sending Aldrich down to the crypt was the absolute highest form of security they could chain him down with. A pit where no altar powers worked and sealed with tons of metal like an iron sarcophagus. It was a place where they could just throw him in without ever having to worry about him escaping. They could toss him in there and chit-chat among themselves about what to do with him with peace of mind. Little did they know, the crypt was essentially just the perfect gamer's paradise for Aldrich, a place where nothing could disturb him from leveling up. Aldrich would never get visitors down in the crypt, at least not until they unsealed it and took him out. Nobody could even check up on him because of the tech disruption. Aldrich turned to Arav and spoke resolutely. Make sure I go to the crypt. Do you understand? Arav blinked behind his shades, wondering if Aldrich was a madman that fit right in a crypt. He pushed up his shades and shrugged. Sure, I can do that. Even if I don't do anything, you'd be going there anyway. Don't tell me you have a way to get out of the crypt, Mr. Thanatos. That isn't for you to worry about, said Aldrich. Then again, even if you did, it would be prudent for you not to escape anyway, said Arav. They are also experimenting, trying to see if this containment will be enough for an irregular like you. If you choose not to escape, then you could lull them into a false sense of confidence to use against them when it really matters. I know I would do that if I was in your shoes. But anyways, I'll fulfill the rest of my down payment too. I'll see to it that you'll not only get your hearing, but you'll also get to it unharmed. One warning, though, it's likely the hearing will be private and off the records. I can't do anything to change that. The tribunal will very likely want to talk to you about sensitive matters of national and global security, and that information is probably all classified. Just in case you were wanting to try and broadcast your hearing to drum up public support like with that other high-profile hearing villain turned hero, what was his name again? Ah, right, Dracul. That's fine, said Aldrich. Whether it's public or not doesn't matter. All that matters is getting to the hearing. Arav nodded. Now, it'll be difficult to predict who will be on the tribunal for that hearing, so I don't think I can bribe everyone on there. You won't have to, said Aldrich. I'll try to convince them on my own. And if your words just aren't quite sweet enough, said Arav. They will be, said Aldrich. Arav shrugged again. Well, if you have this much confidence in your speech-making ability, then who am I, a reclusive CEO famous for never making public appearances, to criticize you? Anyways, even if the tribunal does condemn you as an uncontrollable element, I'm still willing to work with you in a more legal capacity. I don't really care if you end up as a hero or villain or something else. Arav stood up, cracked his knuckles, and walked over to the null box's exit. Only have a limited amount of time with you, and that time's almost up. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Thanatos. This is just a hunch, but I have a feeling that this will be the beginning of something quite grand. Something to make some real change. Arav banged on the door as loudly as he could. On the outside, it probably registered as just faint vibrations, but enough for anyone closely looking to see and take note of. The door began to slide open slowly. Arav turned around to Aldrich with a final smile and a nod. Until next time then. Until next time, repeated Aldrich. Chapter 177 Pale White. When Arav left, before the exit to Aldrich's null box closed completely, Colonel Davos's face peeked in again. He held open the sturdily reinforced door enough for his strength to be decidedly superhuman. Considering the fact that the null box door was pure metal and almost half a meter thick, Aldrich determined that Colonel Davos was likely an augmenter-class alter whose muscles and bones tended to benefit the most from alter cells. Colonel Davos stared at Aldrich with red eyes that glowed in the dark. They were unexceptional, though, compared to Arav's. They did not possess the same feeling of odd chill that Arav's unique eye gave off. I don't know what that corporate slink offered you, began Colonel Davos. Far more than you did, retaliated Aldrich. I can imagine, said Colonel Davos. My department can't offer much in the same way that he can. We don't have direct influence. We can't put you on the news or pump your accounts full of credits. Are you here to try and offer me another deal? Did you feel intimidated by what Mr. Singh might have offered? Said Aldrich. She'll admit that my approach with you might have been heavy-handed, said Colonel Davos. Times are tense now. Multiple major cities are under variant attack. And they've been coordinated attacks the likes of which we've never seen before. So many questions, and right at the center of it all, you seem to pop up. I was wary of you, everyone is. My orders were to either try and control you or destroy you, and that made me act rashly. I apologize for that. So, you never answered my question. Will this apology lead into another deal? Said Aldrich. I'm not authorized to give you a deal outside of the parameters which I was instructed to operate with, said Colonel Davos. And here I thought you were the head of your department, said Aldrich. You seem considerably restricted in spite of your position. Tam the head, said Colonel Davos. One of several. I'm the head of security and containment. You were right before. I don't do negotiations. I contain threats. Am I safe to assume then that means the government has classified me as a threat? Said Aldrich. It's a default classification for safety's sake, said Colonel Davos. The fact that you could cooperate with that corporate suit means you aren't a completely uncontrollable force of nature as some irregulars tend to be. Colonel Davos sighed. Look, my higher-ups want me to tell them one thing. Should you be exterminated? What makes you think you have the power to do that in the first place? Said Aldrich. I don't exactly know if I can have you destroyed. But people fear what they do not understand. They will seek to destroy it even if they don't know whether they have the firepower to take it out, and oftentimes, they'll be willing to die trying, said Colonel Davos. To answer your other question, I'm not here to offer you another deal, because any deal I'm authorized to make isn't one you'd accept. But what I do want to do is ask you a question. She'll humor you then. Go on, said Aldrich. Tell me, said Colonel Davos. All I care about is that this world finds continued peace. That humanity survives another day. I'll ask you a personal question, one that's free from bureaucratic bullshit. Are you on our side? Lamb, said Aldrich. Don't misunderstand me, Colonel. I'm not here to wipe out humanity. I want to help if I can, but if it ends up being that the only way one can help is through my own way, then I won't be afraid to play solo. Colonel Davos nodded. All right. That's all I needed to hear. That was all the Colonel Davos said as he let go of the null box door, letting it close over Aldrich. The outside of the null box was not much louder than the sound-absorbent insides. There was only a skeleton crew on board consisting of a pilot, Colonel Davos, Arav Singh, and a single guard to try and maintain as much secrecy as possible. Interesting chit-chat you had there, said Arav as he took another cigarette out of his case. Is that what you needed to tell your owners not to kill him? A little bit of a heart-to-heart, man-to-man talk. No smoking on board, was all Colonel Davos said as he walked away to the pilot's cockpit. He never liked corporate suits like Arav. They always rubbed him the wrong way. Arav put his cigarette away and eyed Colonel Davos until he had sequestered himself away in the pilot's cockpit. Then, he took out his cigarette anyway. We sense that you may require assistance, came a soft-spoken woman's voice. Arav looked to the other end of the plane to see a noticeably small woman extending an incredibly pale palm towards him. At her fingertips, small sparks of white light flashed, ready to light up Arav's cigarette. Arav looked at her through his shades with curiosity. This was the guard that Colonel Davos had decided to bring on, indicating that she was someone powerful, at the very least powerful enough to contend with Thanatos, who had bested a variant that, though unranked, would undoubtedly be in the A rank at minimum. Yet, looking at the woman, Arav could not help but wonder how she could put up anything resembling a fight. The woman was not abnormally short, but she barely passed the 5-foot mark, 152 centimeters. She dressed in flowing white robes that looked almost like rags, and beneath tiny holes and tears smattered across the fabric, her incredibly pale white skin showed. She looked fragile, like she was made of glass. There was something off about her as well. It was in her expression, or lack of it. She seemed to lack anything resembling normal human emotion. Her eyes were dull and grayed, as if she was blind, and her face did not seem to move at all as she spoke, staying permanently set in a blank stare. I can handle at least this much. And don't push yourself. With how pale and tiny you are, you seem a day away from kicking the bucket yourself, said Arav as he lit his cigarette with a low output of his finger flamethrower. Kicking the bucket, said the woman. A figure of speech. Means you're dying, said Arav. We are maintaining ourselves adequately, said the woman as she withdrew her hand, the glowing white sparks around her fingertips fading away. Though there are times when we would desire more sustenance. Ah, so the colonel over there isn't even feeding you properly, said Arav. Everything about this woman screamed, irregular. Arav himself had only a vague idea of what the irregulars department did, that was how secretive they were, but if ever there was someone that fit the bill of irregular, it was this odd woman. But Arav kept his cool and spoke as if nothing was on his mind. He can't even keep his own workers fed, and he thinks he can win over Thanatos. Ridiculous. Thanatos. Is that the name of the irregular contained there? Said the woman as she stared at the null box. You don't even know his name. If you were stationed here as a guard, I figure you'd at least know that much, said Arav. We do not place much importance on names. It is a foreign concept to us. Additionally, we are not allowed to know too much or leave our confinement very often, said the woman. She continued to stare at the null box with her blank, emotionless gaze. When we are allowed to leave, it is always to interact with another deemed as an irregular. We always go, for we are hopeful that the irregular we are tasked to meet will be like us and lead us home. Home, and where is that? Said Arav. We are not allowed to disclose that information, said the woman. She continued on. But we do not think that one can lead us home. That one does not seem to possess the capability. Yeah, then what do you want with him? Said Arav, taking this opportunity to try and milk as much info from this irregular as possible while she kept talking. We do not have anything we desire from that one. The woman never broke her stare from the null box. We are here simply to watch that one, and, if that one exhibits hostility, to become one with him. The woman stopped staring at the null box and just looked straight ahead, not focusing on anything in particular. She put a pale hand to her ear. We are being informed not to speak. We will obey that order. Arav crossed his legs and drew in a breath from his cigarette. As he let out the smoke, he closed his right eye and thought about what would happen if he tried to blast this woman with one of his finger armaments. He saw the golden silk thread of his life vanish, falling deep underwater, then re-emerge completely white. He did not exactly know what that meant, but he figured it was not a good sign. This was another strange power that seemed to mess with his sight in a way that no normal alter could. Arav had always prided himself in his ability to know things, but he was beginning to realize that perhaps not even he knew just how big the world could get. Chapter 178 Volantis. Aldrich spent the next few hours of the plane ride doing nothing at all. In the null box, severed from mentally communicating with any of his units, he found himself being unsurprisingly bored. There was only so much time he could devote to just constantly thinking about what he planned on doing, after all. At a certain point, when Aldrich's boredom started to reach an appreciable mass, Volantis spoke out. I sense that you lack mental stimulation, said Volantis. I may offer you stimulation, armored. The idea of Volantis offering Aldrich any kind of stimulation repulsed him, and that was something considering Aldrich had a very high tolerance for almost anything. Please don't ever use that phrase with me again, said Aldrich. My apologies, armored, said Volantis. But you're right, I do have nothing to do, said Aldrich. He paused for a moment, remembering his time talking with the people at the shelter inn. Haven. He remembered how much their trust for Aldrich seemed to grow when he actually took the time to sit down there and talk with them individually to hear their stories. Aldrich figured the same could work with Volantis. Plus, it was a nice way to pass time. And Aldrich was curious about something about Volantis. I'm a little curious, actually, Volantis, said Aldrich. Why serve me? Is it because you're under my control? No, said Volantis. I call you my armored for I deem you worthy. Worthy? In what way? You wield power with purpose. Purpose that feels nostalgic to me. And what purpose would that be? You have never stated your purpose to me directly, but I can sense it. It is akin to world domination. You wish to mold this world into your own image. World domination. Aldrich pondered this. His purpose for using his power was to try and bring order to this world. To minimize people like him that lived only to suffer and seek vengeance from being born. To put it simply, he wanted to make the world a better place. It was a relatively noble goal, and not one unique to Aldrich. Where it started to get unique, though, was in the lengths Aldrich was willing to go. He was willing to kill, to control minds, and sacrifice lives, even innocent ones, if he had to. It was not that Aldrich did not care about innocent lives. No, he valued them, and if he could, he would try to preserve them. But his parents had died because they had surrendered after hostages were used against them. Had his parents allowed the hostages to die, they might have survived and done far more good across their entire lives. They could have given Aldrich a proper and loving childhood. Aldrich deeply respected the noble ideals his parents had been willing to uphold even to their deaths, but a part of him had felt resentment as well, especially when he had been younger. Resentment that his parents had been willing to sacrifice Aldrich's happiness for their ideals. Over the years, Aldrich had come to terms with what his parents had done, and he no longer resented them. But it was engraved in him now that if he ever came upon a similar situation, he would not make the same mistakes his parents did. On that note, when it came to the lengths he was willing to go to, if it ever came down to it that Aldrich had to become some kind of ruler, some kind of emperor-like authority over the whole world, then he would not hesitate. In that sense, Aldrich could see where Relentless was coming from. Aldrich was willing to dominate the world to get what he wanted. "I guess you could say that," said Aldrich. "You mentioned that my purpose felt nostalgic, though. Does that mean you served someone else with a similar goal? The Death Lord, I assume, considering the fact that she wanted the entire realm to be part of her own realm of death." Aldrich actually had no idea what Relentless's backstory was like. In the game, Relentless was not fleshed out too much. He was just one of the Death Lord's mini-bosses who appeared to thwart the player during the mid-game. After getting defeated, Relentless then went on a warrior's journey to recover his honor, growing stronger and finally severing an integrating hand of the Blood God to become a fully fledged late-game boss. But aside from dialogue showcasing that Relentless was a dutiful warrior that served the Death Lord to the very end, there was very little about his actual past. The Death Lord also had a purpose to her power. Yes, but she was never my armored, said Relentless. The nostalgia I feel seems to be from my past life, before I became forged into armor. I served someone with a strong vision. Someone that wanted to dominate the world. However, I remember only faint pieces of them. I cannot even recall their appearance. When I try, all I perceive is shadow where they once were. So, not the Death Lord. Interesting, said Aldrich. He knew that Relentless did not have the best memory of his past life, but if Relentless could remember even a little bit, Aldrich thought it was possible to use his knowledge of the lore to find out who Relentless had been. Do you remember more? Relentless's normally smooth, calm voice grew faintly warm, as if remembering fond memories. One remember marching with them across dry steppes. I remember passing the steppes, into swamps, into desert, into forest, into snow, into fire. I remember standing atop a great mountain. They stood at the precipice and waved their arms at the world unfolding before them, saying that it would all be theirs and they would make things right. I remember being swept away by that grand dream, feeling as if my life had purpose. Before then, I knew I had been a fighter. But I had fought only for the sake of the fight. My mind had been simple. Ate, slept, and sought only the next challenge to kill and take their bones to add to my collection. I get it now, said Aldrich as he came to a realization. There was exactly one species in Elden World that lived in steppe-like plains and took the bones of others as war trophies. It's surprising, but all your memories hint to you having been an orc in your past life. Chapter 179 Relentless 2. Relentless remained quiet, as if pondering what Aldrich said. Then, after a small spell of silence, the living armor spoke again. An orc, even I find that difficult to believe. I had always thought orcs as vile, simple, brutish creatures. I myself have drenched my hands in their blood many times. Few I have ever found worthy to add their bones to my collection. I'm almost completely sure about this, said Aldrich. He put a hand to his chin out of habit as he continued to think and remember. There was almost no doubt in Aldrich's mind. Volantis had been an orc. Orcs in Elden World were generally regarded as gruff, unintelligent, barbaric creatures by other races due to their bloodthirsty warmongering ways that sought conflict seemingly with their every waking moment. Many races looked down on orcs because of this, and Volantis himself, with his memories erased, saw them as brutes. But it was simply a difference in culture and circumstance. A matter of perspective. Orcs did not care about building towering cities or long-standing civilizations that would last through the test of time. The Shatterlands from which they hailed from raged with routine devastating storms that would wipe out any attempt to build a city. Hence, the orcs were nomadic, but this also meant they were mocked as uncivilized. They did not have grand archives that told thousand-year histories of their people. They moved far too much to ever have a place to store any kind of document of their lives. Instead, the orcs told their tales through stories passed down from generation to generation, causing other peoples to believe they lacked any real sense of culture. The orcs did not worship a god or a pantheon of gods, for as a people, they were too scattered, too fragmented in countless different nomadic tribes, to ever ball up their faith enough to sustain a proper god. Nor could the orcs who lived for the moment, for the present, ever stand the often intangible nature of more major gods that shared their presence only with a precious few priests. Instead, they worshipped what they could tangibly see around them every day, nature. But this also meant some peoples, particularly the zealous followers of the goddess Amara, believed the orcs to be godless heretics. Orcs loved to battle, with the thirst for the fight wired into their very blood, and thus they were perceived as bloodthirsty brutes. But that trait kept the orcs alive in an ever-changing yet constantly harsh environment. Their culture reflected this reverence and desire for the fight with their penchant for taking bones as war trophies. A sign of respect among their ways, but to other peoples, such an act screamed of horrifying barbarism. Volantis's striking obsession with fighting powerful enemies and harvesting their bones likely came directly from this orc practice. But then who was this leader that Volantis had followed? This leader that had influenced Volantis so strongly that he retained vague memories of them even through the forcing process to become a living armor. A powerful forging process crafted by demons meant to wipe out any memories of the original soul. That level of soul manipulation was outside the boundaries of even Legion. Necromancers. It took a lich at the minimum to get there, showcasing just how advanced the demon smithing process was and how strong this memory must have been to linger in on Volantis even through all that. Then the leader followed was also an orc. Said Volantis, "It cannot be. For so long, I had thought of orcs as simple creatures to slaughter. You were to say that I was one of them." "Yes, I'm pretty sure that's right," said Aldrich. "You mentioned leaving the steppes and going into forest and snow and fire. That indicates you traveled across huge swaths of land, far beyond the Shatterlands that the orcs called home. That's mostly barren steppes. I know that at a certain point, orcs started to unify every so often under a warfather or warmother, creating great hordes that traveled past the forbidding mountain ranges and even the stormy seas to other lands in large-scale raids. You must have been a member of one of these hordes." "A horde, 2 inches." Volantis spoke slowly, as if he himself was trying to understand what he was hearing. "You left the steppes, into forests, deserts, snow, and fire. Not many warfathers or warmothers could have made it that far. That should narrow it down, but who was it exactly?" Aldrich, absorbed in his thoughts, continued to parse through his memories of Elden World's rich and extensive lore. The reason Aldrich needed to focus so much to recall this lore was because of how Elden World was structured. When it came to lore, Elden World was incredibly hands-off. The player had a main goal, to defeat the Howling Dark, and that was really it. How they approached this goal and how much of the world they explored in doing so was entirely dependent on the player. For example, for a necromancer like Aldrich, one of his final boss fights involved the goddess Amara sealing the Death Lord in the Nexus to defeat as the 12th and final trial quest. After defeating the Death Lord, the player character received a huge buff to their strength which they then used in a climactic final boss fight against the Howling Dark and its minions. But that was the endgame for the necromancer. There were various other paths for warriors, priests, assassins, and so on and so forth, to the point that Aldrich himself, even with his extensive playtime, had only scratched the surface of the secrets in the game. What his familiarity with the necromancer class did do, however, was force Aldrich to explore the world considerably. It made him pay attention to small things like item descriptions, the appearance of environments, and seemingly unimportant pieces of NPC dialogue to find out exactly where to find the best creatures to raise. Because of this, and because Aldrich himself had a strong interest in finding out lore, he had a very solid understanding of the parts of the world that his class could explore. It was not a perfect understanding, as there were surely countless other secrets known only to those that did play through with other classes, but it was still extensive enough that Aldrich knew a good amount about everything. Fire, repeated Aldrich. Ah, right, the only land of fire is Heleth, the home of the demons, and it is incredibly far from the Shatterlands to the point where only one orc leader has ever reached it. Warmith or Thela. Or, as other races would have known her, Thela the Conqueror. Her horde, the Golden Horde, had a serious shot of building a serious empire if she hadn't been assassinated by demons. Does that all ring a bell? Thela. I don't know, began Volantis, his voice cracking uncharacteristically. Aldrich immediately perked up in alarm. He sensed the metal of Volantis start to rattle around his body of bones. Volantis, is something wrong? Thela, Warmither, Conqueror. Volantis spoke almost as if in a trance. I should not know this, and yet, why does this sound so familiar? This should not be possible. I should not remember. I cannot remember. GH. Volantis instantly opened up his armored body, separating into countless strands of metal that peeled back to bear Aldrich to the open air. He instantly rolled forwards, the dark gray bones of his lich body clattering against the metal in the null box. Thankfully, the null box was such an insulated space that Aldrich doubted anything going on inside of it could be heard outside. Aldrich watched Volantis with green light flashing in his eye sockets. Volantis's form was still opened up, but all around the black metal of his body, both inside and outside, there were countless odd red sigils gleaming with a burning intensity. The shade of red emanating from them was unmistakable. These were demonic runes. Aldrich did not understand what was happening. He assumed he had triggered some kind of mechanism embedded within Volantis, one embedded from the demons that forged him, that prevented him from recalling his past. Volantis's voice echoed out from his peeled open form, but the voice was not directed to Aldrich. When Volantis spoke, his voice lost the smooth, elegant tone. The voice that had made him sound almost robotic sometimes, like a perfect owl. Instead, this new voice came out with a far rawer timbre. The voice was deeper, more guttural, and laced with a permanent growl. Thela, they left you. They let the demons do this to you. What do I do? Without your dream, all I am is a monster. You were the one that showed me I could be more. But, if a monster is what they want, it's what I'll give them. Orcs, humans, elves, dragons, demons, I'll take their bones. I'll take, and take, and take, until there is nothing left. Chapter 180. Into the Crypt. Aldrich felt magical energy rising around Volantis, rising up in blood-colored steam from all the red runes around his metal body. As a being of innate mystical power, Aldrich could immediately tell through sheer instinct that the amount of magic emanating from Volantis was considerable. He briefly worried whether it could be sensed by even those that were not magically sensitive, but he pushed that concern away. If nobody had been able to perceive Aldrich's mana up to this point, then nobody would sense this now. Still, Aldrich prepared his own magic, green strands curling around his skeletal fingers. Just in case something happened that required him to defend himself. But nothing more happened. Instead, the steam-like magical energy around Volantis suddenly dissipated. The glowing red runes lost their light and faded away. Volantis reformed back to his full self, but instead of his eye dot being red, it was now a simple blank white. Volantis, said Aldrich cautiously, this armor is undergoing forced repair to correct internal issues, said Volantis in his usual smooth, controlled tone, though it was very evident to Aldrich now that this voice was not actually his. It was a voice that the demons had implanted within him. It will still be operational, but some functions will be compromised until repairs are finished. Sensing armored in vicinity, Volantis opened up again, and Aldrich asked a question. How long until this armor is repaired? What does a repair entail? Estimated time of repair completion. Unknown, said the voice. Query. Repair function registered. Answering. A repair indicates a full return of internal systems to their most recent state before corruption in order to preserve accumulated battle experience and armored compatibility. I see, said Aldrich. So it was basically like a computer rebooting itself to its just known good configuration. In this case, Volantis would return to how he was exactly before he had started to remember his past fully. It is recommended that the armored still wear the unit, said the armor. Repair functions are greatly enhanced and stabilized by anchoring to an armored. Aldrich tentatively stepped back into the armor. It was not that he was not cautious about Volantis's sudden shift and the possibility that something might go wrong wearing him. But Aldrich did not want to reveal his true form or even his materious human appearance. So, Aldrich took the risk. Volantis's metal strands closed in around Aldrich, knitting back into a full, regal armor. Aldrich felt nothing was off. He sensed no danger. The only issue was, as whatever runic mechanism present in Volantis had said, some functions were unavailable. Aldrich could access the enhanced stats that Volantis offered, but not any of Volantis's stitching or anything really that Volantis himself operated. It felt similar to working with a frame that had its AL shut down. Well, this had been utterly surprising. Aldrich sighed as he leaned back against the wall of the null box again. He was not an omniscient being. He could not predict everything, but usually, if he planned or thought hard enough, he could expect what kind of surprises he would face. But this was completely out of his grasp. Aldrich's lore knowledge about demons was good but not perfect. Legion necromancers had very little reason to travel to Helith. He did not know all the tiny details that went into forging a living armor. Had he done a playthrough as a warlock, then he might have known more, but there was no use thinking about what-ifs. All Aldrich could really do was wait and see if Volantis returned back to normal in time. If not, he could still go to the Nexus and reach out to the Death Lord or, if the trial quests were still there, kill and raise Demos the warlock who probably knew more about this than Aldrich did. The biggest thing that annoyed Aldrich was that he lost his talking partner for the rest of his trip. It took a total of roughly 12 hours for Aldrich's transport to arrive to its location. He did not know exactly when the transport moved or stopped because of the isolating nature of the null box, but he figured that when the box's door opened up, revealing Colonel Davos again, that it was time to get out. Aldrich had put the high-threat null restraints, or, more easily known as null cuffs, back on to remove any hint of suspicion from himself. The null cuffs, thankfully, did not have any complicated tech in them that could track whether they had been taken on or off. "We're here," said Colonel Davos. "My cell, I assume," said Aldrich. "Consider it protective custody," said Colonel Davos. He narrowed his eyes at Aldrich's helmet. "What happened to your face? I heard you mention to the Guardians that this armor of yours functions as a life support system of some kind. Has anything changed about your condition? You try weathering a 12-hour plane ride with nothing to do," Colonel said. Aldrich: "Don't worry about it. The color of the dot on my helmet doesn't mean much. This just represents my boredom." "Well, you better get prepared for more of that," said Colonel Davos. "Where you're going, it'll be pretty much the same. Now step out of the null box." Aldrich did as asked and stepped out, and when he stood by Colonel Davos, he stood a full head taller than the man. "Hold out those cuffs for me," said Colonel Davos. He took out a baton throma sheath on his hip, and with the press of a button on the handle, it glowed a bright white, humming with energy. Aldrich held out his cuffed arms, and Colonel Davos struck the center part of the cuffs linking Aldrich's arms together with the baton. A burst of electricity ran through the metal, and the metal of the cuffs dissolved away, breaking apart into countless little rice grain-sized particles. All that was left of the cuffs on Aldrich were two large, surprisingly thin rings that emanated blacklight. This was the null ore. They loosely clattered against Aldrich's wrists, giving him ample space to just slip out of them. Colonel Davos took the baton, pressed another button on the handle, turning it purple, and hovered it above the ground. The little grains of metal that the cuffs had dissolved into all drew towards the baton like it was a magnet, merging together into a metal case around the structure. Nanotech, Aldrich noted, specifically, memory metal. Advanced nanotech that utilized any external connections or internal processing did not work in proximity to null ore, but memory metal only required a specific charge to run through it to fix itself into predetermined shapes. In this case, that shape had been cuffs. "I'll take those." Colonel Davos took the null ore rings, fixing them to a utility belt. "You're not afraid, Colonel," said Aldrich as he looked right down at Davos, completely uncuffed. In Colonel Davos's eyes, Aldrich was now completely free to use his powers. It was possible that Davos was incredibly strong himself, but though competent as a fighter, Aldrich could not feel the same amount of threat he would feel from someone genuinely strong as, say, Seismic or Solomon Solar. "If I was, I wouldn't have this job," said Colonel Davos. "I also do have some backup." 22. Show yourself. Chapter 181. Asmal, white-haired, white-eyed, white-robed woman manifested above, near the ceiling of the sizable transport. She was small and made herself even smaller by sitting with her legs drawn up and her arms hugging them like a child. She floated in the air as if in zero gravity. "Hello, irregular," said the woman as she waved at Aldrich in a greeting. Her voice showed no hint of emotion. Neither did her face. She was unreadable too. Aldrich not in the same way as Solomon Solar, who had lived a fake life for so long he was a master at hiding himself. No, she was unreadable because there literally was nothing to read. As if she was not a human at all. There was something strangely off about this woman. Aldrich could not quite place it, but when he looked at her, he felt like he saw something completely uncanny. Something that did not belong. Like seeing a car in a medieval village. One thing Aldrich did note, though, was that he could sense threat from her. His instinct was not so sharp that he could accurately parse exactly how strong she was. He needed Volantis's true sight for that, but it was honed enough to know what was a threat or not. And this woman was a threat. "And I assume you're his guard dog meant to take me down if I misbehave," said Aldrich. "We will protect that one if needed," said the woman, or, as Colonel Davos called her, 22 feet. "But we would prefer not to engage in hostilities with you. You are too powerful to engage without being willing to sacrifice much of us. Then that makes two of us." "I'm not here to fight, I'm here to wait for my hearing," said Aldrich. He briefly scanned the room, trying to wonder what the woman meant by "we," but figured that it was an oddity of hers to refer to herself in the plural. Aldrich realized that the plane was still moving, still in the air. "I would ask you to take me to my cell, but considering we're still in the air, one assume you have a few things you want to talk to me about." "Just a few things you should note," said Colonel Davos. "The place you're going to is known as a crypt. It's a cold crypt, meaning it's meant for safe containment of individuals or small groups only. Down there, you'll be protected to the absolute best of our abilities. Nobody knows about this location except a select few, and 22 here will be your guard to ensure nothing tries to get to you in the off chance that someone, say that corporate suit, somehow managed to leak where you are. Safe containment. You're throwing me down a pit and telling me it's for my safety," said Aldrich. "I guess that's amusing in its own way. Trust me, that crypt is one of the safest places in this world that I know of," said Colonel Davos. "And I know far more than I should. Here's what will happen. At my command, a hatch will open up, and you'll be beamed down into the crypt. You will be going several hundred meters underground into a naturally occurring null zone. Do not be alarmed. The gravity beam won't cut off due to the null zone, and it will penetrate deep enough to land you safely. At the bottom, you'll find yourself in a secured, cylindrical structure of metal thick enough that without powers, you're never going to drill through it. When you're situated at the bottom, the crypt will close. Rations will be dropped down to you in intervals of 3 days, and they will be more than enough to sustain you. A tracker will come with them. Press the button on it, and it'll float back up to the top. This is how we confirm you're still alive. I understand that I don't know whether you need specific accommodations to keep you alive. The Guardians, bioscans of you all came out with unreadable results. All I know is that you need this armor. That it's the only thing stopping you from being just a pile of bone. If you have any other requirements, now's the time to let me know." "None, Colonel," said Aldrich. The less he asked, the less anyone would pay attention to him. "I'm sure whatever bland MRE bar you throw down will be enough to keep me alive. Send down a book or two while you're at it so I don't pass from boredom, will you?" "I'll submit that request," said Colonel Davos. He walked over to a control panel, and when he pressed his hand on it for a scan, a holographic screen popped up. He pressed a few buttons, prompting both the floor and ceiling of the null box to slide open. The null box was attached to a pillar of metal above that housed a gravity beam mechanism, and that activated now. Circuit patterns running across the pillar glowed purple, and a beam of the same color passed through the null box and down into the windy depths below. "Step into the null box again," began Colonel Davos. "I know," said Aldrich. He walked in, and instead of falling straight down through the open hatch below, he stood suspended in air, weightless. He turned to Colonel Davos. "If we do meet again, Colonel, let's meet on better terms. Because my patience may not be as generous as it was this time." "Noted," said Colonel Davos, maintaining a steely exterior. At least one thing was true: the Colonel did not feel fear. "Bye." 22 waved at Aldrich innocently. He just nodded to her. He could not really fathom her. She was an irregular, no doubt about it, and so she had no public presence that Aldrich could reference. She possessed threatening power, and yet, Aldrich could not read any hostile intent from her, if he could even accurately read her through her complete expressionlessness. A complete wild card. Aldrich would have to be careful in dealing with her. The Colonel pressed a few more buttons on the holographic screen, and Aldrich beamed downwards. He looked down to see night sky, then soon, a yawning dark void surrounded by an empty stretch of dry, cracked earth. And into that void, Aldrich went. Colonel Davos watched as the hatch door sealed shut, the sound of wind whirling into the transport fading away into near silence. His gaze lingered on the shut door for a moment. He had come out of this whole interaction with Thanatos not knowing exactly where that man, no, that irregular, stood. He wanted to trust Thanatos if only because it would prevent the massive headache of trying to contain an active, living irregular of that power, but he knew in his line of work that irregulars were always difficult to trust. More often than not, they simply lacked human sensibilities. Or if they did have them, it was because they had observed, adapted, and stolen human behavior as a survival mechanism like 22 had. Thanatos had been classified hastily as an irregular, but was he truly one? Colonel Davos knew by now when he was talking to a man or something that pretended to be a man. And he did not get the sense he was talking to the latter with Thanatos. Colonel Davos sighed in exhaustion as he rubbed his forehead. It was too hard to tell. Regardless, his job here was done. Or he hoped so. The only time Colonel Davos would see Thanatos again was if he was called to contain him. So long as Thanatos did not do anything drastic that would label him as a threat, his classification as an irregular would probably get dropped, especially if he managed to peacefully integrate with authorities. But it was still better to be prepared. "Do you think you can beat him?" said Colonel Davos. "We are unsure," said 22 as she floated down to the ground and landed on it with her bare feet. "We sense that one is a considerable threat that we would not engage with unless commanded. We would sacrifice approximately 64% of ourselves at the minimum to ensure appreciable chances of success." 64%. "That's not bad," said Colonel Davos. He grunted, ridding himself of that optimistic notion. But he has an entire army hidden somewhere with at least 2 beings rivaling, if not exceeding his strength. 3 if I count Seismic. These damn mega corporations. They start wars and now they ruin investigations. If Hammerhead wasn't a major subsidiary of a Council of Fortune member, I could have had Seismic in my custody. Colonel Davos looked at 22 and saw she was still staring at the null box where Thanatos had been. "What? You've taken a liking to him?" "We are simply interested," said 22 simply. "Remember that you're supposed to guard him," said Colonel Davos. "If I get a sense that you don't understand what that duty entails, then you know the consequences." "Release of a mechanism that causes drastic decay to us," said 22. "We understand." "Good," said Colonel Davos. "I'm going to open a door after Thanatos has been fully secured. Go out through that and keep an eye on him. Make sure nothing gets to him. Use lethal force as required." "We understand," said 22. Colonel Davos nodded as he walked back to the pilot cockpit, and when he left, 22 still stood there, staring eerily at the box that once held the irregular. "As we thought, you are not from home. You cannot take us back," thought 22. "But your scent is not from here either." Like us, you do not belong on this planet. Chapter 182 Into the Nexus. Aldrich stood at the bottom of his crypt, doing what he did best, observing. He had expected to be dumped straight into a natural null zone. He did not know exactly what null zones looked like, but if rumors on the net had any weight behind them, they were supposed to be areas LLED with giant null ore that protruded from the ground in forests of blacklight crystal. There were also rumors that monsters even more terrifying than variants roamed them, but these were entirely unfounded. Considering Aldrich was underground, he would have been in some kind of cave LLED with the crystals. That got him excited about the possibility of taking some for himself, but no, beneath him was a metal ore, around him were metal walls, and above him, far, far up, at least 100 meters up, there was a series of giant metal ceilings that locked together to form a thick, entrapping seal. Yet, through the metal, Aldrich could see the faint shine of null. The metal was not gray but tinted a slight purple. Null energy permeated through almost all known metals, and it did not take much exposure to disable an altar. In fact, if containing a live prisoner was the goal, then it was better to keep the null exposure insulated to some degree as it was in the null box. There were studies done on captive variants showing that extended complete exposure to null energy caused the body to start breaking apart from within. Flesh rotted, blood vessels burst, bones cracked, and internal growths akin to rampant cancer ared up. Most likely because with the altar organ prevented from circulating its unique cells, the body that relied on its enriching ECTS quickly broke apart. Aldrich placed a hand on a wall. A thick layer of dust poured up in a cloud around his black metal dingers. Nobody had been here in some time. The surface of the metal was relatively smooth, but there were small dents and scratches here and there, some leading into a discernible pattern upwards. Evidently, prior visitors to this place had tried to escape. Aldrich tracked the patterns up, but they stopped past FTY or so meters up. Something prevented them from going any further. Aldrich rapped his street on the wall with minor impact. The metal vibrated, echoing the impact surprisingly well with a dull ring. "I see," said Aldrich with a nod. He had an idea of how the crypt worked. Essentially, there was a larger area with null ore within it. Presumably a cavern of some sort. But this giant metal cylinder was dropped within it, presumably exactly to prevent people from trying to mess with the null crystals or NDING some way out via underground passageways. The fact that there were very few dents on the metal likely meant that there was some way to track if someone was trying to break through. The sudden disappearance of climbing marks after FTY meters indicated a countermeasure for those trying to climb up. Likely tied with this metal's property to channel vibrations well. Aldrich's theory was that any appreciable impact caused enough vibrations to trigger sensors above the influence of null's tech disrupting properties. Aldrich sat down and made himself comfortable. He was not intending on escaping anyway, he just wanted to make sure he knew what his surroundings were like. The only thing that really mattered to him was that surveillance was impossible, and the presence of null light did exactly that. Now then, with that unarmed, Aldrich got ready to get to work. He had taken enough of a break from GHTING, it was time for a little bit of excitement now. He placed his hand on the ground, and a green light burst from it. Aldrich revealed his hand, a faint trail of smoke curled around his palm, bearing a glowing green sigil, 1x sign stone consumed. The sigil, Aldrich noted, was different. It consisted of simple line patterns that formed a shape reminiscent of a tower. He did not pay it much mind because he sensed nothing was about it. Instead, he put his hand over the sign, and it reacted, glowing bright. "Will you enter the Nexus?" Of course, Aldrich's answer was yes. When he willed this, the light from the sigil surged up, angling him. As he felt the darkness of his prison turn into the darkness of dimensional shifting, he thanked circumstance for putting him in this jail. The world probably thought that they had Aldrich secure here, especially with that 22 feet entity, an entity unbound by any law, ready to GHT him and try to kill him, but all the government had provided Aldrich was a very neat, very private spot to grow stronger. It reminded him of meditation caves where cultivators in some Chinese novels went to grow stronger. Though, unlike them, Aldrich would not take 500 years. Probably, he hoped the Death Lord had not changed too much, but knowing her unpredictable personality, really anything went. Regardless, he was prepared for the worst. Equals. But when Aldrich manifested into the Nexus, the worst was not what he got. Instead, the moment he materialized, he was hit full force with what felt like a speeding truck. Aldrich crashed into the ground, skidding backwards. Oof, managed out Aldrich as he looked down to see Valera tackling him down with a full hug. "Master, you don't know how much I missed you," said Valera. "It hasn't even been a day," said Aldrich with struggling breath. Valera's hugs had always been dangerous, but with her level now almost reaching 50, they were now no joke. "A day without you is like an eternity to me," said Valera as she let out a sigh of contentment in holding Aldrich. "I appreciate you too," said Aldrich. As Valera snuggled into his chest, he hovered his hand over her back, wavering, wondering if this was the right thing to do. Valera suddenly detached from Aldrich, letting him stand up. She circled around him, narrowing her red eyes as she inspected Aldrich's body like a wary cat. "What is it?" said Aldrich as he looked around to get a brief idea of his surroundings. He was not in the Nexus at all. He was outside, standing in a vast eld of grass that stretched out into the horizon. Countless beautiful white lilies swayed in a gentle breeze, all of them glowing with a ghostly purple light. There was no sun here, leaving this place in permanent night. There was still light, though, shining from high above, in a huge green orb atop an enormous tower that stretched into the skies. The orb mimicked the roll of a moon, casting pale silver light tinted with green downwards. The necropolis. This was the Death Lord's realm. Had Aldrich been ported here? No. Sign. Stones worked only for the Nexus. Had she merged the necropolis with the Nexus, then, what happened to the armor? He always complained about his personal space. "I would have thought he would speak out now," said Valera. "Volantis is undergoing repairs," said Aldrich. "Repairs?" Valera put a hand to her lip in concern. She was dressed in her black dress set, and there, standing in the grass, amid a eld of glowing purple lilies, she looked stunning, like something straight out of a masterpiece painting. Physical beauty did not accept Aldrich due to his lich status, but he could still understand and appreciate it. "Will he be all right?" said Valera, concerned. "I'm surprised you would ask about his well-being," said Aldrich. "I am envious of how close he gets to be with you, and thoroughly annoyed by how he prevents me from expressing my loyalty," said Valera. "But that does not mean I can take away from what he does for you. What he does for this Legion by protecting you when I cannot. You're becoming more open-minded," noted Aldrich. "It was a habit of mine to think myself your only defender," said Valera. She smiled proudly. "After all, I am your guardian knight. None should be deserving to shield you but I." She shook her head. "But that is simply not true. I cannot be there with you all the time, nor am I the only one that deserves to protect you. I realized it when I saw that little girl with the spatial magic work so very hard even under my harsh expectations. All of us, the entire Legion, are your guardian knight, and each of us has a role to play in it. My feelings cannot be allowed to break the order of our Legion, especially not when I hold such a high role within it. What a commander you have, Death Walker. The Death Lord before Aldrich and Valera." She pointed to Valera with her pipe, trails of lavender smoke curling from her lips as she spoke. "She learns so very quickly. Reminds me of myself when I was younger. But enough of this idle chatter." The Death Lord raised a proud arm in the air, the pipe in her fingers drawing a trail of smoke with her movements. Aldrich noticed then that she only had a single arm. "And welcome to your new and much improved Nexus." Chapter 183 Into the Nexus 2. Aldrich paused to stare at the Death Lord, noting the drastic changes to her. One of her arms was completely gone, her robes hanging loosely around the area. One of her shining, emerald green draconic eyes was gone, covered over by a black eye patch. Under the eye patch, the hints of burned ash were visible. One of the Death Lord's black horns had been severed, crumbled down to the base. All of the damage she took, it seemed, was localized to her right side. The injuries stood in contrast to her regal robes, but she still proudly strutted about as if nothing was wrong at all, showing her shapely legs under the slit of her robes and putting out her chest with all the confidence in the world. Valera side-eyed Aldrich with a narrow gaze. "What happened to you?" said Aldrich. Oh, this. The Death Lord looked down at her missing arm. Nothing, really. A sparring session with one of my Death Guard that turned a little intense. Your first Death Guard, I assume. That's the only one that could injure you like this, said Aldrich. Among the Death Lord's Death Guard, the number in the guard did not indicate strength. Relentless, for example, was FTH, but at his peak, when he went on his warrior's journey to become stronger and obtained the Hand of the Blood God, he became the second or third strongest. But the first Death Guard was no doubt the undisputed strongest. Rela the God. Slayer was her name. She was the estranged daughter of a high god called Rathos, who was basically the equivalent of Zeus in Elden World, and in raw power, she exceeded even the Death Lord with massive area of EECT lightning barrages. Rela does indeed it difficult to control herself sometimes, nodded the Death Lord. But enough about my injuries, they hardly weaken me. How about I introduce you to the much-needed changes I made to this pitiable space that ignorant goddess deemed the Nexus? You're weakened, you say, said Aldrich. Then what happens if I challenge you here and now? Do I have a chance to usurp your power all at once? Ho, you would approach me like that? Challenge me to now? The Death Lord smiled, baring her many sharp, draconic teeth. If taking down this snake is what you require. Valera put her arm out to the side and stood RMLY by Aldrich's side, her cross shield materializing around her arm. Then I will be happy to oblige, Master. I may be weakened, Death Walker, but you are being too condent just because you've received some power. Uncharacteristically condent, said the Death Lord. It was just a hypothetical, said Aldrich. Hey, an interesting one to consider, my Death Walker, but patience. We will have our destined battle soon. And you're not at full strength either, though, are you? Said the Death Lord as she breathed out a ring of purple smoke that oded towards Aldrich's helm. It would have landed on his white eye before he batted the smoke out the way. What did you do to my dear Volantis? I allow him to serve you and he comes back like this. Poor thing. He'll be nay soon, said Aldrich. He looked around. Where are the rest of my units? Ah, they are resting in the Nexus, said the Death Lord. She waved her pipe, beckoning Aldrich forward. Come, come, I am just dying to show you how much I have changed things for the better. Oh, I am already dead, but you understand what I mean. The Death Lord strutted away, walking towards the imposing castle gate of the towering necropolis. Valera held her shield tight still, but Aldrich put his hand on her shoulder. It's all right. He started to follow the Death Lord. One thing he noted was that the Death Lord was actually not that good at hiding her expressions and emotions in the way that, say, Solomon Solar was. She was too expressive when her true appearance was laid bare like this. She probably relied on her enormous full-body armor covered her face to make her unreadable. But Aldrich could tell she was not entirely comfortable with his questioning. It was in the way her eyes shifted, in the way her serpentine tongue itched out in a hint of displeasure, in the way her eye ever so slightly twitched, that he got the idea that she was not exactly telling the truth of her injuries. Aldrich did not press on further in this matter, though. The Death Lord was probably never going to give him a straight answer, and so long as she did not pose a direct threat, he could tolerate her. Valera nodded, her shield dematerializing. She gave the spot where Aldrich had touched a lingering, loving gaze, before quickly following behind Aldrich. The Death Lord walked up to the bone-decorated castle gate of the necropolis and waved her hand in front of it. The door crackled with green magical energy, but it did not move. My magic is still not what it was, said the Death Lord. I will just do this. The Death Lord took her pipe between her fingers and cast a spell. Outer Mist. Phase. The smoke emanating from her pipe turned green, amplifying in mass into clouds that covered Aldrich and Valera. You can AORD to cast a 8th circle spell like this but not open a simple door, said Aldrich. You were quite critical of me today. I almost feel shy, said the Death Lord as she made a mock gesture to hide the low cut of the robes that barely hid her chest. But alas, I am Lord of Death, and shame is not part of my being. Now, take this warp with me to the Nexus. There, you may be reunited with the rest of your budding legion. The Death Lord ashed a mischievous smile. And quite the change too. Well, everything in that accursed place, ranging from that dreary old smith to those putrid divine waters to the shadowy mannequin of that disgusting light-loving wench. Chapter 184 Complete Overhaul. As the outer mist phase took Aldrich, Valera, and the Death Lord to the Nexus in a warp, Aldrich asked Valera, "By the way, what were you doing out there? If everyone else is in the Nexus still." "Well, I wanted the privilege of seeing you RST, Master," said Valera. "Did I do anything wrong? Perhaps I left the Legion unattended." "No, it's nay. I'm sure you wouldn't have left them if you didn't think their safety at least somewhat guaranteed," said Aldrich with a nod that Valera smiled at. "My young love, such a wonderful sight to see. Sickeningly sweet, I must say," said the Death Lord as she frowned and waved her hand, speeding up the outer mist phase. What? It is not like that," protested Valera. "Not yet at least. No, what am I saying? I am his guardian knight. It would go against my vows to fall for the one I am sworn to defend." Yes, because rules are never broken, of course," said the Death Lord as she rolled her eyes and twirled her pipe, causing the warp to analyze. The mist that gathered around the group uxed and thickened, and in the next instant, Aldrich felt his vision blacken and his body grow weightless as he underwent the warp. When the darkness faded away, Aldrich found himself staring at an enormous pillar of pure green, crystallized energy. The crystal structure looked like the branches of a tree stretching upwards, latching onto an incredibly high ceiling of dark stone that stood almost 100 meters high. "You've made the place much bigger," noted Aldrich as he looked around. The Nexus was originally a small space that functioned more like an audience chamber to meet with the goddess Amara, so it was limited in space. Now, though, Aldrich found himself inside a massive hallway that could easily seat an entire football stadium inside of it. This was a complete and utter overhaul of the entire Nexus. No, this place could not even be called the same anymore. Aldrich heard a massive commotion behind him, and he turned around to see his legion, or at least the monstrous units he had decided to take into the Nexus, all gathered, ready to meet him. At the head of them stood Okeanos with the Geist, Crab, and Merman behind the Locus. "Glad to see you all made it," said Aldrich with a smile. "We are happy to see you, Master," said Okeanos with a bow of his head. "We waited long. It's barely been a day," thought Aldrich, but then again, he had heard the exact same thing from Valera. He did not complain, though. It just meant his units were that loyal to him. "Gay, you're back," said the Geist. "Gega, when do we GHT again?" The crab monsters Aldrich had under his command waved their pincers in the air in their signature dance, and Crab followed along with its giant pincers, probably having taken a liking to the dance and practiced it. "Ko's call. The king is returned," said Merman as he clasped his many hands together in a gesture of deference. "Gay, what are you doing?" The Geist clasped his hands together to mimic Merman. "Ko's vol praising the king," said Merman. The Geist showed his clasped hands to Merman. "Gay, like this. Vo. Mil con il Ko's vol, yes. But the more arms bound together, the greater the respect shown," said Merman. "Gega, oh, then like this." The Geist focused on his hands and shuddered before explosively growing out an additional pair of much thinner arms, clasping them together. "Moro, better," said Merman. At that moment, from the back, the zombie giant roared and beat his chest to acknowledge Aldrich's return, completely drowning out every other sound in a thunderous burst of volume. "Gay, he's too loud," said the Geist. "Vo. Yes," agreed Merman. Aldrich saw that development and noted how incredibly fast the Geist was growing in training its powers. It had figured out how to apply its explosive growth ability not just to heal its wounds, but to grow entirely new body parts as well. That made Aldrich consider the Geist even higher for dark wisdom levels. "Your legion has grown so much," said Valera as she stood by Aldrich, smiling as she looked at the diverse crowd of creatures of all shapes and sizes interacting with each other. "Far greater than it has ever been when you were immortal." "Our legion has grown," corrected Aldrich. "Without you, I wouldn't have had the repower or defensive capability to make all this happen. I only followed you." A red tint ushed in Valera's pale cheeks. "But if you say so, my master." Aldrich looked beyond his army of monsters into their surroundings. The giant hallway was empty, made entirely of austere gray or black stone lit up only by the green glow of the huge crystal root structure behind him. Though quite empty, the hallway felt strangely similar in design, and when he reacted on his memory, he came to realize why. "Is this design a replica of your throne room?" said Aldrich. "Minus the banners, throne, and, well, basically any decoration. Where did the rest of the Nexus go? The trial quest pillars, the blacksmith, the goddess Amara, and the wellspring of life." The Death Lord's eye twitched when she heard the name, Amara, but she kept her cool. "My, you could tell," said the Death Lord with a sly smile. "And my apologies for its emptiness. I did not have much time to work with. But it is TTING. This throne room of yours is merely the beginning of your journey as usurper. When my powers are yours, this throne room shall be complete, LLED with your proud legion and, of course, a throne. That is what this will be." The Death Lord tapped the enormous crystal roots with her pipe, letting out the sound of wood hitting glass. "By interacting with this throne shard, you may access those spaces you know as trial quests." The throne shard glowed, emitting an eerie, deep echo before projecting multiple small portals outlined in a green in front of Aldrich. Within each portal, Aldrich could see snippets of different scenery. A muddy swamp in one, a scorching desert in another, huge swaths of storm clouds here, and eerie abandoned ruins there. These were all snapshots of the environments in the trial quests available to Aldrich. Specifically, trial quests 1, 2, 3, and 4, though, of course, Aldrich had already cleared the first quest. Aldrich inspected the portals and the throne shard, wondering how to interact with them. "This throne shard is akin to an extension of your own will," said the Death Lord. "Simply bear your thoughts to it, and it will fulfill your wishes." Aldrich nodded and willed the throne shard to show him the rest of the trial quests. Bright bolts of green energy crackled outwards as Aldrich established a connection with the throne shard for the RST time. He felt a jolting sensation in his mind, but it quickly passed, and when it did, he felt the throne shard linked to his mind. The throne shard glowed and released its deep hum before showing 7 more portals, the rest of Aldrich's trial quests. Aldrich noted something. The portals for trial quests 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 were LLED out with green, not revealing what was within him. That, he could understand as he technically was not high enough level to access them. But trial quests 11 and 12 were completely blacked out. "Those null 2 trial quests are not available to you," explained the Death Lord. "After all, originally, they were intended to seal my Death Guard and myself. But since we are here, those trial quests are merely empty space now." "Empty space? Why can't I access them, then?" said Aldrich. "They possess the same level-based restriction as with the other trial quests," said the Death Lord. She shrugged. "I suppose once you reach those levels, you may use those quest spaces as storage of some sort." Quite anticlimactic, thought Aldrich. The 2 null epic showdowns staged in the Ultra Endgame against the Death Guard and Death Lord respectively were now reduced to just storage. "And where's the Wellspring, Goddess, and Blacksmith?" said Aldrich. "Wellspring? Bah, that pool of disgusting sewer water. Why would you even wonder of its presence? Those waters would rejuvenate lesser undead, but to the likes of us higher undead, it is nothing more than foul poison," said the Death Lord. "I would have destroyed it outright, but there was still magical energy within the wellspring that I found a waste to discard. Thus, I had it refashioned into something far better. TTING for you, usurper." The Death Lord tapped the throne shard proudly with her pipe. "You turned the wellspring into the throne shard," said Aldrich. "Precisely." The Death Lord laughed. "And that ugly drawing of that even uglier goddess, I broke into raw magic and infused into the throne as well. There was surprisingly little to use in that scribble of a shell, though, but then again, I should not be surprised that a goddess that relied upon the mindless faith of masses held little strength herself." "I see," said Aldrich. "And the blacksmith, he was quite useful to me." "Sindri was but a slave to Amara," said the Death Lord. "He too was a simple drawn shell, but I found it right to shatter it and free him, if indeed there was truly anything of him in there. So, I've lost access to all my crafting and healing," said Aldrich. "You called that crafting?" The Death Lord was ended, rolling the dice over and over again for this treasure and that. No. The Death Lord placed her pipe in her mouth and snapped her fingers. In response, behind the throne shard, another portal opened up. A much larger one, indicating that something big was coming through it. A giant stepped out with his face covered in a helmet that looked like a welding mask. He was garbed in protective metal and thick cloth that indicated not a warrior's armor, but a blacksmith's coverings. Blacksmithing tools like a hammer and a drill-like item were skewered into the edge of one of his arms. Dull black ains ickered around the length of his other arm. The giant carried a sizable anvil in one hand and an inactive, cylindrical furnace in the other. Despite his immense size, the giant very gently set down the anvil and furnace on the ore before turning around and waving to Aldrich. "Hello, my name is Bors. I smith for you now." The giant's voice was surprisingly mellow. Not at all like the thunderous rumbling roars that Aldrich's own undead giant could let out. Bors sounded positively friendly. On the contrary, Bors is one of my nest smiths, among the best of my giant forgers, declared the Death Lord. Any work he produces here will be of the nest quality, and no longer will you need to rely on luck for your smithing wants. Instead, Bors will listen to your requests and work to meet them directly. Chapter 185 Bors the Giant Blacksmith. Bors. Aldrich stepped around the throne shard and in front of Bors. The giant was large, standing at around 8 meters tall, but decidedly a good amount shorter than Aldrich's zombie giant, which stood at 12 meters. Bors also looked a little more misshapen than Aldrich's giant. Where Aldrich's giant had a powerful, muscular body with good proportions like a powerlifter, Bors had a hunched back, big torso, and comparatively skinnier arms and legs. "You're an earth giant," noted Aldrich. In Elden World, most giants like Aldrich's zombie giant lived in a faraway northern land of towering mountains. There, the giants used enormous swaths of solid mystic clouds like giant aerial planes, living upon them or using them to cross from mountaintop to mountaintop. Thus, these giants were aptly called sky giants. Bors, however, was a giant descended from ancient clans that split off from the Borean line, deciding to give up life atop the skies and instead tread upon the humble dirt. Because they decided to forego the skies to live upon the earth, they were called earth giants. "Yes, I am. Like earth I am strong, so smith I can long," said Bors enthusiastically. Bors's face was covered under his welding helm, but the giant probably had a bright smile underneath it. Earth giants tended to be less intelligent than their sky giant counterparts, but at the same time, they were far less aggressive and one of the friendliest races in Elden World. Gentle giants through and through, which made them easy to exploit, causing many civilizations to enslave them not only for their prodigious strength, but their strong connection to the earth that granted them an amity for metalworking. "I rescued Bors from a life of sewering as an elven tower builder," said the Death Lord. "I found him when I alighted down and utterly obliterated that little city. What was its name? Ars Fisteria. They had that puny tree tower that the elves are so fond of building in their cities. Nothing at all compared to my necropolis, but I do give them respect for their eorts." The Death Lord shook her head. "I granted the elves 3 chances to surrender, but they refused to yield. Far too proud a people for their own good, I dare say." "Does Bors need coins to take a smithing request?" said Aldrich. He got a closer look at Bors and saw scorch marks and whip wounds scarring his arms aplenty. Signs of the giant's past as a slave. "Coins. Nonsense," said the Death Lord. "Bors is only limited by the time it takes for him to forge what you desire and the resources you bestow upon him." Aldrich Bree wondered what he would do with the coins in his inventory, but he set that issue aside for later. "Strong I am. Forge I can," said Bors as he nodded several times at Aldrich. "Bors, what can you do with this?" said Aldrich as he materialized the soul of Seth Solar. The ghostly white orb glowed in Aldrich's hand. This was, other than the locust, the greatest prize Aldrich had won in the past night. A symbol of his full vengeance and a new age of strength. "My, that is quite an interesting soul," said the Death Lord as she itted out her forked tongue. "From one of these new worlders, no. Powerful, too, I can sense it. Go on, Bors, tell us how you will forge this." Bors sat down behind his giant anvil and furnace. He held out an open palm, and the soul floated above it, looking positively tiny in his huge, scarred hand. Bors craned his neck down as he stared at the soul. I never see anything like this before. But I make it work, said Bors. He looked to Aldrich. What you want? You best not forge a weapon, my dear usurper, said the Death Lord. Without even using my beautiful scythe even once. So ckle, how will your lover there think of your loyalty if she sees you hop from wondrous weapon after the other? My master is the utmost symbol of loyalty, protested Valera. Of course, said the Death Lord with a smile. You are so very easy to tease, Guardian. Valera pouted as she turned to Aldrich. Master, I must resist a rising urge to duel that woman. We'll get that duel in time, said Aldrich as he glanced to the Death Lord. Won't we? Yes you shall, said the Death Lord with bared fangs and excited grin. As for what I want, Bors, began Aldrich. He did not want a weapon, because the Death Lord was right. The Forced Hallowed War Scythe was already a superb quality item. Aldrich also already had an armor set that would grow with him in the form of Volantis. Can you forge me a seal? A seal? Yes I can. Forge I can, said Bors. A seal was a catalyst that aided in spellcasting, but unlike weapon catalysts, seals had no inherent sense of usage. They were mostly handheld talismans that one could not really use as a weapon like a Santa or a scythe. In exchange, however, where catalyst weapons usually only had a single strong active ability, a seal provided several active spells as well as stronger passive EECTS. To use the active spells of a seal, one had to materialize it and wield it in one hand, preventing two-handing of a weapon. However, the good thing about seals was that you could wear them as an accessory when their active spells were not needed, granting permanent access to their passives. Thanks, Bors, said Aldrich. What kind of spells you want? Said Bors. Tell me, and I try to do all. Said Aldrich. Considering Seth's rough strength at around level 40, he could get a seal at the Epic Plus rank. The higher the rank of a seal, the more spells it could store, and at the Epic rank, a seal could store 4 spells. An area of EECT damage spell, a high single target damage spell, a healing spell, and a stat boosting BU. Bors nodded along to Aldrich's words, tapping a inger to his head to try and help him follow along and remember. It took a solid 30 seconds after Aldrich stopped speaking for Bors to respond. Okay, I get it, said Bors. I do all that, my hammer will strike loud, and soon, you be proud. Bors took the soul in his hand and led it to his furnace. He opened the metal cylinder up and funneled in some of the black aims imbued on one of his arms. The furnace roared with activity, airing with dark re and embers. He stewed the soul in and closed the door shut. I think I be done in 5 days, said Bors. 5 days. That should be nay, said Aldrich. He could not help but like Bors. Bors was a gentle giant through and through, dutiful and always positive. But most of all, innocent. I expect a lot from you, Bors. No worries. My work always good, said Bors as he sat down in front of the furnace cross-legged. Now then, said the Death Lord. She looked Aldrich over from head to toe, closely inspecting him. Where are you looking? Said Valera suspiciously. Ogling your lover, is it not evident? Before Valera could react, the Death Lord laughed as she put her hand to her lip. A jest. No, I was simply checking on my dear Deathguard Volantis. Instead of forging new toys, how about we take the time to poor old Volantis now? Chapter 186 Fixing Volantis. Volantis. Whatever software the demons use for him told me that he's undergoing self-repair. Do you mean you want to accelerate that process? Aldrich asked the Death Lord. Software. The Death Lord ever so slightly tilted her head, making Aldrich realize that she obviously would have no idea what that word meant. I do not grasp that word, but I understand the essence of what you are saying. And to answer, yes and no. We will restore Volantis, but not in the way the demons wished. Explain, said Aldrich. The fact that you have caused the Demonwill entrapped within Volantis to manifest like this, to try and scrub Volantis's soul, means you managed to get him to reclaim a shard of his former soul. Quite likely through recalling old memories, no, said the Death Lord. You would be right about that, said Aldrich. Excellent. The Death Lord tapped her pipe with her index finger in a positive gesture. Then that signals the demon will is weakened near to its destruction. Weakened enough to be completely dispelled. If the demon will is purged, then Volantis will return with the full extent of his old soul. But, the Death Lord narrowed her one eye as she stared at Aldrich. It is your decision whether you desire this or not. Volantis was a proud warrior in his life of yore, and he followed a leader he devoted himself greatly to. It may be that should he return with his old spirit intact, he will not recognize you as his own. Is that why you never tried to restore Volantis when he was under your command? Said Aldrich. Partially. Mostly, it was because the demon will was too powerful for even myself to sunder, said the Death Lord. Which is an interesting aspect of this whole situation to note. It would appear that without the flame arcs in this new world of yours, demonic influence is at its weakest. Aldrich did not know everything about demon lore, but he did know what flame arcs were. Demons were not actually native existences to Elduin, the main physical realm that Elden World mostly operated on. Demons instead hailed from a hell-like separate realm of eternal aim called the Pyre. Because of their extra-dimensional status, demons needed some kind of physical anchor in Elduin to manifest. For most demons, this was the Flame Arc, an enormous collected of demonic runes that generated a constant eld of infernal energy from the pyre that sustained demonic presence. Demons that relied upon the Flame Arc were called incarnated demons, for their physical forms were literally built up and incarnated by the Flame Arcs. Other demons, particularly those that were converted from Elduin native to demon, were called anchored demons, for they were permanently anchored to a specific physical body. In Volantis's case, this was his armor form. Flame arcs also supported the vast majority of demonic magics, so it made sense that in Earth, where there were no flame arcs or any demons, really, the magic that kept Volantis's soul chained would weaken. What will your decision be, usurper? Said the Death Lord. If you do nothing, the demon will within that armor will still have the strength to restore Volantis to a state where he knew nothing of his original soul. And you need not worry of the demon will weakening to such an extent that it will fade away entirely. Like a parasite, it will eternally sustain itself to a minimum extent of Volantis's own soul and power. In the case that Volantis does rebel against me, do I have an option of subjugating him? Said Aldrich. Technically speaking, Volantis was not one of Aldrich's undead. He could not just enforce his will on Volantis and be done with it. This was because demons were one of the very few existences immune to being raised as undead. When Aldrich raised units from the necropolis, he did so using sigils, symbols of power, granted to him by the Death Lord. All those symbols did was transfer ownership over to Aldrich. For most of the undead, switching ownership meant they became his own undead with no issue. But in Volantis's case, all it meant was that he just switched literal physical ownership over to Aldrich like two players swapping items with each other. Yes, said the Death Lord, but it would be a difficult one. You could defeat him in combat, which would weaken his soul and allow the demon will to take over again. I have an arena to isolate Volantis for this purpose. That is, if you do desire his awakening. Volantis is strong, but he can't handle facing my legion alone. The risk isn't significant to take him down. I just need to know whether there are actually any benays to letting Volantis have his old memories, said Aldrich, speaking from a point of view of pure rationality. Aldrich valued Volantis, it was true, and if possible, he would have liked Volantis to have his old self without the chains of the demon will erasing who he originally was. But the thing was, if all this just made Volantis an enemy, if there was no discernible benay to Aldrich, then he would not go through with it either. Volantis would gain access to the martial skills and experiences he would have had in life, said the Death Lord. In my research, I knew Volantis to be an Orklord, just shy of a Warmother or Warfather which leads entire hordes. The soul also influences one's physical form to an extent. With his original soul fully awakened, his armored body may undergo direct changes that no doubt will increase his strength. The amount of power he receives will be appreciable. And if he accepts you as his armored still, then it may very well be that over time, those powers and traits may transfer over to you. Aldrich had an idea of what Volantis could gain. Orcs in Elden World were immense physical powerhouses with their denning trait being their endurance. Unlike trolls, orcs did not have regeneration, but what they did have was an indomitable will in bodies that seemingly never tired, letting them GHT and GHT and GHT for days even while they hungered or even nursed near-lethal wounds. Volantis would also gain access to the skills he would have had as an orc warrior. Orc warriors practiced their own unique combat art called shaping that involved martial arts moves that manipulated the elements of nature around them. Depending on what tribe they were from, they could shape earth, or wind. Aldrich did not know exactly which tribe Volantis was from, but if he was an Orclord, he should at least be a master in one of those shaping arts, potentially multiple. "All right, I'll do it," said Aldrich. "Take me to your arena." "As you wish, my dear usurper," said the Death Lord. She tapped the throne shard with her pipe, causing it to crackle with energy. A list of various small portals appeared representing each of the Urs of the necropolis. As she started to scroll through them with icks of her pipe, Aldrich asked, "Do I have access to the necropolis through this throne shard as well?" "My, getting greedy now, are we? But I do like that. However, no, not past the 15th Ur which you cleared and claimed as your own," said the Death Lord. "All others are still under my control. But you will be given opportunity to challenge them and make them yours over time. Over time, then, this entire necropolis will be mine," said Aldrich. "That is the end goal of this." "Yes," said the Death Lord. "Ah, here we are." She tapped a small portal showing an insides of a coliseum-like arena with her pipe. The portal expanded greatly, engulfing all the others to create one singular portal. "The preparations are complete," said the Death Lord. "Take whoever you wish for this. In the case that Volantis is less than cooperative, orcs can be a troublesome bunch in that regard." "Valera, Okeanos," said Aldrich. "Come with me. I am ever by your side, master," said Valera with a bow of her head. Okeanos jumped a dozen meters in the air and landed right behind Aldrich. "I serve." "Good," said Aldrich. In the case that Volantis did turn aggressive, Aldrich had to make battle plans against the armor. Volantis had powerful area of EECT shattered bone necromancy spells, so Aldrich did not want to take any units that might die in the crossray. He wanted to take strong individual units that would overwhelm Volantis and protect. Aldrich, Okeanos and Valera were good enough for this purpose. Valera could guard Aldrich, and Okeanos was strong enough to overwhelm Volantis, not to mention Aldrich himself had decent repower too. He did not take other strong units like the giant, crab, or merman because in the case that this whole restoration attempt turned sour, he wanted to test out Okeanos' strength. "This is all you are taking," said the Death Lord. "I should not doubt your judgment, though. And this one," the Death Lord immediately manifested behind Okeanos, inspecting the variant with curious, gleaming emerald green eyes. As she spoke, lavender smoke curled out from her lips and ickered around. "Okeanos is quite the specimen. The New World has its own fair share of mighty creatures, that is to be for certain." Okeanos whirled around and swiped at the Death Lord in complete reactive instinct, his rainbow-colored eyes wide in utter surprise that someone could just completely blindside him like that. "Ah, my apologies." The Death Lord swayed backwards exibly, deftly dodging the blow. A gust of pressurized wind passed her face from the forceful swipe, blowing her faint purple hair backwards. "Stand down, Okeanos," said Aldrich. "Yes," said Okeanos as he warily stared down at the Death Lord. "I let my curiosity get the better of me." "That was rude," said the Death Lord. She strutted back to Aldrich. "Sometimes, I cannot help myself. I do love things that interest me. As an immortal, that is one of the few things that casts away the boredom of eternity. Now, enough wasting time." "But you were the one wasting time," thought Aldrich, but he did not voice this intrusive thought. The Death Lord nodded at Aldrich and passed through the portal. Aldrich sighed. The Death Lord's personality was almost like his opposite. She was less serious, more impulsive, and quite vocal about everything. The type of person he would not have gotten along with well in the real world, but he dealt with the cards he was given. "Let's go," said Aldrich. He looked down at his clawed hands. Claws that might turn against him soon. "And prepare for a GHT. I am ready," said Okeanos as he clenched his STS, surges of crackling green and blue energy traveling around his colorful shell. "As am I," said Valera as she materialized her shield and armor. Chapter 187 Second and Fourth Death Guard. Aldrich passed through the portal, followed by Okeanos and Valera. They warped into the Death Lord's arena, standing in the center of an enormous coliseum. They were in the actual Ghtting pit itself, surrounded by a stage of sand dotted with shards of shattered bone and bits and pieces of hacked armor. Evidently, this place had seen quite some action in the past. Now, though, as Aldrich looked around, seeing the many empty stands and seats towering around the pit, he felt a distinct sense of emptiness. Of abandonment. The Death Lord followed Aldrich's gaze and sighed. Yes, this place has seen better days. Roaring crowds and battles to make the blood of even the coldest-hearted of undead boil. But since the severing of realms, I fear I do not have enough under my command for such spectacle, with less than a third of my troops remaining with me. Severing of realms, said Aldrich. It is a term that Medulla, my precious second, coined the strange incident that tore us from the Elduin realm and into this limbo space, said the Death Lord. This space bound strangely to your existence. If you fall, we all fall, so do take that into note and try not to die, my dear usurper. I've been meaning to ask about that, actually. Do you have any idea what happened to transfer you over here? Said Aldrich. He had always been curious exactly how the game world had manifested into reality, but he had no ways to get an answer. There was his game console in Blackwater, and he did have plans to retrieve it. However, it had been some time since Aldrich had been in Blackwater. Most likely, his dorm room had been cleared out by now. And trying to get back to the rundown store that sold Aldrich the game would be impossible. Aldrich remembered that store. It was a shack store, a rundown, temporary store set up around the outskirts of New York. The owner of the shack had been a man with a cybernetic black mask who had said nothing to Aldrich, just sold him the single copy of Elden World in his store for FTY or so credits. Shack stores like that which sold antique physical copies of games on top of random pieces of hardware and junk propped up and disappeared so often that he highly doubted the store even still existed. And the store owner's status as a nomad meant he had no citizenship recorded anywhere on top of never settling down in any one location. It would be incredibly difficult, if not near impossible to track him down, if he was even alive. But if the Death Lord had the resources of her necropolis, it might have been possible for her to get a much better understanding than Aldrich. You wish to know the answer, said the Death Lord, the truth of the dark secret that lies in this merging of realms. Yes, said Aldrich. Then good, I do too. The Death Lord shrugged. Aldrich put a palm to his face before speaking again. Let's get on with Shing Volantis. The Death Lord smiled and nodded. Medulla, Waiki, it's about time you show yourselves. In response, a portal appeared behind the Death Lord. This portal was not green like hers or Aldrich's, but instead a bright, infernal red. The telltale coloring of demonic energy. From there, two women stepped out that looked dramatically different from each other. One of the women was tall and skinny, standing about level with Valera. She was dressed in a long black trench coat, with the coat tail reaching almost down her ankles. Almost all of her skin was covered, her hands wrapped in what looked like bandages and her feet clothed in black boots. The lower half of her face was wrapped in bandages as well. The only thing really visible about her was her upper face, the skin pale in shade and marked along the cheeks with a line of gleaming red runes. Her eyes were a re-orange red, covered a little by a thin curtain of white bangs. Deep, tired crease lines and dark circles decorated her eyes, giving her a positively, done with this all, aura. She peered at Aldrich with this tired gaze. So, this is who our new master will be. I expected more. This was Curator Medulla, second among the Death Guard. 4 red horns sprouted from the sides of her white hair, indicating her status as an archdemon. If Aldrich remembered correctly, she was level 80+. She served as the curator of the necropolis, specializing in spatial magics to keep things moving throughout the forbiddingly large structure. Don't say that. We don't know what kind of person he is. He might be wonderful, said the woman beside her. She was a much smaller woman in comparison to Medulla and held a far more welcoming aura with a shy but big smile. She daintily grasped a wooden Santa ending with a glowing blue overhead in front of her. Her garb consisted of a chest covering and ankle-length skirt made of leaves and nari knitted together with bones. Unlike with Medulla, this outbared quite a bit of her tanned skin. Her lengthy, forest green hair was tied in a bun set with narrow bone spikes as hair pins. Deer antlers glowing with a spectral blue shine sprouted from her head. And this, Aldrich recognized, was Wyke the Spirit Caller, the fourth of the Death Guard. Level 60 plus. I always set my bar low, said Medulla. That way, I'm never disappointed. Stop spreading your negativity everywhere, said Wyke. She turned to Aldrich and gave him a deep bow. Greetings, usurper. I am Wyke, fourth among the Death Guard. I look forward to working with you. Medulla shrugged. What she said. Why are you two here? Said Aldrich. To ex Volantis, of course, said the Death Lord. My powers can destroy, but restoration is not my specialty. These two are far better at that. I see, said Aldrich. Medulla as an archdemon probably has knowledge of Volantis, and Wyke's spirit magic helps in dealing with Volantis's soul. Precisely, said the Death Lord. My spirit magic is nothing to SCO it, but it is still at the level of a novice compared to Wyke. Oh, don't say that, you're plenty special too, Melly, said Wyke. Melly, that's your name, said Aldrich to the Death Lord. He had never actually known the Death Lord's name in the lore because she was just known as, well, the Death Lord. What? The Death Lord was ushered. No, that is a simple nickname. And so what if it is? Do you think it unbetting of someone my status? No, I don't particularly care, said Aldrich. All right, enough chatter, said Medulla. She rubbed her forehead. I have enough research and tower maintenance as is. Let's get on with this. You. She pointed a bandage-wrapped Inger at Aldrich. Get naked. Excuse me. Valera stepped forward. I need Volantis O to inspect him, said Medulla. She looked at Valera, inspecting her before shooing her away. You're useless. Go wait somewhere else. If I am to be your new master in the future, then you should know a thing or two about treating others with respect, said Aldrich as he stepped in for Valera. What I mean is she's a warrior. She doesn't have the knowledge to be here. She'll get in the way. Same with that Shelsh, said Medulla as she stared at Aldrich with her unbrokenly fatigued stare. I never get in the way of the master, protested Okeanos. Medulla is an academic through and through. She has spent her eternity secluding herself in a study like a recluse, said the Death Lord as she yanked Medulla back with her coat. Medulla just stared tiredly as she was lifted up and placed behind the Death Lord like an unruly puppy. She has not learned how to LTER her thoughts. Nor has she learned a shred of decorum, no matter how much I try to teach her. But she is right, Volantis must come for this procedure to continue. I understand, said Aldrich. He willed Volantis to detach, and the Damonwill's voice echoed in Aldrich's mind. Removing armor, said the Damonwill. Aldrich watched as the armor started to break apart into exable metal strips, peeling of his body. Master. With no hesitation at all. I will give you your privacy. Valera put her hands in front of her eyes, though noticeably, she left a gap between her fingers to peek. And as the armor fully unpeeled, it revealed Aldrich in his full, naked glory. As a skeleton, of course. I still feel strangely naked, even as a skeleton, commented Aldrich as he looked down at his body of bare bone. Then, his magical aura manifested, turning into a bright sphere of glowing green energy that covered his lower body. Much better. Valera sighed in mild disappointment as she took her hands from her eyes. Inspecting now, said Medulla as she twirled her hand. A faint purple outline covered Volantis's now empty armor form. The armor levitated in the air and plopped down right in front of Medulla. Wyke, get over here and be ready. Yes. Wyke hopped over to Medulla's side, peering at Volantis. How long will this take? Said Aldrich to the Death Lord. Not long at all. A mere minute or so, I should say, said the Death Lord, gazing at Medulla and Wyke like a proud parent. After all, these are my precious Death Guard. Their abilities are top class. The Damonwill has become this weakened from the New World. Interesting, said Medulla. She put a hand on the helm of the armor, directly over the white eye dot. Isolating Damonwill. Medulla withdrew her hand, and from the eye dot, a strand of airy red energy emerged. The energy snaked upwards, coiling across Medulla's fingers and up her arm like a living worm of energy. "Containing," said Medulla as she opened her palm. A baseball-sized black hole-like void manifested above her hand, sucking in the demon will before collapsing in upon itself. This was Medulla's warp magic, the mystic path that she specialized in the most. Where warriors could devote themselves to combat arts and weapon arts that indicated specialties in specific martial arts and weapons, mages followed. Mystic paths that indicated the eld of magic they practiced. Medulla nodded to Waiki. "Your turn." "Oh okay, I'll try my best." Waiki took her sta and gently put the overhead on Volantis's helm. "Volantis, you were such a wonderful mentor to me. Always driven to get stronger and so confident, too. Now I'll try and help you out." Waiki started to chant in a tongue that no human vocal cord could ever utter. It sounded like multiple voices layered into one, utterly indecipherable. As she spoke, her antlers glowed brightly, and strange, ghostly wisps started to emanate from the ground below Volantis, circling the armor in gently dancing light. Chapter 188 Volantis Restored. The strange chant that Waiki uttered was the ancestral tongue, a language of old spirits where every single word held power in them. Even if Aldrich had a spell or passive that gave him Allspeak, the ability to understand every language, it still would not have let him understand this tongue for, according to the lore, it predated any regular spell. In Elden World, the Elduin realm was ruled over by a variety of deities, but these gods were outsiders from other realms that had spread their influence upon the world. Before them all, the old spirits ruled the land, acting as aspects of nature that represented everything from forests to the realm's three great moons. With the arrival of the elder gods, however, the old spirits were cast away, their influence relegated only to the soul stream, the great spiritual realm where all souls were cast back into upon death, to be washed and cleansed anew for renewal and rebirth. As a result, though the old spirits lost the capacity to grant their followers power over nature or the elements, they could still grant a strong entity to spiritual magic. In particular, where the new gods used written runes to infuse their power, the old spirits used spoken words in the form of the ancestral tongue to grant their followers an avenue to access their strength. The issue was that with the advent of the gods, the followers of the old spirits thinned out from a variety of reasons ranging from active purging to simply a loss of followers over time. Waiki's race, the Rusa, humanoids with features of deers, were one of the few peoples that maintained a connection with the old spirits. Aldrich remembered how the Death Lord mentioned the soul stream in trying to revive Adam and Elaine. How the soul stream of this new world was inaccessible to her. Yet could Waiki achieve what the Death Lord could not through the old spirits? No, to begin with, were the old spirits even here to channel from? How will Waiki channel the soul stream? "I'm assuming the old spirits haven't transported over here," asked Aldrich to the Death Lord. "No, not even she can reach into the waters of a foreign soul stream," said the Death Lord, "and she cannot call upon the old spirits directly. However, their words of power that comprise the ancestral tongue still hold sway for a reason. I cannot fathom. Medulla is still investigating why. There are many things I do not know yet, so you may end questioning me rather unhelpful." "I see," said Aldrich. "I'm also curious about how all this happened. I have to spend the majority of my time in what you call the New World, so I can't devote myself to figuring this all out. But you have the time and resources to get answers. If you need any, let me know." "I shall when I can," said the Death Lord. "When you can. I plan on secluding myself in my throne room for some time to recover my injuries. Worry not, though, I shall still grant you quests that continue to give you more and more of my power," said the Death Lord. "I doubt Medulla will answer you even if you call to her. She does hate to be removed from that dreary study of hers, but I will give her an order to let you know of any breakthroughs in her research." "Done," said Waiki cheerfully. She wiped a few beads of sweat away from her forehead. The blue glow around her antlers started to fade away, leaving them to their original color of bone white. Aldrich inspected Volantis. Nothing about the armor seemed changed. It just stood there as if in suspended animation, unmoving and unresponsive. The eye dot was still white as well. "Are you sure?" said Aldrich. "Oh, of course I am." "Oh, maybe something did go wrong," I don't know, I always mess things up somehow. Waiki frowned as she nervously held her Santa. At that very moment, Volantis responded. Smooth streams of blue energy swirled out from Volantis, and in the creases and crevices of his armor body, an eerie glow permeated through. Like an overcharged light bulb, that glow exploded outwards in ash. Eep! Waiki yelped as she pranced backwards, closing her eyes and holding her scent out defensively. Her dear ears twitched in terror. There was no doubt about it. Waiki was never meant to be a GHTER. Volantis started to twitch, the metal body of his loosing a rattle as he began to regain movement. A good sign. Oh, it worked. Waiki sighed, her ears opping down in relief. Aldrich felt a twinge of pity for Waiki and how she had died in Elden World. When the goddess Amara laid siege upon the necropolis and defeated the Death Guard, Waiki was the RST among them to go, for she was the weakest. She had been ambushed on a journey to harvest mortal souls for the Death Lord. While isolated, prelates, high-level assassins of the radiant faith that served Amara, ambushed Waiki and her subordinates. To save her subordinates, Waiki stalled the prelates for her life. It must have been a tremendously difficult decision for someone with such a frail heart like her to make the brave decision to give up everything for another. She must have felt tarried and utterly helpless going against trained, ruthless killers of the light when she herself had little to no combat ability. In a way, that was perhaps the biggest fundamental difference between Aldrich and a true hero. Real heroes were willing to lay down everything on the line for others. Aldrich was not. He did not consider himself any less because of that, it was simply a difference in ideology. Conversely, he did not look down on the Golden Age heroes that sacrificed themselves. In fact, he respected them. It just was not the path he wanted to take. Not after he had seen what it had done for his parents. I sense turmoil within you, Death Walker. The Death Lord put a hand on Aldrich's shoulder. Is anything amiss? Aldrich glanced at the Death Lord. At her gaze maintained regal dignity and yet still showed sympathy. She had been like this with Aldrich when he had said goodbye to Adam and Elaine as well. Even as a warlord of death that sought the demise of all living beings, she was strangely perceptive of the emotions of others. No, I'm nay, said Aldrich. You are strong, Death Walker, and growing stronger by the day, said the Death Lord as she withdrew her hand. She glanced back at Valera, who looked at the Death Lord's hand with suspicious eyes. But you as a necromancer of Legion should know more than any that it is always nay to rely on others. And that is not only in matters of strength as well. There are others like that girl who would support you through matters of the mind, for it is often that the battles we hold within ourselves are the greatest we struggle through. Far greater than any blade or magic we face upon the battlefield. I've dealt with myself for as long as I can remember. I'm used to it, said Aldrich. The strength of youth. Ah, it is wonderful to see, said the Death Lord with a gentle shake of her head, as if she was remembering a fond memory. But simply know this. To face one's feelings, to face one's inner battles, is not a sign of weakness. It is in eeing from them, in locking them up, that one faces defeat. Before Aldrich could respond, Volantis spoke. Where am I? Volantis's voice was guttural, deep, natural, not at all like the smooth, programmed elegance of the Demonwill. This was his true self. I don't remember. Volantis grasped at his helm head in confusion. Oh, this will help. Waiki reached out with her STA and tapped the oar head upon Volantis's head. Don't touch me, Volantis roared as he swiped at Waiki, causing her to yelp and fall backwards. Don't hurt me, I'm just trying to help, said Waiki. Medulla instantly stepped in front of Waiki. Though her expression was still unchangingly bored, it was obvious she cared a great deal about protecting her allies. Immediately, Aldrich and Valera were behind Volantis, holding back his arms on either end. The Death Lord stood behind, her eyes narrowed as her magical energy surged in a green aura around her, ready to deal with Volantis if needed. But whatever Waiki had intended to do worked. From where she had touched his head, blue butteries of pure energy ickered about, the uttering of their wings releasing glittery little sparkles. As those sparkles hit Volantis, he calmed down. I get it now, said Volantis. It's all coming back to me. My life. No, my lives. Valera looked to Aldrich, wordlessly asking if she should let the armor go. Aldrich nodded, and together, they released Volantis. Volantis stood up, looking at his armored body. He put a clawed hand up to the air, splaying his fingers out as he inspected them. This is what I am now. A chunk of metal, all that muscle and bone I was so proud, all gone. Gore the Bone Taker, the butcher of demons, turned to nothing but a heap of scrap for the same horned monsters I used to slaughter. Chapter 189 Worthy. Volantis, do you remember me? Said Aldrich. Volantis turned to Aldrich. I do. I chose you as my armored. And have your feelings changed? Said Aldrich. Volantis did not respond for a good minute. In that time, both Valera and Okeanos were tensed up, ready to GHT if needed. No, the feelings I had in the past do not matter now. My past life is just that, the past. I cannot change who or what I am now, but I know that I did choose you. I will not go back on my word so easily. He turned to Waiki. She shrunk back in fear at his gaze. Waiki, I remember you too. I apologize for my behavior. It was not right. I was confused, and I do not like when others touch me without my awareness. It's okay, said Waiki. She put on a happy smile. As long as you're happy now, I'm happy too. Happy. Am I happy? Volantis pondered over those words. These memories that I have now are painful. I remember my death. On a molten mountain, surrounded by a eld of swords and demon corpses. I felt the pain of dying then. Then I felt the pain of being forged into something I was not. Having my soul hammered over and over again. It felt like I was in a dream, watching my memories out in front of me, seeing pieces of them get shattered and scattered. I felt the desperation of trying to reach out for those memories regardless of whether they were sorrowful or joyful, because I knew that those memories were still me. The pain of losing who you were and being helpless to stop it is the greatest pain I have ever felt. It is worse than any battle wound that scarred or scorched me. Remembering that pain, I almost feel as if I want to forget it all again. Volantis closed his STS and stared at them. When he spoke again, he spoke with hearty strength in his voice. His eye dot was still white, but it was far more expressive than when it was red, undulating and changing shape and size like a normal eye to showcase his emotions. He sounded much more like an orc, the people famous for never tiring, for never letting anything hold them down for very long. But pain is temporary. It has never slowed me down, and it will not now. You. Volantis turned and pointed to Aldrich. I called you my armored. No. You did, said Aldrich. He noticed that Volantis still spoke with a measure of articulation. Usually, orcs had simpler speech patterns. Most likely, the habits from Volantis's new and old lives were merged together. I did that because some part of me believed it was right to do, said Volantis. I will stand by those words. But to be happy, truly happy, Volantis clenched his STS again, but this time, in an expression of force. His magical energy surged around him in a white aura distinct from the red of his past self. This was the type of aura that orcs gave their warrior's spirit, as they called it. I need to make sure you are truly worthy now that I am in full control of myself. Aldrich had an idea of where this was going. His own magical energy started to surge, green waves emanating from his already half-energy body. Volantis was, after all, an orc, and there was nothing that orcs loved more than a good GHT. And how do you propose we do that? Volantis laughed, something he had never done before. He could not physically smile as a living armor, but in the rising tone of his voice, it was easy to tell that had he a mouth, he would have grinned. In the way of my people, of course. Battle. I don't know whether I prefer you now or as you were before, said Valera. She grinned eagerly too, but if it is battle you desire, it is battle you will have. I will GHT too, said Okeanos. Valera and Okeanos stood on either side of Aldrich, two mighty warriors ready to GHT with all they had. I would like to GHT you too as well, but this is between me and the armored, said Volantis. That is simply not fair, said Valera. My master is powerful, but his might is in commanding others. You, on the other hand, are built for close combat. I can help with that, said the Death Lord. She gestured towards Aldrich with her hand and chanted, Death's Surge. That should even the odds in terms of physical strength, and within the necropolis, I can maintain that spell for practically an eternity. An octagonal mesh of green energy lined Aldrich's bone body, greatly strengthening his physical stats. With the Death Lord's immense magic stat, the boost was enough that Aldrich could compete with a pure melee GHTER of similar level like Relentless. Though, Aldrich did note, Death's Surge had a cap to the stats it could grant. As he was now, he would still fall short of Relentless's raw brute force, especially considering Shaping boosted Relentless's stats as well. There, now the duel is honorable, said Relentless. I am sorry, but this is the only way I know to choose who is worthy. A GHT where we clash blow for blow. There is a saying among my people, the harder someone is willing to hit you, the better a friend they make. Then I'll take this GHT, said Aldrich, and prove to you how good a friend I can be. Good, said Relentless. Any last preparations you would like to make? Armored. Just one, said Aldrich. He manifested his Materius as if he was going to get into a close-range GHT, which he absolutely would be against the likes of Relentless. Then he wanted to be in prime condition for it. For now, Aldrich was not as used to GHTing hand-to-hand as he was with his Esh and Blood body. Sinews spontaneously grew from Aldrich's bones, snung out the green energy that his body constantly let out. A set of organs, mostly for decoration at this point, LLED in his ribcage before a covering of Esh wrapped over them. Skin grew around the raw muscle and the rest of Aldrich's features LLED in right after. That feels much better, said Aldrich as he cracked his neck and rolled his shoulders, his trained, sculpted muscles rippling with the movement. Master, are you going to GHT like that? Valera squealed as she covered her eyes with hands that had more than enough space between the angers to peer through. Wah, he's naked. Waiki blushed as she closed her eyes. Come now, this is too much for your innocence. Medulla put her bandaged hand over Waiki's eyes and led her away. Oh, right, said Aldrich. My clothes disintegrate every time I switch in and out of my Materius. I will have a solution for that later, said the Death Lord, to which Valera let out an annoyed, TCH. This will do for now. Medulla snapped her angers, causing a small black void to open up in front of her. She withdrew a pair of black pants and tossed them to Aldrich. Aldrich grabbed them, and when he willed himself to wear them, they dematerialized and materialized back around Aldrich's lower body. 1x training wear, legs equipped. Training wear is indestructible and does not AECT stats, so it should not yield you any advantage other than preventing you from assaulting our eyes, said Medulla. I quite preferred when he was bare, said Relentless. Fighting without any covering is the truest form of battle. Man to man at its best. Except. Relentless looked down at his metal body. I cannot do that any longer. Thanks. Aldrich nodded to Medulla. Everyone else, come with me, said Medulla. I will transport us to the stands as audience members. Finally, a proper GHT to enjoy. I will nally get my coins worth out of this Colosseum. The Death Lord laughed in glee as she followed Medulla. Master, show that stubborn armor the might I respect so dearly, said Valera as she passed by Aldrich. Master will win. I know it. He always knows what to do at the right time, said Okeanos. I'll make sure I live up to your expectations, said Aldrich. Thanks. Everyone then warped away to the stands via another black void from Medulla, leaving Aldrich and Relentless the only ones in the sandy GHTing pit. Now then, said Aldrich as he cracked his knuckles. About rules. Am I allowed to use weapons? Magic. Items in general. Do whatever you want, said Relentless. I will be GHTing in the orc way, with nothing but my STS and shaping. Until one of us can no longer GHT or I recognize you as worthy. All right, then, said Aldrich. This is a matter of getting you to consider me worthy, right? Then I'll play along by your rules. I won't use any equipment or items. Just my STS. I don't have shaping, so I'll substitute that with my spells. But I won't use summons. I'll keep this as close to man, as I can. Hey, I like you already, said Relentless. Then let us GHT now. To the death. To lay bare the warrior's spirits within us. Chapter 190 Orcish Might. As Relentless's resounding declaration of battle boomed through the GHTing pit, Aldrich responded with a simple nod as he took up his stance, raising his STS up in a guard. He got into a rhythm, hopping up and down in quick intervals. He geared himself mentally and physically to stay mobile, because he would need it. If Volantis was GHTING solely with orcish might, he was going to basically be a heavyweight tank with slow but heavy hits. Aldrich, comparatively lighter, less durable, and weaker in sheer physicals, needed to abuse his mobility as much as possible. Then again, this was the style that Aldrich was the most comfortable with. He had used it all his life in GHTING alters who were consistently naturally stronger than him. It was in essence mixed martial arts, but it had a heavy focus on striking and throws. He trained considerably in boxing, Muay Thai, kickboxing, Taekwondo, and even some aspects of Chinese martial arts to maximize his footwork mobility and striking strength. Aldrich was weakest when it came to grappling because usually, it was complete suicide to grapple with alters when they were just out stronger than him. Granted, he did have a good grasp of judo for its quick throws, but he rarely liked to go on the ground to grapple and wrestle unless he could go for a quick dislocation or if he was on even physical grounds with an enemy. Against Volantis, Aldrich doubted he would ever get a chance to grapple. Even getting in a clinch would be dangerous. It was better to stay mobile and throw out hits at maximal range. "Ho, so that is your stance," Volantis said. "It is trained, I can tell from a single glance. But will it be enough to take me on? We'll ND out, won't we?" said Aldrich simply. "Now let's get on with this. Your spirit is commendable," Volantis roared. "Then, let us begin. I shall make the RST move." Aldrich took in deep breath, then exhaled as he watched Volantis with an eagle eye, wary of every single move the once orc living armor made. Volantis was around 30 meters away. Enough distance where any attack he made, Aldrich had ample time to react to. But what came next surprised Aldrich. Volantis looked up to the skies, to the green crystal-dotted ceiling of the Colosseum, and roared. It was a roar that sounded like it belonged to some enormous monster 10 times his size. Eep! In the stands, Waiki hunched over and put her hands over her opt-down ears at the sudden explosion of noise. Sound waves echoed from Volantis's helm, distorting his face. The sand all around Volantis gusted away as if blown apart by hurricane-force winds, creating a natural smokescreen all around him. "Looks like orcs aren't all brawn over brains," thought Aldrich as he went on the immediate defensive, taking steps backwards. The arena was huge, easily reaching the length of a football eld, so he was not worried about getting backed into a corner. Aldrich kept his eyes closely trained on the huge cloud of sand. He heard a huge impact that sounded like stone shattering. Then, he saw a ichor of movement in the cloud, and not a moment later, a line of violently upturned rock from beneath the sand rapidly approached Aldrich. Aldrich jumped to the side, easily dodging the line of rocks. This was Volantis's shaping. Aldrich did not know which type of shaping Volantis practiced, but this made it obvious, it was earth shaping. Though, of course, Volantis might know more than one element. Aldrich glanced to his right side, looking at the newly created wall of stone. The jagged raised stones would have smashed into Aldrich from below, dealing considerable damage, but that was just one thing that made them an issue. They also formed a natural barrier that limited his movement. Another ichor of movement from the sand cloud. This time, Volantis emerged, charging forth like a mad bull. He came from the opposite side of the rock wall, aiming to try and limit Aldrich by corralling him against the wall. Aldrich raised a hand into the air. Bone wall. He did not need to chant spells, but it did help. It was easier to focus on them, which let him direct them more accurately, and he needed that accuracy to know exactly where to place the wall. A massive wall of interlocked skeletons rose up in a near instant to halt. Volantis's incoming charge. "You think this will stop me?" Volantis just smashed into the wall with no concern for harm done to his body. Remarkably, despite Bone Wall being a fourth circle spell meant to be casted by level 40 magic users, Volantis barreled through the wall with ease. The wall exploded apart like a bomb had gone in it, a shower of broken apart bones scattering around Volantis as he made his way through. Volantis stopped his charge as he realized Aldrich was not in front of him. Gah! Volantis jerked to the side as the helix-shaped energy of a death bolt slammed into his ribs with explosive impact. Another death bolt then hit his back, causing him to stagger forwards. Aldrich had circled around the bone wall the moment Volantis crashed into it. Using the brief moment, Volantis would not have sight to take Volantis's blind spot and make more distance from the rock wall. "You think I am helpless at range?" Volantis turned and crossed his arms in front of his face to block another death bolt. His armor glowed with streaks of bright hot green from where the bolts struck. "Do you know how many whose skulls I have taken that thought the very same?" Volantis, to make good on his word, smashed his hand into the earth. With a roar, Volantis raised his arm up, dredging up an enormous boulder easily the size of a large car over his head. The shadow the boulder cast completely covered Volantis, speaking to its bulk. The thing must have weighed several tons, and Volantis carried it like it a piece of paper. Though, Aldrich noted, Volantis was not lifting the boulder entirely with his own strength. He was using shaping to not only sculpt the boulder from the ground, but also to make it easier to hold. Volantis threw the boulder at extreme speed using a shaping skill known as boulder toss. The actual weight of the boulder, though, was just as heavy as it looked, and that made this projectile attack an immense danger that had the threat of chunking Aldrich for probably over 30% of his max health, maybe more considering his weakness to crushing damage. Aldrich did not bother casting bone wall. That would do nothing against a projectile that big and fast. "Death bolt," Aldrich chanted. He chanted because he needed more focus to manipulate the spell beyond a simple linear trajectory. He threw out the death bolt with a curved ball path that swerved to hit the boulder from the side. That threw the boulder its intended path to crush Aldrich enough that he could dodge it relatively easily. The boulder slammed into the earth behind Aldrich with a rumbling impact, crashing up a geyser of sand. "Is that it?" goaded Aldrich as he stayed at a respectable distance, wanting to bait Volantis out in using another ranged attack. It was true that Volantis was not helpless at range, but he was no expert either. Orc shaping, derived from their enmity to nature, did give them ranged combat options, but they usually had slow wind-up times and telegraphed moves compared to spammable projectiles from mages. Even wind shapers, the most suited to GHT at range among the orcs, had this weakness. Their ranged attacks were incredibly powerful, but they were slow. Not at all. If you want to stay all the way over there, then nay. Try to dodge this. Volantis knelt on one knee and buried his arms into the ground. He roared again, shockwaves of sound echoing from his helm as he stared into the ceiling. His entire body shook with tremors, rattling out metal echoes in exertion as if he was trying to lift up some massive weight. The ground around Volantis in a massive area started to glow a faint orange. This area covered where Aldrich was standing and more, stretching far behind him. Aldrich stood still, remaining patient. He knew what was coming. He just needed to get the timing right. After exactly a second, Aldrich put power into his legs and leapt into the air. Volantis's roar reached a high point as he stood up, ripping his arms violently out of the ground. It was as if Volantis had started an earthquake. The entirety of the orange-lit area around him blew apart in a massive seismic shockwave, casting up a mass amount of sand. Deep cracks littered every inch of the ground, and had Aldrich remained there, his legs would have turned into complete mush from that hit. Instead, Aldrich used the blown-up sand as a smokescreen of his own. He reached Volantis from the air and threw out a spinning kick right at the side of his head. Volantis took the hit, blinded by the sand dredged up from his own attack. The impact rang out clear and loud, the sound of reinforced ash impacting against pure metal. Volantis slammed into the ground from that unexpected hit, skidding across the cracked earth in a shower of sparks. Chapter 191 Hard-Headed Counter. Volantis lay helm RST on the ground, completely still. "What?" said Aldrich. "Is that all?" "I was merely admiring how wonderfully struck that blow was," said Volantis as he pushed himself up, not much worse for wear. There was a small dent on the side of his head where Aldrich's foot had made impact. "Marvelous. Let us go again." "All right then." Aldrich made the RST move this time, setting on a sprint towards the living armor. From that last blow, one thing Aldrich could see was this: Volantis could not use his true sight when using his orcish powers, or else he would have seen Aldrich's hit coming from the sand smokescreen. "Come." Volantis gleefully welcomed Aldrich's attack. He smashed his foot into the ground, causing another row of jagged rocks to rush against Aldrich. Aldrich did not want to break his momentum by swerving to the side. Also, if he dodged to the side, there was a good possibility that Relentless would just slam out another row of rocks on the other side of Aldrich to basically corral him in a pen of rock walls. That would limit Aldrich either to retreat or an ence that would force him on a narrow and predictable path to Relentless. Instead, Aldrich jumped into the air, avoiding the skywards reaching rock spikes. Without losing almost any momentum, he yipped in the air and landed midway across the wall of upturned stone. Instead of getting skewered on the jagged edges, he instead gracefully grasped 2 rock spikes in either of his hands, using them as a surface to push over. Like that, Aldrich closed the distance to Relentless without losing almost any time. Relentless stared up at him with his STS clenched and white eye burning with eager battle lust. In midair, Aldrich clapped his hands together and withdrew twin death bolts. He read them one after the other, minimizing the time Relentless had to react to. Aldrich. Relentless grunted as he blocked one death bolt. Relentless prepped himself to block the second death bolt, but it narrowly missed him. However, this was by design. The death bolt instead exploded in front of Relentless and drove up another cloud of sand. By the time Relentless could react to what had happened, Aldrich was right in front of him. Aldrich took in a breath, staring at Relentless. The living armor had turned his head around to look behind him, where he had expected Aldrich to appear. After all, what was the point of a smokescreen otherwise? But Aldrich had predicted that. Now, with Relentless distracted looking backwards, Aldrich had free rein to get hits in. But he needed to think about how to maximize his DPS. The living armor stood about 2 heads taller than Aldrich and looked considerably bulkier. Not only that, but his body was pure metal and bone. There were no places to hit like the liver or solar plexus that would knock down a bigger enemy made of ash and blood. But that also meant Aldrich did not have to focus much on where to hit. So long as he did damage, any attack worked. First, Aldrich unleashed a front kick aimed at the stomach to bend Relentless's upper body forward. Then, an uppercut to knock Relentless's now forward-leaning head up. Gah! Relentless let out a grunt of pain as his head whipped upwards from the echoing impact of the uppercut. This bared his entire body to further attacks. Aldrich exhaled as he unleashed what could only be described as a hurricane of punches and kicks. With how much his stats had been amplified, he looked like a raging mass of attacks, his blows blurring and meshing with each other into one giant, deadly, seamless combination. The sound of strong force ringing against metal rang through the air again and again and again in gunner rapid rhythm. Now that Aldrich was undead with innate stamina, if he got in the rhythm of attacking someone, he could chain hit after hit together in an innate combo akin to a permanent stunlock. Aldrich drove Relentless back dozens of meters with this storm of strikes, but as he did so, he realized one thing: Relentless was not even trying to guard them. Relentless soared under the attacks, that was for sure. His eye dot was scrunched up in pain. But he just stood there like an unbreakable wall, his arms hanging by his sides, his STS clenched not to ready a punch, but to endure. Suddenly, Relentless reached out and grabbed Aldrich's arm before it hit his chest. The grip was like a vice, nigh unbreakable in its RMness. Like a dam lowered against a raging river, this stopped the ow of Aldrich's endless attacks. With a roar, Relentless unleashed a mighty headbutt down on Aldrich. The blow connected with a concussive shockwave, blasting Aldrich several meters away like he had been hit with an artillery shell. Those strikes were nay and mighty. Like a storm they were, yes, as beautiful as that unleashed by any master I have seen. Said Relentless. But there is nothing that trumps the unbreakable will of an orc. In duels like these, we take all blows head on. We learn by feeling these blows engrave their lessons into our very skin, and we return that lesson with power tenfold. Equals. In the stands, Okeanos stood up, alarmed. His iridescent rainbow eyes were trained on Aldrich's prone body. Is the master defeated? Sure looks like it, said Medulla. Oh, will he need healing? I'm always ready to heal, said Wyke with a worried tremble on her lips. The Death Lord simply watched silently. No, said Valera. She watched the battle below with crossed arms and a condent smile. You should know this better than anyone, youngling. Our master never falls so easily. Equals. Aldrich stood up as he put a hand on his head, right where Volantis had hit him with a high-speed headbutt delivered from a skull of pure metal. The skin around his forehead was completely torn open, blood dripping liberally from the wound, but beneath, the visible bone of his skull was a dark, almost black metallic shine. "I had a contingency in case you managed to counter me," said Aldrich as he stared at Volantis, streams of blood dripping around his green eyes, rimming them a menacing red. "But I didn't expect to use it so soon." Aldrich had used Rite of Bone Binding on himself before the headbutt, greatly strengthening his skeleton. But even then, Volantis's attack had dealt a considerable amount of damage. The Death Essence barrier was not suited to dealing with strong physical blows. It could not mitigate damage from physical hits that crossed a certain threshold, so Aldrich had taken that headbutt counter, well, head-on. Thankfully, that Rite of Bone Binding prevented Aldrich from dealing with a huge hole in his skull, reducing 50% of incoming physical damage, though that value would decrease dramatically with each successive strong hit endured. "You still managed to stand." After that, Volantis paused before breaking out into a hearty laugh, his white eyes squinting jovially. "Marvelous. You're not bad yourself," said Aldrich. "You managed to read my moves and catch me off guard. That's not easy to do when our stats are almost equalized." "Ha, after taking that many blows, even a Gork would learn," said Volantis. If Aldrich remembered correctly, a Gork was an insult used among orcs for those that were particularly dumb among them. He shook his head and smiled, a part of him feeling good that Volantis could enjoy himself truly as himself. And, Aldrich had to admit, he enjoyed this too. It was an extremely rare thing for him to ever spar with someone around his level. Almost every single time he fought, it was with his life or death in mind. Or it was against someone superior to him in every way. He had never been in a fair GHT, only struggles for survival. But this was a good old-fashioned fair GHT, something he had practically never experienced before. He enjoyed it, that was for sure. But at the same time, he also was not the type to let his GHTS drag out, even in lower-stakes situations like this. "You know, you said something interesting before." Aldrich started to walk towards Volantis, staring at the living armor with a piercing gaze. "You said that in duels like this, orcs always take their enemies' hits head-on, right? No guarding." "That is right," Volantis proclaimed proudly as he beat his chest with his street, letting out a metallic ring. "You are free to guard as you wish, you are no orc. But in a GHT like this, I would never forego the chance to carve your blows into my memory." Volantis said this, but it was clear he was not unharmed. Taking all those hits straight on had damaged him significantly. There were countless dents all over his body, and even as he tried to stand tall and proud, he hobbled a bit. "I see. All right then," said Aldrich. He took a deep breath, then let it out slowly through his teeth. His body started to distort, heat waves rippling from all around his skin. The blood pouring out from his open forehead started to steam RST, then burst into aims. All of his veins began to pop out grotesquely. His eyes grew intensely bloodshot, turning their color into a shade of dark, almost black-green. The veins on his chest where his heart was became the most visible and engorged with blood. The sound of his heartbeat became highly audible, loosing a rapid rhythm of deep beats that sounded like war drums. Every single time his heart beat, its engorged, enlarged form visibly pushed against the edge of his chest, overclocked far past its physical limits. Then try to keep up with this. Chapter 192 Burning Agony. Volantis smashed his STS together, letting out a metallic cry of condence. "A new form, is it? Like a spirit of Re. Or a war demon? Good. Show me your strength, your warriors will, O armored." Aldrich got into his GHTING stance, and as he did so, he felt burning, searing pain across every single inch of his body. After all, right now, he was literally on Re. His blood had ignited, bursting through his bulging veins in scorching red aims that covered him in a raging aura of heat. Patches of his skin were starting to melt revealing raw muscle beneath that, and soon, even that would melt down until there was nothing but bone. This was burning agony. The spell Aldrich used to BU his Esh undead into raging, burning GHTERS as any war demon. The way the spell worked was that it provided a strong base level boost of 50 to all stats or a stat multiplier depending on which was greater. For Aldrich, the stat multiplier yielded far better results, granting him nearly double all of his physical stats. The amount of power he felt brimming within him, coursing through his veins in burning intensity, was staggering. In this state, he could probably even beat down Valera and Okeanos in close combat. Though, the biggest issue was stamina. This only lasted as long as Aldrich's. Materius did, and that was probably not much longer than 30 seconds. The EECTS of the spell also decayed over time as the Esh burned away. On top of that, the spell dealt damage to Aldrich. His Materius might have just been a construct of Esh, but the burning aims from the ignited blood still scorched his true body of bone, and bone was weak to aim. Aldrich calculated that burning agony, if toggled for as long as possible, would cut down between 30–40% of his maximum health. Thus, using this spell was a declaration to end a GHT quickly. And Aldrich made true on that declaration. His center of gravity slightly lowered, his knees bending as he got into a position to charge. Volantis clenched his STS and cooed his chest out, ready to take any hit head-on. Without guarding, as he had promised. When Aldrich charged, he disappeared. The only thing left behind where he was were a pair of molten footprints. Volantis managed in surprise before an immensely powerful punch, orders of magnitudes beyond any that Aldrich had thrown before, crashed into his stomach like a hamming meteor. Aldrich grit his teeth as he put all his strength into that punch, aiming not to hit Volantis, but to hit through him. The blood vessels around his arms popped in array bursts, wreathing his arm in a swirling gauntlet of intensely hot aim. Cracks shattered out from where Aldrich hit Volantis. The metal around Volantis's entire torso started to superheat up, turning from obsidian black to bright hot red. Then, all of Volantis's sizable bulk was sent ying far backwards like a pinball. Look at him. I knew my usurper would not fail to entertain, said the Death Lord proudly. She leaned forward against her seat, her forked tongue itching out in excitement. See, youngling, said Valera, equally proud. Our master always has a way to win. Okeanos watched and nodded in awe. But the master is taking damage. He cannot do this for long. That does not mean anything if Volantis does not guard, said Medulla. She watched the GHT hunched forward, her elbows rested on her legs and her chin resting on her interlocked hands. Taking damage is not all that goes into weathering a strike. The time it takes to reel and recover is also crucial. Without guarding, Volantis leaves himself to get struck over and over again. Were he to simply guard or even try to retreat, he could easily end a path to victory. What he is doing now is simply idiotic and irrational. I simply cannot grasp it. Don't call volume that, said Waiki. She lightly punched Medulla on the shoulder. Taking all those hits like that, he's kind of cool, don't you think? He seems more akin to a training dummy to me. Medulla shrugged. You simply do not understand a warrior's honor, said Valera. But that is to be expected for someone that never steps out of their study. I do not indulge myself in shouting and beating matches, yes, said Medulla. But I suppose activities like that would suit a woman like you. Valera and Medulla both glared at each other, leaving Waiki nervously glancing between them, her mouth open as she wondered what to say to calm the two down. Quiet down, ladies, said the Death Lord. Her eyes were still glued to the GHT. The null exchange is near, and I want to enjoy it in silence. Aldrich exhaled, and blood from his melted throat spilled out in tongues of re. Bree looked down at his street. It was utterly mangled. The esh around the arm was completely gone now, leaving just raw muscle. The muscles around his hand were ripped apart, bearing black bone beneath. It's not just burning from the spell that limits its duration, thought Aldrich. It's the power from my hits too. Because they're getting thrown out beyond my normal limits, they break apart my Materius. All the more reason to end this as soon as possible. Aldrich charged again, disappearing with his speed once more. He reached Volantis literally in mid-air and slammed him back down into the ground with an axe kick. In an explosion of aim, Volantis plummeted down, smashing into the dirt and carving out a sizable crater. Aldrich dropped down in front of Volantis and prepped another hit. He realized he could not really chain his hits into smooth, UID combinations like before. The way his body rapidly deteriorated plus his lack of experience with this level of stat boost meant he did not have the high-level coordination necessary. Still, that did not mean Aldrich's individual blows did not have devastating power behind them. Volantis got up to a knee. His whole body was red-hot from exposure to Aldrich's aims. His eye dot was narrowed in pain. Aldrich sped forward again, preparing another punch. Volantis reacted this time, showcasing his incredible capability to read Aldrich's movements. It was quite likely that subconsciously, Volantis was tapping into his demonic true sight even if he consciously wanted to only use his orcish powers. Volantis tried to grab Aldrich's arm again, but even if Volantis could react, he was just too slow. Aldrich just weaved under Volantis's grab attempt. He got a hold of Volantis's arm, turned around, and then threw the living armor over his shoulder. He did not throw Volantis into the ground, but instead straight away, into the towering walls of the arena GHTING pit. Wreathed in a ball of ignited blood from Aldrich, Volantis shot out like a shooting star and smashed into the gray stone walls with ear-rupturing impact. The durable stone wall cracked under the force of the attack, embedding Volantis slightly within it. It was a testament to how durable the wall was that Volantis did not just straight up smash through it. In an instant, Aldrich was upon Volantis again. An issue with this form was because the power was so explosive, it was hard to pin a target down for multiple attacks. Each of his blows sent Volantis ying, making Aldrich waste time traveling between attacks. But now, with Volantis pinned against the arena wall like this, that problem had been erased. Aldrich could go all out with no issues. Chapter 193 Worthy Rage. Aldrich roared in exertion as he unloaded a barrage of attacks. They were sloppier in execution than before. Thrown out more wildly, the punches and kicks did not chain together with as much UID motion, but did that even matter when Aldrich threw out attacks that were several times stronger and several times the speed? Technique mattered to a point, but overwhelming power achieved just the same, if not more. At the end of the day, technique was an optimizer. It made you use what you had ECIENCY. But if what you had was not enough, you would always lose. That was a lesson that Aldrich knew deeply well in his GHTS against stronger alters. It was Aldrich this time, though, that was on the side of overwhelming force. Each of his attacks sounded like high ordnance bombs going oh. Bursts of aim accompanied all of his hits, and because of how quickly they were thrown out, it looked like Aldrich was just completely covered in a pillar of red re that roared up and down to the chaotic rhythm of his hits, like a snake charmed to the tune of a horrendous beating. The booming echoes of impact as Aldrich punched Volantis over and over again thundered through the arena. The wall shook with each hit as Aldrich drove Volantis in deeper and deeper into it. Hit after hit after hit. Aldrich kept going on and on. Every single punch he threw out, more and more of his body melted. Chunks of his esh literally blew apart from bursting, amming blood vessels. His eyes were bleeding, starting to melt out of their sockets. Each time he breathed in and breathed out, amming blood poured out of his mouth. His tongue spilled out of his mouth in a chunk of eshy blood, burning up before it even hit the ground. Aldrich's Materius still felt pain and normal sensation as otherwise, he would be unused to operating it optimally. As a result, he had felt the intense pain of burning agony. Pain, however, was an old friend, and if it was just pain, he could handle it. But now, the pain had faded away, turning into something akin to pure bloodlust. A side EECT of burning agony, it rendered acted units berserk, but Aldrich had been confident he could control it. And yet, this was an intoxicating sensation that he felt himself slipping into, slowly but surely losing control, giving him the unstoppable urge to hit harder and again and again. The urge to destroy, the urge to tear, the urge to kill. This was not an urge his normally calculated mind had ever faced. It overwhelmed him, grasping at the heels of his mind and dragging it under a lake of brimstone and aggression. The world around him blurred under a thick veil of bright red. He did not know what he was hitting anymore. He did not care, so long as he got to hit something. Never hit a man when they're down. A voice rang in Aldrich's mind, in the depths of his consciousness. He thought he could feel a familiar, cool touch on his back. That was Father's voice. His father's hand. He felt another hand on his back. A softer one, warmer, not burning hot like the rage, but a gentle, accepting warmth. When they're down, you help them up. His mother's voice. That instantly drove him out of his punch-drunk stupor, sobering him up in a cold instant. The red in his vision sapped away. Aldrich's street was frozen midway in the air. He looked down. He and Volantis were in a deep, molten red crater. Volantis was knocked out, his white eye dot turned O. The metal of his chest had completely melted O, bearing a webwork of vein-like red magical energy channels that formed a body that Volantis used to operate himself. Volantis had probably sustained too much damage to go on some time ago. Aldrich's burning agony turned O, all of his esh burned O by now. He felt his head clear. He reached down and slung Volantis over the bare skeleton of his shoulder. "Sorry, Volantis," whispered Aldrich as he carried the armor out of the tunnel he had punched out. Outside, everyone was waiting. "Congratulations on your victory, Death Walker," proclaimed the Death Lord in glee. "I always knew there was a beast festering within you, locked up and gorging on all that negative energy of yours, but I did not expect that it had such ferocity to it. I do wonder how much stronger you will be when you tame it." The Death Lord licked her lips, causing their faintly purple hue to glisten. "Healing." Aldrich ignored the Death Lord and gently placed Volantis down. "On it," said Wyke as she shifted her way over to Volantis's side. "Oh, why did you take all those hits, Volume? It was cool, but Med is right, it was also dumb." "Not at all," Volantis suddenly roared, his white eye dot coming back to life. "Eep," Wyke yelped as she scrambled backwards at Volantis's sudden reanimation. Volantis got himself to a standing position with shaky arms and legs. But still, he managed to stand, even with a gaping melted hole in his chest. Everyone stared at Volantis with surprise. By all rights, Volantis should have been completely near death. And yet, he managed to stand just like that. "What?" Volantis looked around. "None of you have seen the spirit of an orc, I see. That is our way. We stand down to only 3 things: time, death, and a worthy leader. And there is no rust on my armor, nor is death ready to reap my soul." Volantis turned to Aldrich and fell down to a knee. "But there is a worthy leader before me." "I appreciate it, Volantis," said Aldrich. "But you shaking like that while you say all this isn't very convincing. Wyke, can you treat him? Hey, I always made it a point to stay standing in battle. Even in the end, upon that hill of swords, I died standing. I am not proud of the monster I became by that point, but I am proud of that." Volantis collapsed down to his knees and sighed. "But I suppose it is time for a rest. That was well fought, Armored. Such ferocity of strength I have seen hardly the likes of. It rivals the likes of the archdemons of Karnassus, the demon god of war himself. I only wish I could show you the full range of my moves. I can shape too, but alas, I was taken by surprise and struck down before I even realized." Aldrich did not know whether to take that as a compliment. He did not like losing control like that. Whenever he fought, it was not with crazed bloodlust. Vengeance, yes, but not berserk rage. Every time he struck a hit, it was always with purpose. This felt senseless. "Master, are you all right?" said Valera as she came close to Aldrich's side. She alone among everyone here had sensed something was "I am," said Aldrich. He glanced at her red eyes. He wondered how she was able to keep such a firm handle on her berserk rage. Was it training, or something else? He wanted to learn, because there was no doubt about it that burning agony was an extremely powerful trump card for Aldrich. But if Aldrich could not wield it with a cool head, it became considerably less useful. "When I'm done, you will be as good as new. So just sit still," said Wyke as she sat on her knees and guided her scent over the hole in Volantis's chest. She closed her eyes, her dear ears uttering as she channeled magical energy. An aura of blue swirled around her in leafy patterns. Wyke chanted the ancestral tongue, and as she did so, her magical energy coalesced into a small cloud of blue butteries that landed on Volantis's wound. The butteries melted, turning into a salve that started to seal the damage up. "Ah, I feel as good as new already," said Volantis. "The healing has barely started. You still have a massive hole in your chest," remarked Medulla in matter-of-fact tone. A hole that serves as a reminder of the might of my armored. What better reminder could there be? Said Volantis. Medulla stopped herself and shrugged. Yes, whatever works for you. I should not try to understand all this warrior spirit nonsense. You must consider it sometime. Said Volantis. There is nothing that makes the heart beat and the soul thunder so. Your demonic brethren under Carnassus knew this well. The spawn of Carnassus are a barbaric, brutish horde of abominations that I want nothing to do with. The amount of mindless blood shed and time wasted on their end sickens me, said Medulla as she walked away, brooding away to the side. She is as prickly as I remember, said Volantis. But no matter. This is a cause for celebration. When a warmaster like myself accepts a warfather, custom dictates merry drink and feasting and ghtting for 3 days. I would like to, Volantis, said Aldrich. But there isn't enough time. I need you to stay out of the Nexus and act as me now that you're fully operational again. That way, nobody will suspect my disappearance even if they somehow check on me. Of course, said Volantis. Yes, of course. I forget that there is always something to do. Will I be alone out in that pit? Unfortunately, yes, said Aldrich. Unfortunately. Do not use that term, said Volantis. Under a capable warfather, there is no such thing as unfortune. Solitude is something I am used to. I will keep watch, armored. You do not have to, said the Death Lord. Once Wyke is done channeling her healing, she can cast potent illusion magic to craft a copy of you. I doubt any mortal eye unused to the eye of magic will ever see through it. As for this feast of yours, indeed an interesting idea. I shall arrange for it. I have to clear the trial quests, began Aldrich. Death Walker, you have an eternity to spend. Do try to enjoy it some, or else you will end yourself quite bored. That is, if you do not get yourself killed RST. Come, walk with me a little, said the Death Lord. Aldrich peered over to Valera. She stared at the Death Lord with suspicious eyes. It'll be just for a moment. And thank you, Valera, for understanding what I was feeling. Then I will allow it. And you do not have to thank me, Master. Always, I will try my best for you. To understand you, said Valera. Aldrich nodded and walked over to the Death Lord. As he trailed behind her, he asked, So, what is it? You are harboring something within your soul, are you not? Within your phylactery, said the Death Lord. She drew a breath from her pipe, purple smoke gently ickering around her lips. I sensed it the moment you stepped foot in this realm. The chrysalis. Yes. What about it? Said Aldrich. The Death Lord cocked her head, her brows furrowing in thought. She mulled over something in her head for a few seconds before nodding to herself. I can help you hatch it. Chapter 194 Boundary. You can make it hatch, said Aldrich. That's interesting. I would have thought your powers wouldn't be able to interact with it so easily, considering it isn't from Elduin. Yes, but there is something else here that is from Elduin, is there not? The Death Lord turned to Aldrich and tapped the bone of his sternum with her pipe. Underneath his ribcage, his dark purple phylactery was barely visible, surrounding by his passively generated aura of green energy. Me, said Aldrich. Yes, my dear, you. Through my link with you, I can sense what is going on to a degree, said the Death Lord. Now then, I am sure you understand some idea of what is happening within your phylactery, yes? Aldrich nodded. To recap, the chrysalis was essentially incubating inside of his phylactery. It did so as an adaptive response to mana exposure. Chrysales changed themselves to use the resources around them, and if all that was available was mana, then it would change itself to use it. However, complex manipulation of mana required a functional soul. As a result, it had been feeding not only Aldrich's mana, but his soul as well, analyzing it to try and replicate it. The end result would be a being that derived its existence directly from Aldrich. In Flurgan's somewhat uncomfortable wording, it was basically akin to having a child. I do, said Aldrich. I'm surprised you do, considering you were holed up here most of the time. We are always connected, Death Walker. We always have been, from the very moment you became an undead and called upon your necromancy, said the Death Lord. She gazed at Aldrich with an inspecting look. The more I think about it, the more my interest in you grows. The necromancy you practice, the occultations of shattered bone and legion and cold rot, all of those hail from me. Necromancy was an old power that predated even my ancient birth, but it was I who gathered it into a proper art. To use any of its spells is to in part draw from me in the same way that a lifelight priest draws from that ugly goddess when they cast their self-righteous little sparkles. For you to use necromancy necessitates my existence. Thus, I manifested, as if in response to your need. It would seem you are quite literally a nexus, point by which all of us from Elduin may derive existence. Hence, why I do not want you in a hurry to die so quickly. If you die, I fear that you, our anchor, to this realm, will fade, and we will return to oblivion once more. This is mainly for my curiosity, but do you remember where you were before you came here? Said Aldrich. Dead, was I not? Said the Death Lord. Thee is the last memory I have, at the least. You and all your heroes wearing me down. I would have been nay falling to the hands of worthy heroes. But in the end, that lthy wench of a goddess was the one to appear, stopping you when I was all but defeated. Of course, she was too coward to face me herself. And of course, she had to preach about saving the world before smiting me down and taking the killing blow. Gah, even thinking about the memory drives my stress dangerously high. The Death Lord clenched her street, snapping her pipe into pieces. Ah, apologies. That was unseemly of me. I see, said Aldrich. It seemed that for people like the Death Lord who had died in the story of Elden World, they remembered up to their deaths. For people like Valera who were still supposed to be alive, they remembered falling into a vague, dreamlike state of waiting. There was not enough information for Aldrich to make a conclusion out of, but he kept all this in the back of his head. But as for that thing you are hosting, I am assuming the Mind Eater told you to incubate it within your phylactery. And by keeping the phylactery close to your being, you kept conditions stable for the creature, said the Death Lord. You would be right about that. What he didn't tell me was how long I would have to do it. I haven't received any signals from the chrysalis that it's ready to hatch. Even trying to reach out to it with a mental link doesn't yield much of a response. Ah, so it is called a chrysalis. An aptly TTING name. I shall tell you then. The time is now. It is ready to hatch. It simply needs an infusion of magical energy, said the Death Lord. Really, that's all it takes, said Aldrich. A mana infusion. Even I can do that. To prove his point, Aldrich swirled his mana around himself. Green strands oared all around him in rhythmic, owing patterns. Impressive mana control, Death Walker. Unlike ordinary mages that spend long years learning how to direct the ow of mana, the knowledge seems to be directly engraved into your being, said the Death Lord. But that alone is not enough. The chrysalis is held within your phylactery, no. Then you need someone that can unseal it. Granted, the Mind Eater can do so, considering he was the one that crafted it. But what he does not have is the magic. The sheer quantity of magical energy this creature needs is staggering. Only I with the necropolis can provide it. What would the chrysalis need that much magical energy for? Wondered Aldrich. To forge its soul, I was under the impression it could do that naturally, given time and exposure to my own soul and mana. No, not that. Tell me, Death Walker, you must be familiar with the concept of a boundary, are you not? Aldrich raised a brow in recognition, and the Death Lord smiled. Yes, of course you would, said the Death Lord. Some undead that are attuned well with the ow of spirits may create boundaries where the Nari of death blooms their strongest. But powerful undead are all naturally attuned to spirits, to the ow of death. Thus, they all develop boundaries of their own as a matter of course in their growth. The stronger the undead, the stronger their boundary, as you can see. The Death Lord gestured to the arena around her, to the entire necropolis that housed it. This was her boundary, a massive dimension akin to an entire city. I know where you're getting at, said Aldrich. If I'm following correctly, then the chrysalis is trying to create its own boundary. Your boundary, corrected the Death Lord. Aldrich put a hand to his chin. But if I remember correctly, liches don't develop proper boundaries until they ascend into becoming an arch-lich. That's level 60 at least. Oh, please, dear Death Walker, do you compare yourself even now with the ordinary lich? The Death Lord rolled her eyes. Come now, With such a strong connection to me, did you truly think you would grow like the normal lich, wasting away in study and experimentation and training for centuries to try and replicate a fraction of my strength? No, you receive my power directly. Your growth, therefore, will naturally be exceptional. A boundary, Aldrich put a hand to his ribs in contemplation. Unlike, say, the spirit boundary of lower-leveled undead like the Dildagast or Gast, boundaries from high-leveled undead were much stronger and much more varied. A proper boundary took, as the Death Lord described, centuries to properly develop. Liches naturally started to develop boundaries at a certain stage in their existence, but most regular liches could only project an incomplete boundary. These looked like large swaths of watery darkness yet to be shaped into anything specific. But even those were deadly. In incomplete boundaries, liches grew considerably stronger, gaining additional stats, buffs to their units, and bonuses to some of their spells. But that was nothing compared to a complete boundary. A complete boundary was quite literally like a separate dimension. This dimension was unique to every single lich, representing their inner world, their very soul. Thus, most later game boss GHTS against Archliches often involved a second phase where the Archlich unleashed their boundary, forcing the player to GHT them in an inner world of their making. An extreme example was the Death Lord's Necropolis and Death Realm. These technically were just her boundary. No other lich came close to having a boundary that large and developed, but if Aldrich was going to succeed her, it meant he was destined for it. Now it made sense why the Death Realm and Necropolis were merged into the Nexus. Slowly but surely, the Death Lord was preparing to hand down this entire realm to him. Still, even I did not expect you to develop a boundary this quickly, said the Death Lord. Even with absorption of my powers, I have not given you that much yet. I was waiting, as you said, for you to reach the power level of an Arch-Lich, for I had not thought you ready. You may thank this chrysalis for this. It seems to be a creature with an entity for manipulating space, and it has created a shell of a surprisingly developed boundary for you. All it requires is an infusion of magical energy that will serve as the raw building material to LL in that shell. Basically, Aldrich noted, the chrysalis had drawn up the blueprints for the boundary, but it lacked the magical energy, the bricks and stones and wood, to actually build it. This, the Death Lord said she was going to provide. How complete exactly is this boundary? Said Aldrich. And I thought liches could customize their own boundaries according to their wills. In my case, though, something else has essentially made it for me. An oversimplification, explained the Death Lord. Boundaries are malleable, yes, but at their core, they are inexorable. They represent who you are at a fundamental level, and that is something difficult, if not impossible, to alter. What we do when we develop our boundaries is build upon that core. We layer over it, often creating grand realms, but that core remains the same. The core of my realm, for example, is a small room no larger than a few paces wide. But that minuscule room represents who I am at the deepest level. All of this, the elds of spectral lilies, the towering necropolis itself, are simply accessories. You may change some aspects of a boundary, increase its size, its beneficial EECTS, and so on and so forth, but the core it builds upon remains the exact same. The chrysalis has shaped that core of your boundary. As for how much more development it has done over it, The Death Lord narrowed her eyes as she stared at Aldrich. She shrugged. I cannot tell too well. The chrysalis is, after all, still a foreign entity to me. I cannot sense it completely. At the very least, you should not witness simple darkness as is common with liches that manage to project incomplete boundaries for the RST time. There will be a denned core there. A space you can interact with beyond splashing around in raw energy. But how denned it is, how large it is, what is actually within it, I simply do not know. All I know is that it will represent who you are. It will show the deepest, most fundamental part of yourself. I will warn you now, Death Walker. The very RST time you gaze upon the shape of your boundary may be a harrowing experience. It brings you face to face with the deepest parts of your being. And for very many, what they choose to harbor in those depths is not something they ever wish to see. Often, They use those dark depths to hide that which they do not wish to bring to the light. It may very well be the same for you. Chapter 195 Top of the Necropolis 1. The depths of my being, is it? Said Aldrich. As in, something like my greatest fear. Potentially. A great fear is not an uncommon core for a boundary form around, for there are precious few emotions that shape the soul to greater extent than fear. The Death Lord paused. Or it can be that your core holds warmth. It may well be that it is a reminder of something you cherish dearly, for that too molds the soul well. Yet, I will say this. I have never met one with a boundary core that is anywhere in between. Either it is warm, or it is cold. You, Death Walker, I sense are the type that does not hold much warmth within you. You have the marks of one that has sewered, of one whose feelings and actions have chipped and worn away with abuse. And which of those were you? Warm or cold? Warm. Very warm. The faint suggestion of a smile tugged at the edges of the Death Lord's lips. It was hard to read, almost imperceptible, but it did not escape Aldrich's sharp sight. The smile, if it had fully formed, would have been a nostalgic one. The type one got when looking back at old times. Good, happy old times. But times old enough that they would never come back. Does the answer surprise you? Said the Death Lord. A little. I would have expected otherwise from a warmongering lord of death whose ultimate goal was to turn all life undead. Just because I hold warmth in the deepest depths of my soul does not mean I am not capable of cruelty, said the Death Lord. No, sometimes, those with boundary cores that are warmest are the most brutal in their ways. For often, the warmth they hold dear is something they have lost. Something that was taken from them. An endless reminder of pain of what once was but now is lost. Was that the case for you? The Death Lord nodded. Yes, she said, her voice soft. But that is enough about me. It is your evolution that is near. Do you accept my oar, then? To infuse your chrysalis with energy to force its hatching. When you brought this topic up, I sensed some hesitation on your end. Aldrich had picked this up from body and vocal cues from the Death Lord. Pauses and tenseness. I'm assuming there's more of a risk than you're letting on. Quite sharp, are we not? The Death Lord raised a brow at Aldrich. There is one more risk. And that is the sheer quantity of magical energy that will funnel into you. I would be forcing you to develop a boundary that archliches nearly 20 levels your superior form. Granted, that chrysalis creature will likely handle most of the energy processing, but in the case that it cannot, there is a risk that the excess power may wildly surge within and tear you apart from the inside out. That is not damage that you can easily recover from, for it is damage that sunders the foundations of the soul. Waiki can perhaps piece together your broken pieces, but you may not ever be the same. Is that the only extra risk you foresee? Said Aldrich. That is not a considerable risk to you. Brave. The Death Lord mulled over Aldrich's question for a bit, then shrugged. But yes, I believe so. Then I have a contingency for it, said Aldrich. I'll need to take Valera, though. Ah, your guardian knight, said the Death Lord. Good, I encourage it. It is often better to have someone close to you by your side when you encounter your core for the RST time. The closer they are, the better. They can serve as an emotional anchor to lean against. The Death Lord waved towards Valera. You there, knight, come to your master's side. Valera responded near instantly, leaping into the air with her superhuman strength to reach Aldrich's side in a single bound. What is it? Said Valera. She snuck a suspicious glance to the Death Lord. Has this snake been whispering strange ideas into your ear, master? I was simply discussing when he would change this knight-master relationship into something more, said the Death Lord. What? Is this true? Said Valera, her composure instantly broken. She stared between Aldrich and the Death Lord rapidly. Too easy. The Death Lord shook her head as she strutted away towards Volantis and Waiki with a laugh. I will have Waiki start on her illusion of Volantis. In the meanwhile, discuss with your knight what I have told you and your intentions. Master, was she speaking the truth? Said Valera. No, she was just teasing you, said Aldrich. Probably to get you her back. And I have to admit, it is an easy way to do that. Valera sighed. Yes, of course. That troublesome snake. In any case, what do you need of me, master? Aldrich led her in about what the Death Lord had told him. Are you certain you will be nay? Said Valera, diving into the shaded corners of your soul like that. I cannot say I know all of this reincarnated life you have led here, but I am not clueless either. As your chosen, I receive snippets of your being. When my mind wanders, sometimes, parts of your life ash before me. I know you have sewered greatly, and the spawn of sewering is never a pretty or comforting sight. I'll be okay, said Aldrich, RMLY, believing in his resolve. Whatever he faced down there, he was sure he could overcome it. He had seen his parents slowly butchered before his very own eyes. There was very little he felt that could shake him anymore. What I do need you for, Valera, is the energy overload. Before I receive the energy, I'm going to wrap myself in my materias. By doing that, I'll be susceptible to certain attacks that require a Esh and blood body to work. Like your vampiric blood sucking. If the amount of magical energy in my body hits an overloading point for too long, I want you to drain the excess as much as possible. I know you don't like tasting undead blood, but this is important. That, I can do easily, my master, said Valera. The honor of tasting your blood is one I will never forego, regardless of whether you are undead or not. That you are my master alone makes your essence the sweetest there is for me. Good. Aldrich nodded to Valera. I'll be counting on you. As always, I am happy to serve. Valera smiled as she put a hand to her heart. We're ready. Aldrich called out to the Death Lord. Excellent. The Death Lord patted Wyke on the hand, and her ears twitched in comfort. I will be taking Medulla, but do not worry, Wyke, for you will not be alone. This will be a wonderful chance for you to catch up with Volantis. Do tell me if there is anything he NDS unsatisfactory about his armored. I will factor that into my evaluation of him. There is no awe with my armored, boomed Volantis. Wyke cringed and put her hands over her ears. You know, I actually think I liked how you were before. When you were quieter, it was more comfortable for me. But I'm not criticizing you or anything. You are happy like this, so I am happy for you as well. Volantis nodded. The hole in his chest was nearly patched up by now with Wyke's magic. No, you are right. An orc's voice is ever loud, never faltering. But I had forgotten about your preference for the quiet. The memories from my several lives are still taking time to adjust. I know how much the solitude of quiet means for you. I apologize again. Wyke. And no, don't apologize, not for someone like me, said Wyke as she put her head down. Come now, little one, raise your head. You are worth that apology and much more, said Volantis. Really? Of course. Volantis's white eye narrowed in a smiling emote. Maybe I do like you better as you are now. Wyke smiled too. As Aldrich watched that interaction, Okeanos blitzed his way to his side in a shower of crackling green and blue. Master, I am going too. Chapter 196, Top of the Necropolis 2. Aldrich stared at Okeanos for a blank moment. I am not going. Okeanos' antennae dropped in disappointment, already knowing the answer to this question. You can if you want, said Aldrich. There's nothing stopping you, nothing except me. Medulla spoke as she neared Aldrich, the Death Lord beside her. It may not look like it, but with the vastly reduced manpower in the necropolis, many of its functions are held together with the bare minimum of stability. And that stability comes from a generous subsidy of my own magical energy. A warp to the top of the necropolis is the most costly. I can understand spending that cost rationally for those absolutely needed. Irrational spending, though, I cannot accept. Aldrich remembered that the Death Lord had mentioned almost in passing that the necropolis had lost over half of its troops. That explained why the Immortalis legions, an army of over 100,000, seemed to be absent. Why Cairo's only commanded 15 Death Knights, where as a captain, he would have easily been the head of a force 100+ strong. It made sense that if one considered the necropolis a complex mechanism of many moving magical parts, that the loss of manpower would affect its capacity to run. It was also a testament to the sheer ability of Medulla that she could manage a territory as vast as the necropolis. From what Aldrich knew, Medulla was basically like a dungeon master. She was the direct overseer of every trap, every warp point, every unit placement throughout the entire 100 ers of the necropolis. I am sad, said Okeanos. He spoke bluntly and without inhibition like a child would. But I understand. I'll make it up to you later, said Aldrich. Promise, said Okeanos. Promise. Aldrich nodded. He was interested in Okeanos and his origins. Why his mannerisms were so childlike and how they could be so human in the RST place considering his status as a variant. That, he would dive into later. Then all is in order, said the Death Lord. Medulla, prepare the warp. Yes. Medulla clasped her bandaged hands together, and when she withdrew them, dark strands of energy threaded between her palms. All of you, stay near me. I calculate that there will be no issues with the warp, but physical proximity eliminates any confounding variables. Those coming to the top of the necropolis drew closer to Medulla. Advanced gate, chanted Medulla. She tossed out the dark strands between her hands, and they quickly expanded outwards into a spherical void that engulfed everyone. The warp, unlike the type that Aldrich accessed through sign stones to get to the Nexus, took several uncomfortable seconds of feeling weightless and stranded in complete and utter darkness. Then, the darkness faded, leaving everyone at the top of the necropolis. Aldrich had never actually been to the top of the necropolis. He had not even actually cleared the entire tower. Just up to the 70th Ur. At that point, the necropolis was weakened enough for the goddess Amara to isolate the Death Lord in a trial quest even through the natural barrier the necropolis emitted. Where the player faced the Death Lord in that quest, the strongest troops of Amara cleared the rest of the Urs. It was not a difficult thing to do, granted, with the Death Guard and the Death Lord eliminated at that point, leaving strong but still regular mobs left behind. But Aldrich realized that Elden World had missed out on a massive opportunity in not sending the player to the top. The sight that Aldrich saw around him was nothing short of a grand spectacle. He stood atop an enormous oating circular platform of stone. Green, circuit-patterned light streaked across the stone, congregating into a large dot at the center. As this fog, Valera looked around, seeing a misty white veil all around them. No, these are clouds, said Aldrich. That was how high up they were. He looked up to see an enormous bell hovering above the platform they stood upon. The structure was massive enough that it utterly dwarfed Aldrich. It was as big as the higher-end mansions that stood tall in sky cities. Decorative patterns of lilies and bones and dragons etched their way across the bell's dark metal body in an artistic tapestry. A faint, nearly translucent spherical orb of green covered the bell, and it pulsated in a rhythmic pattern like the beating of a heart. Directly beneath the bell, a comparatively tiny pillar of green light shone down, linking with the dot at the center of the oating stone platform. Welcome, Death Walker, to the Solarium. The Death Lord pointed to the enormous bell above. Looking up into it, Aldrich saw darkness, but within that darkness, he could also make out the ickering movement of green wisps. Souls. That is the Bell of Eternity, said the Death Lord. An artifact of the divine grade, the highest there is. No, that does not do it enough justice. It stands at the top even among divine grade artifacts. That little suckling bottle that the goddess Amara grants you heroes is worth as much as manure compared to this. All that lazy goddess did was shape shards from her heavenly domain. Compare that to this artifact of mine. Its metal is abyssal iron harvested from the deepest, most dangerous dungeons of the realm. To nd enough took me 3 centuries of diving into dungeons. It was shaped in the Uri Forge of Corinthesis, the dragonsmith whose lowliest artifacts are of the mythic grade. Quenched in waters harvested from the soul stream itself, that was a journey that took me another 2 centuries. The sacrifice of 2 millennial dragon souls went into enchanting it. The battle needed to slay those 2 and take their souls cost me another century and nearly my life. An artifact 100 years in the making, commented Valera in awe. I had heard of this bell in texts and tales in the libraries and study halls of Nocros, but nothing my instructors taught nor what those dusty tomes depicted ever compares to this. Do not get swept up by it, said Medulla, still as bored as ever. Despite my lord's grandiose words, in the end, it is simply a power source that allows this massive realm to be as stable as it is. Nothing more than a battery, really. Battery, that does sound right. Another voice, not one from the current group, spoke out. It came from the pillar of green light tethering the center of the platform to the bell's spherical aura. A woman stepped out of it. A woman that positively screamed with the word, power. She was easily 3 meters tall, towering over everyone there. Further exacerbating the weight of her physical presence was her build. She was noticeably muscular, and she did not hesitate to show it. Her outfit consisted of black leggings and bra that tightly clung to her curvy girth. All her developed muscles were visible regardless of whether they were clothed or not, and they looked solid enough to shatter bricks on. Other than that, she wore a single large pauldron on her left shoulder, and behind it, a short, tattered red cloak uttered behind her. Her hair stretched down to her waist in wild red waves while her eyes shone with a gleaming white. What made her power most evident, though, was her aura of magical energy that raged around her in aim orange-red. It was practically just as strong as the Death Lord's when she got serious. "'Cause, that is what me thinks I am these days. A gloried battery holding up another battery," said the woman with a disgruntled expression. Her glowing white eyes did not have pupils in them, but instead a single elaborate golden letter in each. Runes, a symbol of power from a god. Or, in this case, a sign that one had inherited the blood of a god. This was Rella, first among the Death Guard and the undisputed strongest, likely being even stronger than the Death Lord herself in terms of sheer damage output. "I understand it is not work that you may end betting your status as first Death Guard, Rella," said the Death Lord. "But it is one of necessity. Without your vast magical energy reserves that far outstrip even mine with that divine blood of yours, maintaining the necropolis's stability would be difficult. In that regard, consider the duty you perform now to be of the highest importance." "I suppose," said Rella as she crossed her arms and stared at Aldrich and Valera. "So, what do we have here? This the usurper you were telling us all about. He seems awfully small and skinny to me. If I fought him now, he would die in just a minute, tops." Still, Rella liked her lips like she was looking at a piece of meat. "I do want to try." Chapter 197 Diving into the Chrysalis. Aldrich paused for a tense moment as he heard Rella's words of challenge. Valera immediately followed suit, standing RMLY beside him with a strong grip on her shield. His magical energy swirled around him in a rippling aura of green, simmering in a state right before it boiled up into full-blown explosiveness. He had never been this tense even with someone as powerful as the Death Lord because he understood the type of person she was. She might have joked about GHTING Aldrich, but at the end of the day, it was just that, a joke. He could tell this in her mannerisms, in her non-committal body language and her barely concealed smile that made it obvious that most of her words were to be taken lightly. But Rella was nearly the complete opposite. She had an easygoing and confident demeanor about her that made it seem as if most of her words were light-hearted, but there was something a little more unhinged about her, in the way she smiled, in her voice, that made her far more unpredictable. That, and her backstory. Rella was the daughter of Rathos, highest god of the Illumin peoples that were the equivalent of humans in the game. Her mother was just some nameless priestess he had forced himself upon and promptly forgot about. When Rella reached her teenage years, Fiola, goddess and wife to Rathos, saw Rella as an abomination and a symbol of her husband's infidelity. Thus, Fiola cast Rella down into the depths of a dungeon full of the vilest creatures capable of enacting the most tortuous ends known to man. There, Rella survived for 40 years by herself, and when she emerged, she was nothing but an uncontrollable ball of violence and fury. Aldrich did not know how exactly the Death Lord managed to get Rella sane enough to work for her. What he did know was that he did not trust in Rella's mental stability enough to hold herself back from suddenly unleashing the full brunt of her power against Aldrich. And, as Aldrich was now, vastly underleveled compared to his game counterpart, Rella's endgame level strength would undeniably demolish him. Evidently, Valera felt the same sense of threat too. Her battle instincts told her to be cautious of Rella because she was wildly unpredictable. He, that is a nice aura ye have, said Rella. It would be a wondrous feeling to shatter it with my own 2 hands. There will be no shattering of anything tonight, said the Death Lord RMLY, her voice resonating with authority. Rella looked to the Death Lord and nodded without much resistance. Course, I was just bored was all, sitting in that pillar all day. I'm surprised. I thought you would have had your LL of GHTING after sparring with the Death Lord, said Aldrich. This was, of course, a pointed question meant to scope out reactions from both Rella and the Death Lord. Using those, he could try to determine how much of what the Death Lord said was true about her injuries. "Ha, her," said Rella. "By this point, I've sparred her enough to be quite bored of what she can do. And she never goes all out with me, even when I beg her to. If we both go all out," said the Death Lord, "this realm crumbles. I already grant you much in sparring sessions to alleviate you from the boredom of this task of manually channeling the bell of absolution as its conduit. To let you go all out on top of that is simply too much." Rella wasn't even going all out and she managed to do that much damage to one side of you, said Aldrich. The Death Lord did not respond to this. It was Rella that took over the answering, and she was decidedly harder to read. Perhaps because of the many years she had spent in a dungeon, or maybe it was because she was half god, but her ability to make proper facial expressions was in an almost eerie way. "I would be ashamed of myself if my void lightning could not do even that much," said Rella. "I have trained it all my life to slay gods, no matter how tough their skin, barriers, or wills are. And it has felled more than one. Mel is no different. An unlucky hit, then?" Aldrich asked this directly to the Death Lord this time. "As unlucky as can be." The Death Lord shrugged the topic away. "We are not here to discuss my sparring injuries. Let us proceed with the awakening of your boundary." "All right then," said Aldrich. For now, Rella had covered for the Death Lord. Explanations were given for why Rella could have just left this post acting as a conduit for the bell. The sparring sessions were temporary, probably made in short enough intervals that Rella's absence here was not felt. On top of that, it was actually plausible for Rella to have harmed the Death Lord to the degree of taking her arm even with a minor EORT. Rella's signature attack involved channeling lightning as her father did. However, unlike her father's divine lightning which shone a brilliant hue of bright white, her lightning was pitch black and held the property of disintegrating whatever it struck. The disintegration EECT was true damage, ignoring any resistances and bypassing almost all barriers. On top of that, it had an incredibly potent anti-healing EECT as well. Theoretically, it was possible that the Death Lord had gotten careless and taken a hit from it. Aldrich still had more than his fair share of doubts, but the more tried to press the matter, the more suspicious it would get on his end. "Oh, a new boundary, is it?" Rella looked Aldrich up and down. "This young lad of a lich has one already. Not bad. Maybe it will be worth allowing him to live and ripen into a proper challenge. He is my usurper, after all," said the Death Lord like a proud mother. "If he was even a shade less worthy of my powers, I would have put up far more of a struggle in allowing him to receive it." "Aren't I the only option you have?" said Aldrich. "Not like there are any others to choose from." "That is true," agreed the Death Lord. "But I shall say this. Were you weak-willed any, I would have been content to allow my realm to fade into oblivion without ever passing it on to you. After all, I am already dead. No, wait, I am dead twice over, come to think of it. I had my turn to do what I wished. Now it is yours. Come on then," said Rella as she held out her hand to Aldrich. "If this will not lead into anything exciting, best to get it over with quickly." Finally, Medulla sighed. "Someone that speaks my language." Aldrich stared at Rella's open hand with some level of hesitation. "Rest assured, Medulla and I will both keep Rella's tendencies under control," said the Death Lord. "And she is not actually the one infusing you with energy. It is the bell of absolution. Rella is simply a conduit. Her god core allows her to multiply mana that OWS into her, making her the perfect channel for the bell, but she cannot actually change how much the bell grants. That is strictly under my domain. And I will try to ensure not a unit more than is needed OWS into you." "This had better work as you describe it, Snake," said Valera. "Of course it will, my dear. After all, you are here as his contingency," said the Death Lord. She raised a hand towards the bell. Sigils of green lighted upon her arm in a complex weave of patterns. Power radiated out from these sigils, distorting the space around them. Unlike runes that gods used to manifest their powers, the Death Lord and other, dark, entities used sigils instead. The only exception were demons, but that was because they were invaders to the Elduin realm that got their RST foothold through a god's runes, hence their preference for using runes. "O bell of mine, I call upon you to ring." to bring forth the death knell that has claimed both the lowliest and mightiest of soul. In response to the Death Lord's voice, the enormous bell began to oscillate. The intricate patterns of dragons and lilies upon its frame lit up in bright purple, emanating a lavender hue that melded with the green sphere around it. Around, this much should be enough, whispered the Death Lord as she snapped her fingers. The bell tolled once, its great bulk softly moving from side to side with a heavy and slow motion. As it did so, it let out a deep and eerie ring, like what one would expect a bell of its size to sound like in some dark, watery depths. The sound traveled not by Aldrich, but through him, radiating in vibrations all across his body of bone. The pillar of green energy underneath the bell that usually stood unchanging and stable now ickered chaotically with newly introduced energy. "Now take my hand," said Rella. Walked up to Aldrich, standing over him while holding out her open hand. "And walk into the pillar with me. When we step in, you ought to feel the power owing into you. The moment you step in, you will enter your boundary. Steel your mind as much as possible, Death Walker," said the Death Lord. "There are some liches that meet their boundary cores and lose their sanity, becoming little more than raving madmen." "That's another risk you didn't tell me about," said Aldrich. "Not a risk." The Death Lord smiled at Aldrich. "Did I not say, I would not have accepted you were you weak-willed? You can handle this much. Now go." Chapter 198 The Depths. Aldrich looked ahead at the pillar of chaotically ickering green light that would make him come face to face with the deepest core of his being. Within it, like being bathed in a waterfall, Rella stood, the light crashing around her. Her whole body lit up with a great many circuit-like white patterns, showing that she was channeling the power through her. "Come now, usurper," said Rella as she nodded towards Aldrich. "Take my hand, or are ye shy?" "Give me a moment," said Aldrich as he manifested his Materius again. A red ash spread over his body, indicating he had sacrificed health. Creating his Materius took up 20% of his maximum health, but costs like that did not matter much in non-combat scenarios like now. The organs, esh, and skin of his human body all wrapped up around his gray bones, padding his frame out until he was whole again. He had Medulla's training garb pants still equipped on him, so he was not ashing the world. A trained body, and here I thought ye a frail mage. A pleasant surprise. Rella waved her hand, beckoning Aldrich forward. "I am eager to feel your grip. I can tell much about the quality of a warrior from that alone." "I'm going," said Aldrich. Before he took his RST step forward, Valera put a hand on his shoulder. "Master, do be careful," said Valera. She eyed Rella's hand, especially of that gorilla's monstrous grip. "In any case, I will be vigilant here, ready to take your blood if needed. I'll be back soon." Aldrich went forwards. He was confident in Valera's ability to drain any dangerous excess magical energy from him. She did not have as powerful a blood-sucking ability as a full-blooded vampire, but her mixed blood with a Dullahan made her uniquely suited for this type of situation. Dullahan possessed an ability to mark an enemy for death. This rapidly dispelled all types of buffs from the target. This included not only self-cast buffs that boosted stats or defenses, but also connections with magical energy sources not native to the target's own being. In most cases, this was a strong anti-mage tool when mages used arcane utility spells to create mana orbs that they could tap into for a quick recharge. As a hybrid, Valera's vampiric bite was combined with the Dullahan's death mark. Whoever she got a proper bite on, she could also activate the death mark against. In Aldrich's case, that meant that she would drain him on two fronts. The death mark would rapidly dispel the foreign energy in his body and her vampiric bloodsucking would drain what was left. "Ready," Rella said as Aldrich came close to her. "Ready," Aldrich canarmed as he grasped Rella's hand. Immediately, crackles and sparks of green energy screeched around the point of contact. Aldrich felt his hand start burning, sizzling as the intensely concentrated magic started owed into his body. The pain, however, did not affect him. It was nothing at all compared to burning agony. "You do not even inch. Your hand is well sculpted. Calloused. The knuckles honed. You have beaten many a foe to death with these hands, have you not?" said Rella. "It's part of surviving." "Surviving? I know that feeling well. We ought to get along quite well, you and I." Rella stepped back further into the pillar, her whole body disappearing in its blinding light. Aldrich followed. As he took his real step into the light of the pillar, he braced himself for what was to come. The moment his foot touched the light, everything turned black. Equals. Aldrich woke up with a start, breathing heavily. He felt a cold sweat run down his face. He instantly analyzed his surroundings. He was in a dark space. Very dimly lit by ickering, speckled lights above that cast oddly patterned light in random intervals. Aldrich felt cold metal under his bare upper body. He got onto a knee and inspected the ground. The metal was heavily discolored, patterned with many patches of dark that he heard was rust. Upon closer inspection, though, he could tell that not all of the discoloration was from rust. Quite a bit of it was from dried blood. The stench of iron and rotting meat hung heavy in his nose. It was a disgusting smell that made him frown. An ordinary person would have likely vomited by now, but perhaps because he was undead, but the smell of rot did not affect him much. Aldrich stood up, and as he did so, he got a much better view of the room around him. Many rusted chains ending in hooks hung down from the ceiling, some of them holding up the deteriorating carcasses of pigs. There were what looked like operating tables spaced evenly throughout the room with the occasional rusted barrel beside them that held a jumble of saws and drills and tools of torture. Spattered blood decorated the tables, as did strong restraints meant to hold down anything that got on them. Aldrich knew where this place was. This was the room his parents had been tortured in. He felt a headache pierce through his mind, and he put a hand to his forehead, grimacing. His body felt weak and strong in waves. Memories came back to him. Of that night, when he was just a child. Wide-eyed and watching, he could have looked away. But he did not. He could not. He saw the tearing, the breaking. He heard the screaming, the crying. Aldrich put his hand down from his face and shook his head. His green eyes stared ahead with unwavering strength. Those memories haunted him, but they did not overwhelm him. They were not memories he buried. They were memories he kept alive. Live coals to fuel his rage. His purpose. Was this his boundary core? If so, he could handle it. Aldrich heard the clatter of metal in the distance, far down the length of the room where the already faltering lights stopped working completely. Oddly enough, in here, his night vision granted by his racial status as an undead did not work. Nevertheless, Aldrich stepped towards the darkness. He felt strangely compelled to do so, as if he was being led there by some greater, outer force that he could not quite resist. He had never sleepwalked before, but he heard this was what it felt like. As Aldrich walked down the ever-darkening room, it became emptier and emptier. The operating tables and barrels started to fade away, as if consumed by the darkness itself. He kept going. He saw no light now. Just pure darkness. The only thing that reached his senses was the sensation of cold metal under his feet and the clinking of metal ahead. The more he pressed forward into the darkness, the louder the clinking got. Eventually, after a minute or so, he could start to hear a voice. It was faint at RST, its words indecipherable, but soon, he could make things out. Please, no more. No more feeding. I'm not hungry anymore, make it stop. Aldrich knew that voice. It was from the butcher. As soon as he made that connection, he found himself stepping into an enormous cell. It just suddenly manifested, like an unloaded asset spontaneously loading in a video game upon reaching a certain checkpoint. A huge, barred cell door stood in front of Aldrich, though at the end, it was slightly open, allowing him to slip through. Within the cell, a singular light shone from above. The light came from what looked like an eye growing in the bloodied metal of the ceiling. It was unlike any kind of eye Aldrich had ever seen before. Large, bulbous, yellow, and grotesquely LED with veins that moved and twitched like insects were crawling through them. Under the odd yellow spotlight cast from the eye was the butcher. His disembodied upper body was held up by meat hooks running down the ceiling. They dug into his ash, dried blood caked all around where they sunk their hooks in. Tears welled up around the corners of the butcher's eyes as he breathed heavily in agony. The stumps of his limbs looked like they had been hacked with something with a rough, serrated edge. Something that would not have made a clean, quick cut. Something that would have been painful. And from the various saw marks on his skin, some less healed than others. Aldrich could tell the butcher's limbs had been sawed off and regenerated back in many, many cycles. Below the butcher, Aldrich saw a little girl. No older than 10, perhaps. She had on an immaculately white dress that stood out in strikingly clean contrast to her blood-spattered, LTH-strewn surroundings. She looked up at the butcher with curious, yet strangely cold eyes of green. When Aldrich took another step forward, past the barred cell door, the girl turned to take notice of him. "I was waiting for you," said the girl. When Aldrich looked down at her messy white hair and green eyes, he felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he was looking at a reaction of himself in a puddle. You're the chrysalis, aren't you?" said Aldrich, taking note of a tail that hung low by her feet. "The very same, crystalline-structured tail of the chrysalis." "I don't know what I am now," said the girl, "but I think that's what I used to be." "This place, is it my boundary core?" said Aldrich. The girl nodded. "I think so. Did you make all this?" The girl shook her head. "Not this place. I don't like this place." She shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. "It's too cold." She went to Aldrich and tugged at his pant leg in the same way a child would to her father when she wanted something. "Can we go up? I made everything upstairs. It's better there and warmer." Chapter 199 Warmth. "Upstairs. There's more?" Aldrich asked the girl. The chrysalis nodded with vigor. "Yes. I built using the blocks I had, all the blocks that were a part of this thing you call a soul. So it won't be new to you, but it's better than this place, I promise." She came by Aldrich's side and looked up at his hand. He was too tall for her to take a hold of his hand, so she settled with just grasping at the fabric of his pant leg. Like a lost child. "Okay. Let's go," said Aldrich. As soon as those words escaped his lips, something happened in the jail cell. In the thick darkness of the cell where the light of the eye above did not reach, movement occurred. Aldrich tensed up in immediate alarm. He tried to call upon his magical energy, but found that he could not. It was not that anything prevented him from drawing out his energy. But when he felt the energy expel from him in cold waves, he felt them disappearing into some innate void, unable to form into anything resembling a spell. The darkness occurred again, stronger this time, and Aldrich realized that there was not movement within the dark. The darkness was the one that was moving. Like a mass of living, writhing shadow, the darkness crawled into the eerie yellow spotlight in the form of shadowy tendrils. These, Aldrich recognized. They were the same type of shadowy tendrils that the chrysalis used when it was dormant to draw things into its territory. Scary. The chrysalis hid behind Aldrich's legs, peeping out between to see what was going on. "You don't control the shadows," said Aldrich. The chrysalis rapidly shook her head. "No, they were already here." "But didn't you call on them?" said Aldrich. "Every time I willed you to draw something into your territory, it seemed like you were controlling them. They didn't have a home to be in before me. When I built this place, they moved in, and they got power. In the end, though, I think they only listened to you," said the chrysalis. Aldrich watched as the tendrils hovered over the butcher's body like hungry vultures. "No, get away," the butcher yelled, causing the chrysalis to wince and put her fingers in her ears. The tendrils formed into brutish saws and began shearing away at the regenerating ash around the butcher's arm and leg stumps. They slowly ripped apart chunks of ash and bone, making sure the butcher had ample time to feel the agonizing pain. When the saw tendrils were done severing the regenerated stumps, other grasping tendrils took the bloody, torn meat and violently began shoving it into the butcher's mouth. When the butcher closed his mouth and turned up his face to stop them from feeding him his own body, more tendrils, thinner and sharper in shape, dug into the butcher's face, digging under his ash and bulging visibly under his skin. They acted like strings on a puppet, forcibly making the butcher open his mouth. They tendrils even forced his eyes open to make sure he could witness everything. The butcher gurgled in his own blood of ash as the tendrils crammed in his own limbs into his jaw with violent force. Aldrich tried to will the tendrils to do something else, testing whether he had true control over them. They did not respond to him, only continuing their cycle of innate torture against the butcher and his regenerating body. "Can we go now?" The chrysalis tugged at Aldrich's pant leg again. "Yes," said Aldrich. As he stared at the butcher's sewering, he felt satisfaction. This was the man that had caused his parents all that agony. It was only right that he sewer the same himself. It was what he had intended in the RST place, too. The biggest reason why he had even captured the butcher alive. If these tendrils had not done this, then he would have made sure Flurgan would have created something just as painful, if not worse. But Aldrich did not feel it was right to be reveling in this torture with the chrysalis right beside him. Something about her childlike appearance and demeanor made it feel inappropriate to be watching this with her by his side. Let's go. Aldrich turned to leave, and the chrysalis followed close behind him. As he left, the bars of the cell door closed on their own. He took one last look at the cell, not at the butcher, but at the entire cell itself. From farther away, even the butcher's sizable bulk seemed tiny inside the cell. Granted, he was just a torso and head, but even had he been whole, the cell would have been far too big for him. There was an odd, eerie feeling that this cell was meant for something much, much bigger. But what? Aldrich had no idea. This way, outside the cell, the chrysalis gained more pep and took the lead forward, tugging at Aldrich's leg to follow. Overall, the chrysalis was rather emotionless in her expressions and tone of voice, but Aldrich could nd hints of emotion beneath it all. It was the inverse of Rella, who had lost how to have proper human emotions over long isolation. The chrysalis, Aldrich sensed, was learning how to express herself, learning how to be comfortable with her newly developed soul. Up, 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 the chrysalis started to walk on what seemed like thin air, taking ascending step by step like she was scaling an invisible staircase. Aldrich followed. They were still in the ceiling-less hallway of darkness leading from the torture room into the cell, but at a certain point, the chrysalis stopped going up. Here, she said as she put a small hand above her head. Her palm pressed it against an invisible surface. A circular outline of light, big enough to easily see. Aldrich drew around her hand. The darkness within the circle then slid over like a sliding door, revealing bright light. From that light, warmth emanated outwards. Much better. The chrysalis stopped shivering as she pranced her way up and through the circle of light. Aldrich did the same. When his head crossed the circle, he found himself peering at what looked like a regular apartment. He blinked, processing his surroundings. Come on up. The chrysalis stood at the edge of a circle of darkness surrounding Aldrich. It seemed that the circle of light was inverted in color up here. She knelt down and held out her hand. Aldrich took her hand, and she helped raise him up with surprising strength. When Aldrich stepped out of the dark circle, it closed up with light sliding over it. When the light stopped glowing, it meshed with the rest of the hardwood ur. I know this place, said Aldrich. He stood still for a moment, blinking several times as he processed things. He stood in the living room of an apartment. A modest one, based upon its rather cramped size. A far cry from the enormous rooms of wealthy corporate suite apartments that had enough space to house things like replaces that they almost never used and pianos that they probably did not even know how to play. No, instead, the comparatively tiny living room had a sense of heart to it that made it seem much bigger than it was. None of the decorations were thoughtless, placed solely for their worth in credits. On small stands, there were vases LED with carefully tended nari. On the walls, there were paintings of lakes and oceans and beaches that, though good, were obviously not crafted by some artisanal master. Just someone who had tried their best and was proud of what they had done. There was a hand-built, slightly crooked bookshelf of dark wood in the corner LED with colorful comics, graphic novels, manga, and hardcover action books. All of those were rarities in today's digitized age, more collector's items than anything that people bought to really read. Yet, each and every one of those books had little bookmark tags sticking out from their pages. Aldrich sat down on a creaky blue couch. It felt so familiar to him. And for good reason. This was his parents' apartment, where he had spent all of his early years. This was where they had raised him from a helpless infant to a child LED with dreams. And, after they had died, this was where he had raised himself, shattering his dreams, picking up the pieces, and forging them into something deadlier. Colder. He had emptied the place out and LLED'd it with training gear and a VR combat simulation rig that took up most of the living room. But this was how the apartment looked like before Aldrich's parents had passed. When they had passed, he had over time changed everything. He had taken down all the paintings his mother had made. He had tried to keep the Nari she loved alive, but he had no talent for it. When they withered and died, he had to throw them away. The shelf full of books his father loved, Aldrich had given those away or thrown them out. It was not that he had not cherished these memories of his parents. But in the RST year after their death, the memories were just too painful to bear. Every book, every painting, all of it was just a sharp reminder of what he had lost. He had felt better throwing it all away and letting the oblivion. It was a decision he came to regret later on, but by then, what had been done had been done. Aldrich turned around to look at the biggest painting in the room, a family portrait. There was his dad, smiling wide even when the photo was supposed to be serious. There was his mother staring up at his dad with admonishing eyes, telling him to be serious, but even then, she still smiled at her husband's antics. Then there was Aldrich, just years old, between them, each of his hands held in one of theirs. This portrait, too, Aldrich had cast away. To see all of this again. Aldrich took in a deep breath, feeling overwhelmed. He felt happy, that was for sure, happy that everything he had thought was lost had been immortalized in his boundary, but at the same time, witnessing all this again, the memories and feelings hit him all at once. Everything here reminded him of his parents' love for him. So much love, so much lost, so much he had forgotten, so much he had resolved to never feel again. Are you okay? The chrysalis sat right next to Aldrich's silent grr. Yes, said Aldrich. Do you like what I built? I used everything I felt in you that I felt was warm and nice, said the chrysalis. Her legs dangled from the edge of the couch, and she kicked them playfully. I like this place a lot better than the cold spot. Do you? Aldrich took in another deep breath, and then sighed. He smiled. I do. Chapter 200 Love and Fear. You like it? I'm happy. The chrysalis nodded to herself energetically. I didn't like how cold that place below was. So I wanted to make this place as warm as possible. Cold, that place below, if you didn't make it, do you know who did? Said Aldrich. The shadows did, said the chrysalis. The more I built, the more they built with me. I thought they were making fun of me. I see. Aldrich did not exactly know what this meant. What were the shadows? If they were a part of his soul from the beginning as the chrysalis had said, then were they just some other aspect of him? Perhaps his colder side. But then why did he lack control over it? Why was it separate to begin with? Questions, and more questions. He would consult the Death Lord later, once he initiated whatever trial he had left in here. Speaking of, what exactly was the trial here? Was it just to witness this room? If so, it was something far less dramatic than what the Death Lord claimed the experience of encountering a boundary core for the RST time would be. I like it, said Aldrich. He stood up. But I need to go. Go. The chrysalis cast her eyes downward, saddened. Already, you don't want to stay here. Where it's warm. I do, said Aldrich. He looked around at the familiar room around him, at all the warm memories they represented that he had lost. But this is still the past. I have other people out there that need me who live in the present. Then can I come with you? The chrysalis looked up at Aldrich with wide, pleading eyes. Don't you need to stay here to maintain all this? Said Aldrich. The chrysalis shook her head. No, once I make it, you're the one that keeps it all going. All right then, I don't see an issue with you coming with me, said Aldrich. Yay, said the chrysalis. She hopped on the couch and looked at Aldrich. Where do we go now? I was hoping you would tell me, said Aldrich. I thought you knew a way out of here. Me, no. The chrysalis cocked her head, clueless. Aldrich raised a brow, now concerned. Was he trapped here? There must have been a way to leave a boundary. He had simply thought it would have been automatic as a process. And if it was not, he thought the Death Lord would tell him the manual way to leave. The fact that she did not made Aldrich entertain the suspicion that she wanted to trap him here. It was a rather low probability suspicion, but he did not discard it. Aldrich heard a sudden loud crackling of static from across the room. The chrysalis, startled, rushed to Aldrich's leg, hugging it like a pillar of support. A wide telescreen at the other end of the room ashed alive. At RST, there was just pure static. From the reaction of the chrysalis, Aldrich could tell she had not turned it on. The warm lights in the room ickered on and rapidly before dimming completely, letting darkness take a hold of the room. And with that darkness, an eerie chill permeated through the air. The plants in vases started to wilt. The paintings started to chip away. The books started to crumple. Decay started to leach in everywhere. The place started to look more and more like the depressingly empty training ground that Aldrich had turned it into. No, Aldrich reached out a hand, trying to preserve everything he saw fading away. He could not let that happen, not again, and yet, there were too many things to try and save. The telescreen static faded away, revealing a split screen. One half was an angry red. The other half a deep, dark blue. Twin voices radiated out from each half of the screen. From the red, his father's voice. From the blue, his mother's. Their voices were not kind. They were not welcoming. They were not warm. "Son, what happened to you?" said his father. "What is all that behind you?" said his mother's horrid voice. Aldrich looked behind himself. Instead of seeing his family portrait, he instead saw a canvas of darkness. The darkness shaped into a host of shifting faces twisted in expressions of pain and agony. Faces he recognized. Faces he had killed. "My God, what have you done?" said his father. What made you do this?" "No, no, no. You can't be our son," said his mother. "Not that sweet child who always smiled, even when we knew you were hurting inside. You always thought of others, just the way we taught you to. You can't be like this, like a monster." A monster. If anyone else had called Aldrich a monster, he would not have cared. He would even have agreed. But hearing it from his parents, the word pierced through him. It felt like a blade jammed through his heart. Those voices that had shown nothing but love and support, those voices he had always looked up to, reducing him down to nothing but a monster. The sheer horror in their voice, that sense of pure otherness, like they were talking not to their son but something to shun and curse, it hit Aldrich harder than any blow he had felt. Aldrich felt nauseous, and he put a hand to the side of his head. This was not physical nausea. It was purely mental. It reminded him of the RST year following his parents' death, when even a small memento of them would send a wave of nausea through his body. "We told you that when someone is down," said his father. "You always pick them up," nished his mother. "We loved you because you were like us. We loved you because you were kind. We loved you because we saw so much good in you. Where did that all go? What did you do? What have you become? We can't love you now. Monster." Aldrich fell down to a knee as he started to breath heavy. The chrysalis looked at Aldrich with worry, then tentatively at the red and blue screen. She shivered, scared at the darkness that ickered around the edges of the screen. She gently slapped her cheeks to gain courage and stood in front of Aldrich, opposing the screen. "Don't say mean things to him," said the chrysalis. Aldrich did not hear her. He was absorbed in thought. In fear. Like with Valera, he never feared GHTING and putting his life on the line. He was never scared of a bullet or I-beam or super strength. What he was afraid of, always, deep down, at the very depths of his being, was love. Fear that he could not love another. And fear that he did not deserve to be loved by the only people he had loved, his parents. He knew they would never have approved of what he had become. But he had buried that fear because he knew he would never see them again. And yet, here they were. The fact that this came right after feeling so many good memories about them made it even worse, twisting that blade in his heart with a cruel hand. He GHTS hard. He gives up so much to GHT. You can't say bad things to him like that when he tries so hard, said the chrysalis, visibly nervous but still standing as tall as she could for Aldrich. Those words reached Aldrich. It made him think. He had given up so much to be where he was now. He had given up a happy life. Love and laughter, even his humanity. He had become a monster. "But, I know," said Aldrich. He stood up, the nausea leaving him. He faced the screen of red and blue with determination in his green eyes. "I know that I'm not what you wanted me to be. I know that if you two were actually alive, if you saw me as I was, learned what I did, who I killed, who I tortured, you would be horrid. I don't know how real this is, but I've also known deep within myself that you too, if you saw me as I was now, would not be able to love me. At least, not in the way you used to when I was a child. When When you were still with me. How can we love you now? You've become a monster. I know. I've always known. Aldrich nodded. But I am my own monster. I made these choices. I made these sacrifices because I thought they were necessary. Were they the right choices? You wouldn't think so. Plenty of others wouldn't. Aldrich's ash peeled in chunks from his arms and chest, bearing his inhuman skeleton. But who or what I am now is my choice and mine alone. This path I walk, is it right? Is it wrong? I sometimes wonder myself. But it doesn't change the fact that it's the path that I chose, and because I chose it, I will see it through to the end. Aldrich stared at the screen, his eyes glowing bright. His magical energy started to return to him, swirling in an aura around him. In his mind, he remembered all the happiness he felt from his parents, all those sweet and warm memories. They owed into him non-stop, almost as if through external force, trying to get him drown him down in fear and guilt. The blade in his heart twisted even further, but none of that stopped his next words. And the voices of happy memories long dead won't stop me. The telescreen cracked, the red and blue images instantly shutting into darkness. Then, the darkness of the screen expanded outwards, Enguln the room. The chrysalis cringed as she held on tight to Aldrich's leg as the darkness swallowed them both up.